Bienvenido, BJ, escape a República Dominicana. Hasta pronto, papi.
Big J, take one.
Yo, people, peace and love and manners and respect. Yo, big up to the chat. 8 people in the room. Yo, thank you for joining me again. I know it's usually earlier than later, innit? Usually I don't do a show this quick. I know. I'm just trying to step up my game, man. I'm trying to step up my game. But thank you for joining me. As you see, yo, you know what though? Before I even get into that, has anybody? I've been banging that Conway album like mad. Have you guys heard the Conway album? La Machina. Yo, I can't stop playing that album. I'm telling you, that album is crazy. Who's heard the Conway album? I know some of you have heard the Conway album. Don't tell me that you guys are sleeping on that Conway album. There's no way you are sleeping on that Conway album, because that Conway album is sick. I'm telling you. I can't stop playing it, man. I swear to God, I cannot stop playing it. But, yo, chat, biggest of it, Douglas Anderson. No, you ain't heard the Conway. Bruh, please, bro. Go, Conway the Machine, brother. Conway the Machine from Griselda. You need to go and listen to that album, man. Serious, that album is... Listen, Conway's from another planet, man. I swear to God, that guy. I thought Ransom's from another planet, but Conway, he's just from another quadrant. I'm telling you. If you guys ain't heard La Machina, please go and listen to that. It's actually free on YouTube to listen to. So go and listen to it, man. It's hip hop. But maybe most of my American family would know that. But listen, 17 people in the chat. Thank you for joining me. You know, it's always good to know that I'm growing and more people are coming into the room and listening to what I've got to say. So as you know, it's Big J escape to the Dominican Republic. As you can see, the title is called "Are Black Men Really Obsessed with Latino Women or obsessed with the African tradition that they carry on?" Now, my reasons for doing this is because when I started traveling to the Dominican Republic, you know, before I came here, I was just doing a lot of research on the country and stuff. I didn't know anything about Latina culture, nothing. I absolutely knew nothing, you know. I mean, I didn't even really barely pay attention. I didn't. I mean, Dominican Republic wasn't even on my radar, to be quite honest. Lenny, salute to you, bro. The Dominican Republic wasn't even on my radar. I mean, real talk, you know what I mean? I just didn't pay attention to it. You know, obviously, foreseen circumstances brought me to Dominican Republic. But, you know, as I, you know, kind of, you know, got more into, you know, finding out about Dominican Republic and stuff like that and the culture, you know, I came across a lot of YouTubers, ones that were talking out against African-American brothers and Black brothers traveling. And some that were just, I can't even say they're racist. I can't even say that. What I can say is that they're misguided and haven't got an education. And you guys are, what are you talking about, Big J? And like I said, this is not a slander on anybody. One of them is Arx Nathaniel. I mean, you all know that character. I mean, I know you guys hate his guts. If you don't know him, this is the brother. He's got, I don't know what his problem is, to be quite honest. I mean, I've listened to a few of his rants, and I understand somewhat of where he's coming from. You know, why travel, you know, when you got Black women in your country? Why don't you utilize what you got at home? You know, I understand what he's saying, but I think sometimes there's a danger in that message, you know, and I'm going to get to that danger of his message. I will get to that danger of message. Then I stumbled on this other guy. I believe that he's Dominican. I believe that he's Dominican. You know him as well. Chivo 123 or 321. You know, I think he left America quite a while ago. Hates black people. Totally despises them. I mean, he rather pay homage to Christopher Columbus, and he'd rather pay homage to this guy. You know, he's always talking about, you know, his motherland of Spain and stuff like that, and you know, he's not black and he wants nothing to do with it. And any dark-skinned Dominican that calls themselves Dominican is not Dominican, they're Haitian. But if you look at this guy, his lips are bigger than mine and his nose is bigger than mine. So, you know, I say I'll put that down to, yes, bless up Jamal Edwards, man. Respect, you know. I just put that down to stupidity and miseducation. Anyway, let's go back to this brother here, Ask Nathaniel. Let's go back to him before I even think. And this is no slander. Me and Nathaniel did have a few words, you know, maybe about a year and a half ago, something like that. And, you know, Ask Nathaniel's message is always black men, stay in America, utilize what you got, don't travel. And he also doesn't like mongerers, you know, men traveling for sex, even though he did himself. You know, that's basically his message. Now, the problem I have with that is, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to probably upset a lot of people. I've been to the Dominican Republic. I like to say I've traveled. I haven't been everywhere in the Dominican Republic, but I've been more places than others. And what I see in front of me is black people. That's what I see in front of me. I see black people in front of me. I don't see Dominicans. I don't see Latinos or Latinas. I see melanated people. I see people that I can identify with. Let me give an example. I'm going to give you an example. This is the dangers of what he says. So this is a friend of mine. She's from London. Grew up with her. She looks Dominican. She's black. Black to the bone. Okay? She's black to the bone. Now, I'm pretty sure in America, you guys have women that look like that. And they're black. Nothing Latino about them. Nothing, sorry, beg your pardon. Nothing Latina about them. They're black. Now, I've seen plenty of women that look like that in Dominican Republic. The dangers of when this dude here, he keeps on saying that Dominicans are not black. Now, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of Dominicans out there that's going to be like, I'm not black, I'm Dominican. And that's another thing. I understand Dominicans saying that they're Dominican. You ask a Jamaican where they're from, a Jamaican's going to tell you they're Jamaican. So I do understand a Dominican claiming their land, so they should. You know, I'm Dominican. But you have a few that blatantly don't want to admit that they're black. So my thing to ask Nathaniel is that the island is full of melanated people, brother. You know, they're full of people that look like African Americans. Totally. Here's a sister. What's her name? Amanda Negra or Negra Amanda. You guys know who she is. She's Dominican. She's Dominican, African woman. Here, I can't remember this sister's name. I did write it down. This sister won Miss Dominican Republic. I think it's like that pageant thing, Miss World or whatever it is. Black woman. Black woman. I'm sure you got loads of women in America and there's loads of women in London as well that look like that. And someone's just put 90% of the island look like that. I'm going to show you something else. Because I don't want to get in, this is not a dig on Nathaniel. The problem is, Nathaniel, us brothers, we don't travel to the island to necessarily find a woman that looks like this. You'll be hard pressed to find a woman. I'm not saying these women don't exist in Dominican Republic. I'm sure they do. I've seen, and I have seen women that look like that in Dominican Republic. But I have to say, honestly speaking, and I'm just keeping it 100, you're more likely to find a woman that look like that. More than likely. Big nose, big lips, caramello, negro hair. You're more likely to find it. I'll show you another thing. Let's go back to this woman. So this is what Nathaniel rants about, that we run to the Dominican Republic or other Latino countries to find. Now, at the end of the day, I understand everybody has their preference. You know, listen, I've got black friends that like Chinese women. They love China. They won't touch a black woman. They won't touch a white woman. They just go strictly for Chinese. And that's cool. You know, that's their prerogative. Everybody has their choice. Can't put that up. We're not going to show my missus's face, but that's my missus. Look at her hair. That ain't European hair. That is not European hair. That's my missus. That ain't European hair. It's not European hair at all. That's black hair. 100% black hair. Okay, so let's go back to this idiot here. This idiot wants to be European so bad. He wants, the reason why I'm touching on this now, fellas, because it's gonna take me, you'll see where I'm going with this. You're gonna see where I'm going with this. This idiot wants to be European so bad, but look at him. Is there anything European about this guy? Let me know. Anything European? He wants to be European so bad. Anything European about him? Please let me know. If I'm missing something, this guy's nose is bigger than mine. His lips are bigger than mine. Look at his hair. It's thick. Anything European about him? Everybody knows who that is. Shaggy. So people, you let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Tell me the difference between Shaggy right now, which is a Jamaican, it's from my country, to him. He calls himself white. You tell me. What's the difference? Let me go back. I'm going to keep on flicking the pictures. Just tell me the difference. If they were both walking down the road. Now, Shaggy can pass as a Dominican. Can do. What's the difference? No difference. Look at this other brother. You may, what's his name? Gary something. He was in CSI. His name Gary something. You at CSI, something like that. I know I don't know if he's mixed or, you know what I mean. But look at the brother's hair. Look at the brother's lips. Look at the brother's nose. Let's keep on going. So there's a big misconception about Africa. Picture's not showing. Africa, there's Africa. Everybody believes that everybody in Africa is dark skinned. Africa's a big continent. Look at all them countries. Look at all them countries. Everybody believes that everybody, when they say black, no. Black is not your skin. It's not your skin. Let's just show some African sisters. Let me show some African sisters. Oh, before I even go there, before I even show the African sisters, let's go back to this clown here, right? Let's go back to this clown here. And let me show you what a Spanish man looks like, because he wants to be Spanish so badly. I've been to Spain numerous of times. This is a Spanish man. That's a Spanish man. That's a Spanish man. White phenotype Spanish man. Does he resemble anything like them? He more looks like him. He more looks like him. Look, whose phenotype has he got? Has he got theirs? No. He's got his? Nope. He looks more like Nathaniel. He's got more phenotypes of a black man. Anyway, I'm being long-winded with this, but I'm going somewhere, people. I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. So back to this clown. He hates black people so much. So you guys tell me. You recognize that food? Anybody? Anybody recognize that food? Anybody recognize that food? Spanish food. Let me get rid of let me just block this user because we don't need people like that in here. Yo, Razor, thanks for the super chat, brother. Appreciate you. You just need to get rid of some idiots. No, that's Spanish food. Spanish food. That's Dominican food. That's Dominican food. Look at the food. Doesn't resemble nothing like his homeland food of Spain. Nothing. That's Dominican food. I like to call it slave food. That's Jamaican food. That's African food. So what food resembles? You tell me, what food does that resemble more? This? Or that? Or that? I mean, I don't know. Tell me. I'm just giving you evidence. I'm just giving you evidence. That's all I'm giving you. I'm giving you evidence. Anyway, let's get back onto the African sisters. Everybody's got a misconception. Oh, Africa. Oh, it's full of dark-skinned people. Okay. 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 Look at this beautiful sister here. She can pass as a Dominican, can't she? She can pass as a Dominican easily. And it's not even a thing about the shit on Dominican people, because I love Dominican people. She can pass. She can pass. She's from Ethiopia. That's an Ethiopian sister. African. This is a Dominican Miss World. Look at Miss World. This is a sister from Nigeria. That's a sister from Nigeria. So you can keep on telling me all you want that Dominican people are not black. Let me show you a Spanish white woman. That's a Spanish white woman. That's a Spanish white woman. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Christopher Columbus, rapist and murderer. Celebrate him. Look. Celebrate him. Got a big statue of him. What happened to these people? These are the native people. These are the Taínos. Why aren't they celebrated? Where's their statue? So, we're going to get to the nitty-gritty. And I'm going to debunk Nathaniel. Are black men are really obsessed with Latino women, or are we really obsessed with the ancient African culture that they practice today? Black men in America, black men in Europe, black men in England. We all know how the women get down. We're sick and tired of it. You know, you've listened to your Kevin Samuels. I'm not going to even get into all of that. We all know what we go through with our own sisters. I'm going to say, Nathaniel, you're full of rubbish. I don't believe that at all. All of my baby mothers are red bone. I repeat, all of my baby mothers are black and they're red bone. Another shade of black. Okay? Every single one of them. Right? That's my preference of black. Or that's my preference of shade of black, should I say. All of them. When I went to the Dominican Republic, I was not in no shape or form at all looking for someone like that. Now, that's a beautiful woman. Don't get me wrong. She's not ugly. But I wasn't looking for that. I'm going to finish with my rant. I'm going to bring on a long-term friend of mine to kick some knowledge. We met ages ago. Oh my God. This is when I moved up north and I was on a badness, you know, as you Americans call it, trapping or whatever you want to call it. But, you know, we met under them circumstances and, you know, we became good friends. Our mutual friend actually passed away. You know what I mean? So I'm going to bring him on, Starman Alpha. Yo, bro, welcome to the show, man.
Yo, fam.
Yo,
Hi.
you sound very low.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Okay. Yeah, fam.
The floor is yours.
Well, where do you want me to? Depends on where you want me to start, really. I mean,
Just go in, brother.
I heard, you know, a lot of what you said. But yeah, I mean, like, well, you know, just give me a lead and I'll just jump in from there.
Hey, I've said what I had to say, brother. Just, you know, this whole thing of, you know, you heard what I had to say, bro. I don't know if you were listening.
Oh yeah, I was, but I was also.
Well, there you go. So take the floor. Take the floor.
Yeah, I was also.
Take the floor. You know.
I was also trying to dig up some, you know, info just to back up certain things. But yeah, I heard what you said about the guy who thinks he's not African, and I was looking at him thinking, whoa, I mean, is one thing for you to think to yourself you're not African and that you're white. It's another thing what white people think about you. I mean, you could think you're white all you want, but if white people don't think you're white, I don't think you thinking you're white all you want is going to change anything. And bearing in mind, you know, some of them still hold on to that one drop rule. Doesn't matter how, you know, light your skin color is, but once there's a one drop of non-white blood in you, you know, they hardly consider you white. I mean, I'm not saying a lot of them are that extreme today, but you know, I mean, when I heard you saying that, I was thinking to myself, it's ironic how white people created whiteness to divide everyone else.
Yes.
But strangely, whiteness, they got stuck in whiteness itself, so much so that everyone else can mix, identify, and they're not thinking about what shade, what color, but when they start to mix, you know, they start, you know, it's like a trap. They just set, you know, that they've got caught in now. So, yeah, when I see, you know, people like that coming out with that kind of stuff, I don't know whether to say I kind of just pity them, because if only they knew what the so-called, you know, advocates of whiteness had in mind and about people like that, then, you know, maybe they might think more broadly. You know, I think people like that, they're just pandering to where they think the grass is greener. You know, regardless of, you know, their whatever relative position they're in. You know, I mean, even going back to history, you know, you remember the Europeans, when they at some stage interbred with the Africans so much during the slave trade, that they created mulatto races. Now, these mulatto races, some of them were in no doubt that, look, I'm not white, because a lot of the Europeans didn't treat them like they were white. But some of them pandered to the Europeans, like trying to be white. And the Europeans used those ones against everyone else. So, you know, it's not a new thing. It's just a classic case of loss of identity. You know. And, yeah, I mean, when you were talking about the guy who says brothers shouldn't travel,
Ask Nathaniel.
yeah, you know, on a humorous note, I just found myself thinking. I mean, back in the days, men moved around anyways. It was women that are stationary. That's why, if you want to trace the origins of different ethnic groups, you trace mitochondrial DNA. That's the DNA of the female, not the male. Because the females were largely, I'm not saying they didn't move around at all, but they were largely stationary. The men moved around doing their so-called conquering and dominating. I mean, you have to leave your city or your country to go conquer another country, which means kill off all the men there, then interbreed with the women. So, but today we can't quite do that. So we just travel, we just travel regardless. But yeah, that's just on a humorous side. But I mean, some people think that guys traveling is just purely for sex, and I think a lot of them also think that if they're just maybe especially for the there's a high traffic to the parts of the world that could be labeled as the Caribbean and the Latino part of that part of the world. And obviously I've heard it said before that a lot of brothers travel there because they're obsessed with Latino women and stuff. But to be honest,
Latina women.
Latina women. I mean, to be honest, I don't really buy that because I know brothers who've lived in China and they don't even touch black girl anymore. They just rant and rave about Chinese girl. Oh, they're the this, they're the best, they're the. I know brothers who've lived in just different places. Sweden. They rant about Swedish girls, this, that. I mean,
they're blonde and all of that. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, on the other hand, you get guys that complain about, but on the average, most of the times, when black guys, when we tend to go to all these different places and start intermingling with the females there, we tend to get carried away and start, cheerleading. Basically, just start cheerleading. Oh yeah, Chinese girls, Swedish girls, and so when I hear about we're obsessed with Latino women, that's just, to me, that sounds like nonsense because we seem to do that every other place we go.
Yeah.
And well, it's not as if we're doing. I mean, it's not as if we're doing that just mindlessly. I mean, yeah, there's some mindlessness in it, behind our actions, but there's also something prompting that mindlessness and. It's the pressure cooker society we live in. This capitalist society where everything's been commoditized, even your own happiness. Yeah. And then on the other hand, you also get a lot of our females who don't like brothers traveling for so-called sex. But on the other hand, it's the reason why. A lot of people say, oh yeah, we travel, we're obsessed with Latino women because maybe they do this, they look after us, or they cook, or they clean. It's not that our women don't do that. It's just, like I said, the pressures of living in a capitalist society where everything, including time and happiness, has been commoditized. And also, because we live in a capitalist society for some reason where, the only society where this new radical form of feminism exists. The feminism is also part of it.
Yeah, I agree.
The feminism is a big part of it, where
totally agree.
Instead of your woman now working with you, she's competing with you. And a lot of men, especially African brothers, as in, black, we don't want that. We're already at war. The last thing you want is you get home and there's another war waiting for you at home.
Talk to them.
Because when you even look at the traffic of the so-called black man obsessed with Latino women...
Latina.
Sorry, Latina. Sorry, bro. Sorry.
You're good, man. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
I mean, I'll probably make the mistake again, but
Yeah.
it's Freudian. Just count it
Yeah.
as
No, it's
Freudian.
that you have idiots listening right now. You know, I've got some trolls, and you have idiots listening right now that would take and twist what you say. So
Right,
yeah,
right,
but it's all
right.
good. It's all good.
Yeah.
They've got nothing better to do. But anyway, go on.
Yeah. What was I even saying? Yeah. I mean, when you even look at the traffic visiting all these Latina countries,
Yeah.
yeah, that's supposed to be these black brothers obsessed with Latino women, or Latina women.
Yeah.
Most of the traffic is from those parts of the world where this radical feminism is rife. And also their, hardcore capitalism. Those are the parts of the world where, the brothers are under pressure there. Bearing in mind that it's not just capitalism and feminism they have to deal with. They're also dealing with slavery and its legacy. So the brothers there are under pressure. I'm not saying the women are not under pressure as well. And in fact, this pressure seems to be leading the black men and the black women to a conflict.
Yeah.
And that's why, some of the brothers, when they go to the countries where all these pressures are of much more low tempo, where the women are still connected to, all those old, values, especially old African values, be they classified as Latina or whatever. But see, I mean, Latinas, is that even a race? It's not really. I mean, it's even most of those Latina countries. Just go do DNA testing. Yeah, they mishmash of different, phenotypes.
Tainos, Caribs, whites,
Blacks,
Negro, blacks,
So somewhere in there, the African woman and a lot of her values still lives on. Now, I'm not saying the African woman is the only woman that knows how to look after a man. And this is why I said I don't agree with that whole premise that, we're obsessed with Latina women. Because, like I said, if you go to China, you're going to find a Chinese girl that's going to be willing to just cook for you, wash, clean, everything. Just because you're novel to her. I mean, how many black men are there in China? And then, she has a bite. She likes it. She likes the whole novelty of it. Even if she was remotely feminist, she'll drop it. A lot of them will. A lot of feminists, when they want to settle down, they chill. They chill with that feminist stuff. And and that's just because, you can't hammer, you can't hammer such an extremist feminist view against a man who doesn't want to compete or even just fold to you. So the same. If any country you go to in this world, if you look well enough, you're gonna find women that's just gonna calm down and look after you if that's what you want, or if that's what they think is gonna make you happy. If you go to most African countries, that's how the women are. I mean, it's the women in Africa, it's just because of Christianity and Islam. That's why a lot of them are now resorting to feminism. But in ancient times, the concept of feminism was not even necessary. Thought less of even being thought of. The man looked after the woman as the woman looked after the man. And, it's like I said, it's just this whole feminism issue where it's like, and capitalism again. Well, it's like, everything you're doing for the woman, you're counting it like a commodity. Everything she's doing for you, she's counting it like a commodity. Even washing plates. Then you find yourself having arguments over washing plates. It's ridiculous. I mean, can you imagine? You come home every night, you argue about washing plates or where you left your socks. But then in your mind that the whole world is not like that.
Yeah.
There's places in the world where, to some women, it's not a big deal. You leaving your socks or wherever doesn't mean you're useless oaf or man or whatever. You know. So yeah, it's I mean, and I'm not saying that there's not women in the so-called capitalist, feminist, extremist world that don't look after their men. There are, but they're
This
just
few.
few and far between,
Yeah,
and they're also
definitely.
feeling the pressure. The reality is out here in what me and you call, what I'm sure a lot of people call the Matrix. It's a pressure cooker. It's a pressure
It is.
cooker, and I mean, if the women too were traveling to get some, I guess we won't really be having this conversation, or we'll be having a more even convoluted conversation. Well, unfortunately, it's not that straightforward for the women. It's just, out here in the West, you especially when you go to a Western university and then you feel you've attained a certain level of education as a woman, to a lot of them, looking down or looking towards the third world seems to them like looking down.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we all know how women choose mates. They prefer to look up, not down. So yeah, if women knew that they could go back to the so-called places like Africa and find what they consider or what they term as high caliber men based on their Western education or whatever, they would. And also there's also another misconception that all the black men just do it just for sex. Some of them find women are married. Dude, what if you go travel somewhere and you find a woman that's treated you better than no other woman wherever has treated you, or for whatever reasons, be it capitalism, feminism, why would you want to stop that? So so yeah, it's just
I
like
think
I
a
said,
lot. Yeah.
I don't think it's an obsession with Latin. It's just an attitude thing.
Yeah.
Like I said, if there was no tourist attraction in that part of the world, it would be happening somewhere else, and they'll be saying the same thing about those women. Oh yeah, they're the wrong. And I'm not saying this to try and disparage or take anything away from Latina women. To me, they are sisters. They're all cousins, to say it at least. They've got African blood in them. So and
I think my problem with that is when I said, when Arts Nathaniel, when he does speak on that. My thing is that when I've been to the Dominican Republic, all I see is sisters.
Exactly.
I see black women with flat nose and big lips and melanated, and their hair is black, isn't it? Negro.
You know what? And
that's what I don't understand. All the brothers are doing is just traveling to a black country where the women are just more laid back and got old school values.
I was gonna I was gonna say something before.
Yeah.
But then I thought, nah, I don't want to lean too much into the history. But but then maybe I should say it. When I was talking about mulattoes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you see.
Before you go, please, people, if you just stepped into the room, I'm not asking for no donations. I'm not asking for no cash app. However, if you want to send it, blessings, peace, love, and respect, please, just put the thumbs up. Come on, people, them. When you walk into the room, man, look, it don't cost nothing. Just smash the like button, people, please. Come on now. You know what I mean? Just smash the like button. All right, manners. Go on.
Yeah, you see, part of what fuels this myth that traveling to say a country like the Dominican Republic is traveling to a Latina country is because part of it is some of the Dominicans themselves who choose to claim, like the one you pulled up, who choose to claim that they are not black. So they're trying to create a paradigm where they are not seen as black. So a lot of other people buy into that and think we're actually going to Latina countries, not knowing that, come on, I mean, Dominican Republic was a slave camp way back in the day. So what are we on about? And we all know, at some point, the slaves even outnumbered the slave masters. That there was rebellions everywhere.
Yeah, Haiti helped
Yeah,
Dominican
you know.
Republic. Yeah.
So, you know, I mean,
But the joke is, if he was to go back to, if this clown was to go back to his motherland, Spain, the Spanish people will look at him and laugh at him.
That's what I'm saying. Before you
They
consider
will
yourself
laugh at him.
white, before you consider yourself white, think about what the white people will think about you
Say to
first.
you, yeah. If he ever went back to Spain, he will they will look at him and say, you ain't one of us. I'll tell you a story. My missus, I spoke to her grandma, right? Her abuela, right? Abuela's, Chique's complexion, right? Yeah. Rest in peace, Chique. And she was telling me, so I asked her, abuela, because she lived in Spain, and she's a proud Dominican woman, Dominican to the bone, I said, when you were living over there, she's like, what? She goes, yeah, they looked at me like shit. They treat me like shit. They call me every black name under the sun.
Yeah, yeah. See, what I was going to say about, considering yourself one ethnic group or the other without considering what that ethnic group actually considers you. And what I said about going a bit into history. It's like, remember the so-called Fulani?
Mm-hmm.
What is their origin? The origin of the Fulani, up until 1,000 years ago, those guys didn't exist anywhere on the planet. Mm-hmm. They were actually created by Arab slave masters who were all men, gang raping entire ethnic groups. All the women from entire ethnic groups, Berber groups and African groups. And one of those, from gang raping one of those groups, they, just like what the Europeans did with in creating the mulattoes, that was from gang raping all the black slaves that they were kidnapping. Mm-hmm. Those slaves had no choice in it. You had your slave master fucked you. Whoa, your slave master banged you, sorry. And you had a kid. Yeah, that's it, But then that slave master, just check the history. A lot of them went like, oh, okay, you've had a son for me now. Oh, yeah. He's a part of my family. Nah, your son as a slave woman was the next generation of slaves. Mm-hmm. And with the Fulani, what happened was, as the Arabs were gang raping this African ethnic group, this sub-Saharan African ethnic group, the offspring, obviously born into Islam, and Islam was a big criteria back then as to, who to enslave and who not to. If you were a Muslim, then they generally left you alone. So these offspring, they were born into Islam, but they were still born into a slave class. So what a lot of them tried to do was, until today, they still do it. If you ask a Fulani man, are you an African or are you an Arab? He will actually get upset that you consider him an African. Think about it. If your father is a slave master and your mom's a slave woman, whose ancestry are you going to claim? And this is what happens to a lot of them. Of course, you're going to claim your father's ancestry because you're hoping to get some of the privileges that come with that. But because your father is on top, he's the so-called dominant one. So that's why a lot of them do it. But then the irony is, just to show you how the Arabs regard the Fulani, a Fulani man can never, as long as there's an Arab alive, a Fulani man can never go to Saudi Arabia and call the prayer in the Kaaba. Never. They'll never let him. That's why I said, before you consider yourself one ethnic group, consider what that ethnic group actually considers. Just because you're a mix. I mean,
even with when I was speaking to my missus, she actually told me in school they worship this guy. They tell them in school great things what this guy done.
Yeah.
And I had to break down to her who this bastard is.
Yeah, it's just like the Fulani worship Muhammad. Muhammad is an Arab, but anything Muhammad said in the Quran, they're ready to do. So I'm not surprised it's part of the brainwashing. Remember that place was under the dominion of Spain. So of course, just like they try to sell you guys in Jamaica, say guys like William Wilberforce. and then try to sell
Well,
guys like
actually,
us.
believe it or not, in Jamaica,
Yeah.
you know, Jamaica was first occupied by the Spanish. It was the English that actually ran them out.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, they were
We would have been
fighting.
speaking Spanish.
That was just that was capitalism gone extreme.
Of course,
you know,
of course.
I mean,
of course.
see, a lot of people think that they're capitalists just because they live in a capitalist society.
Mm-hmm.
They don't realize that, look, if you don't have capital, real capital, you are not a capitalist. You are just a commodity in a capitalist society. I mean, if you doubt me, just go check your worth, the worth of your online presence. Why do you think all these companies are always selling your data? Well, just go check, even if there's any worth behind your birth certificate, if you think you're not just a commodity in a capitalist society. As long as you don't have capital, you're just you're just like a commodity in a giant monopoly game. You know? Yeah. So, yeah, it's just, you know, and you know, to part of why, see, a lot of people don't realize that capitalism is a zero-sum game. It's almost like a fiat currency. It's like a bubble waiting to burst. The only and when looking at history, I can't believe the capitalists have got away with it for this long. You know, just like how I can't believe that the so-called kings and emperors got away with what they got away with for so long. But the only reason why these forms of government, of organizing society, managed to get away with it for so long is brainwashing. And that is what characters like Christopher Columbus served to do, or Mohammed, or whoever they waved in front of us back then. Like, for you guys, I'm sure in Jamaica, they were telling you guys it was all about William Wilberforce. For us in Nigeria, they were telling us it was all about Lord Lugard. I mean, they even told us Lord. I mean, a lot of Nigerians still even call him Lord Lugard. Meanwhile, the guy was just a barbarian. The guy was just a savage idiot.
Yeah.
You know,
savages, pure savage.
You know, but there's been a lot of brainwashing. You know, it's just like almost all black people are being brainwashed with this white Jesus character. Not realizing that, you know, if you're worshipping a white God given to you by a white man, come on, it's a no-brainer. It's like it's like you're worshipping a white man. I mean, it's a no-brainer. And see, there's this saying that if you're praying to another person's God, that person's God will continue to bless that person more and more. That's why when you look at African countries who are more religious than even the countries that gave them those religions, they're all shitholes. They're all shitholes like Trump said they were. That Trump wasn't lying. They're all shitholes. But look at the countries that gave them those gods, who they are praying to. Those countries get better and better. In fact, the Africans are trying to leave their country to run to these countries that gave them these gods. You know. So
please, people, if you just walked into the room, please smash that like button. Class is in session. Please wipe your feet, smash that like button, manners and respect. So what I wanted to say...
I'll just round up. I'll tell you this. Okay, now, well, thanks to history again, evidence is coming out that Jesus certainly wasn't blonde with blue eyes.
No.
But then, if you go to almost every African home today, and I'm sure a lot of Caribbean homes, you see a blue-eyed blonde Jesus on the wall, hanging on the wall, a picture of him, with those 2 fingers up, and the other hand holding his heart or whatever, you know. And almost in fact, of virtually every Latino or Latina family, you will see that picture up.
Yeah.
You know, pointing up at a blue-eyed blonde Jesus. But now...
holding a Baphomet sign.
Yeah. So, but now, history is pointing that Jesus could never have been blue-eyed. What the... I mean, you know, like, really? The man could never have been blue-eyed. So okay, but then, he could be one of two. He could either have been black... or, well, one of three actually. It could either have been black or Semitic or a mix of the two. And I'll tell you this. The day categorical evidence comes out that Jesus wasn't white.
They've got the picture in the Vatican. They've got the
Well, but
picture
you know
in the Vatican.
You know the Vatican has been cagey about it. You know it's all
They've got the
hush,
picture
hush.
in there.
Yeah,
They've got
yeah,
the picture in there.
but the general white public doesn't know this. That's what I'm saying.
No, they don't. Okay,
No, what I'm saying is the categorical evidence comes out to the general white public that hold on, Jesus wasn't white. Christianity would die within 24 hours in the white world. Can you imagine white people who built their world on white supremacy suddenly having to turn around to now worship some black man? Or come on, I mean they could probably even handle a Semitic man, but if Jesus was black, Christianity is over. It's over. No, think about it. Like, can you imagine white people literally just changing that paradigm and start worshipping a black man suddenly after all the history of them thinking we're stupid, you know? So they now turn around and start worshipping those stupid people they used to enslave. Come on, it's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. Christianity is already dying. That would just kill it off within 24 hours even. That would be probably the most viral evidence video ever. Like, it will go so viral, people won't believe it. You know.
So there's this. I had a conversation. I mean, as I said, my missus, she's Dominican.
Yeah.
You know, she's proud to be black. You know, she and her family. You know, her family have got. They're different shades. You know, in her family, they know who they are, and they're proud of their roots. They're proud of their African roots.
Yeah.
But her education in terms of black culture, not even say the black culture, wrong word, of the word black was very shaded. Because she would say things like, oh, my auntie, she's negra, but my mum's maroon.
Right.
So she's been put into that. And I remember her daughter saying, I said, what colour is your mum? She said, my mum's white. So this is the teachings, and it's not just Dominican people. You know, we have that problem in Jamaica as well. We have that problem in the Caribbean. You know what I mean? I'm not just going to just point the finger at Dominican Republic. You know, it's all over. I had to explain to her and show her pictures that everybody in Africa is not jet black. There's people in Africa that are lighter than you. You go to the South Africans, they're light. You go, you go all over Africa. They're light skinned black people.
Yeah.
And when I started showing her pictures, she was shocked. She was like, oh my God. Like, she just didn't know. Everybody just thinks everybody from Africa, you know, look like they got the West African phenotype. Like, okay, so next door you got Haiti, next door to the Dominican Republic, and you know, you hear some Dominicans say, "Oh, you look Haitian." That's an insult. You know, I've had women tell me I look Haitian. I'm like, thank you very much. For me, that's a compliment that I look Haitian because I'm a warrior. Haiti helped Jamaica in the fight, so that's a compliment to me. But over there, it's an insult. Oh, you're a Haitian, that phenotype. Oh, they're ugly. And I'm like, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, because the French, they were more or less into the raping, where the Spanish, a product of rape. Yeah, that's a product of rape. The French weren't doing much raping. They were more or less killing, and they were just more or less just taking, you know, the natural resources out and
the French raped. Fuck it, the French.
Yeah, they
Those
took the
guys,
piss.
Oh, they raped as well. In fact, the people that did the least raping was the British.
Yeah,
with their nose up in the air.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you know. Yeah.
They took that their monkeys thing more seriously than everyone else. They were not hypocritical about it. Everyone else was hypocritical about it.
Yeah, of course.
They're monkeys, but you still fuck with them. You know.
So you're still having sex with them, exactly, and raping them, exactly.
But the British took it seriously. You know, I mean, they still did, but you know, like it was hush hush.
Oh yeah, there was one or two. Yeah, there was one or two that, but it was prevalent in the Dominican Republic, definitely. You know what I mean? Other Latino countries.
Come on, see, look, the Spanish were probably just as bad as the French. In fact, I saw a documentary the other day. Almost every family in Mexico has black DNA in their bloodline, but they don't talk about it. They just don't. Because they had slaves too. It wasn't just the British that were bringing slaves to the Americas. There were slaves there too, and they were banging these slaves left, right, center, and not like it was nothing. But it's just that obviously because Mexico is a big country, there was far more Spanish there than in Dominica, so the black slave population's DNA couldn't overwhelm the Mexicans like it did to the degree it did in Dominican Republic. Yeah, Dominican Republic wasn't meant to be. It was just a slave camp to make money. So it wasn't about
like
populating
Jamaica,
the place.
just like all the other Caribbean islands.
It was just
of course.
exactly. It was just bring the slaves in en masse, work them to maximum profit and death if that's what it takes to get maximum profit.
Kill off the Taino Indians and all the native people.
Well, because those ones were just somehow not baking to slavery.
No. So they had to wipe them out.
I mean, come on. The hardest place to break anyone into slavery is on his land. So those guys, they used to try and break those guys into slavery, and those guys just zone out on them and burn themselves or something. So they realized we can't break these guys. Fuck it. And then I can't remember his name. I think it was a German that came up with the idea of kidnapping Africans, taking them to a different land, and worked out the entire plot of how to break a slave.
So the whole go on.
No, Karen.
Yeah, just the whole misconception. The whole misconception that everybody in Africa's got a West African phenotype. I mean, you got different shades of black in Africa. You've got Africans that look like Dominicans. Clean. You've seen them, it just baffles me. It really does baffle me why. And this is not all Dominicans. Because there are some Dominicans that identify with their Africanness. A lot of Latino countries that have, the people identify with their Africanness. It's just idiots like that guy. You just think, what are you on? Are you not looking in the mirror? What do you see when you look in the mirror?
Can I share a screen? Because I think
I don't know how to do it, bro. Do you know how to do it? Because I have no clue. I'm terrible at that crap. I have no clue, brother.
Okay, I think so. Let me see.
Or do I have to do it? I don't know. I'm terrible at that.
Okay.
There you go. Ethiopian chicas definitely look Dominican, of course, Tony. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just skipping. Yeah, do you know how to do it?
Yeah, I think I've done it now. Am I doing? Can you see a map I've put up?
I can't see anything, brother.
Okay, it says StreamYard.com is sharing a window. So.
Do I have to? Oh God. Oh.
Can you see the map? Hello?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, what you were talking earlier about, people thinking, all Africans are black, and a lot of that also has to do with, white supremacists and all the propaganda.
You're very low. You have to talk up, my brother.
Can you hear me still?
Yes, that's a lot better, please.
Okay. Yeah, what you were saying before about, the confusion about Africans, being black, like maybe West Africans. Yeah, clearly West Africans are the most popular Africans. Not that they wanted to be, but just because of that whole slavery episode. They're the most popular Africans for good and bad reasons. Also, not just for the whole slavery episode, but just because of our achievements in sports, the fastest man, all that stuff, But and because of this, and because of all the white supremacist propaganda that if you listen to too much white supremacist propaganda, you think Africa was just one country. Indeed, a lot of people actually think Africa is just one country.
Yeah,
so
Don't
a
realise
lot of
that it's a
people think
continent.
exactly. A lot of people think it's just the same type of people in Africa, and then when they look at the most popular type of Africans who look like West Africans, they think that's how we all are. And also, like I said, like I was saying about white supremacist propaganda that fed into all this. It all started when the Western Europeans ended slavery, but they were trying to use propaganda to hide their crimes. And they began to tell Africans probably if not the greatest, but the second greatest lie ever told to Africans. And this lie is simple enough. And in fact, if you hear it on its own, you actually fall for it. You believe it. And that's part of why Africans are still very confused today. This lie says, you are all Africans. You are all one. And that's why a lot of people believe Africa is one country and it's just, populated by the same people. But the reason why this lie is very effective is because the first lie that it actually came up to support, it was created to support, is that it's like when Europeans tell us that about slavery and tell us that your ancestors sold each other. That was probably the greatest lie ever told to a black man, that his ancestors sold each other, because that suddenly began to make it look like it wasn't their fault, it was our fault. But that's not true, because if you really look at the history and critically begin to understand that there's actually different types of Africans, you'll understand why it's not true, why it was actually a lie, why they were just pure gaslighting us, trying to get the victim to blame himself and to absolve themselves of that crime, because they were trying to avoid probably the greatest lawsuit in human history. Because I tell you, if Africans and black people realize what has really happened to them, the lawsuit will collapse all these countries.
But my brother, I have to disagree with you, because if we look at the Moors, what did the Moors do?
Well, you see, there's also a misconception that the Moors are a black civilization, and you see this. You see, there's this black people. We have this obsession with trying to prove that we too had kings, we too had civilizations, as if kings and the sort of what has been sold to us as civilization is actually a good thing.
Right.
No. See, the very concept of kingship to me is a very backward thing. It's a barbaric thing. It's akin to just having a mob with a strong man running it. That's it. A strong man pointing and thinking for the mob. That's it. So when I see Africans trying to claim Moorish society, it pains me, because the funny thing is, these Africans trying to claim Moorish society, a lot of them are from the Americas, not realizing that it was these Moors that sold you into slavery. Now, yes, there was a lot of blacks amongst the Moors, but before, there was the Moorish society it needs to be studied properly to be understood. There was nothing. There was a Mauritania that existed during Roman times, long before Islam. Now, these Mauritanians.
Let me just stop you there, bro. John Singleton said the Nigerians sold slaves its own people. Read My Nigerian Father and Slave Trader.
I wish I got $1 every time I got presented that particular my Nigerian slave trading grandfather. If I got $1 or $10 every time I got presented that as evidence that Nigerians sold their own people, I'll be in a good 100K by now. Pounds. and no disrespect to the brother, but this is part of that propaganda narrative that has been pushed for long enough. I mean, when you scour the history books, especially from the tribe where that guy that claims his great grandfather sold slaves, there's only two pieces of evidence, and those pieces of evidence are just singular, individual pieces of evidence. And it's not even first-hand account. It's hand down. My great-great-grandfather. And then my grandfather told his father, and then his father told my father, and my father told me. Yeah? But then when you even calculate the timeline when this was happening, even these two pieces of evidence, because one of them is there's this woman, Patricia Umubani. There's another guy that makes the same claim. When you trace the time when their so-called great-grandfathers could have been selling slaves, it was around the time the so-called British, decided to stop slave trade and claimed they abolished the slave trade. But when you put the real history in context from the beginning of not just the Atlantic slave trade, but the trans-Saharan slave trade, the Arabs, when the Arabs first came into Africa and started conquering and enslaving, you realize it was actually the Moors, from where the Fulani came, from where the Tuareg came, that came into Nigeria and was slave raiding those places. In fact, it was the Arabs that first destroyed any form of real hierarchical West African civilization, which was known as Ghana. And these people, now, like I said, I pulled up some maps. The map I pulled up, anyone who's looking at it, this map is very important in understanding different ethnic groups, and especially to do with their skin colors. Now, the regions that have the darkest color indicate where you have the hottest temperature. And if you look, that's just bordering the Sahara. Yeah? Now, I'm going to pull up another map quickly. I don't know if I can. Okay, yeah. Right, okay. Or even this, better. This is simpler. Now, if you look at those darkest regions from the other place, it corresponds with the orange parts in this map I've just pulled out. Yeah? Now, also consider the purple region, and then mark it against the where the purple region is, at the west southernmost tip of Africa. Yeah, that's also a light patch compared to the dark, second darkest patch. Now, back to the darkest patch. Yeah. Now, this darkest patch is actually the region of the planet that's exposed to the most UV radiation, sunlight, and all that. So it's one of the hottest parts of the planet. And when you look, that's where you find the darkest, blackest skin Africans. These Africans are, going back to this map, are called the Nilo-Saharan people. The parts of this map in orange. This westernmost part, the ones in West Africa, just above the yellow, they are a younger branch of the older ones in East Africa, the Nilo-Saharans. The ones in West Africa are called the Chadic people. They're very black as well. But one of the main differences between them and their eastern cousins is that their eastern cousins tend to be very tall and very lanky. The ones in West Africa tend not to be as tall, but a bit more stocky build. Yeah? Now, this map basically shows you the different types of Africans. From this map, it looks like there's 5 types of Africans, but ignore the ones in blue. They are not indigenous. They are not Aboriginal Africans. They've not always been on the African continent. They came in from Asia Minor, today Saudi Arabia. As the Sahara drove the original people today as sub-Saharan Africans downwards. They came in and occupied the space. But the original African groups in this map are the ones in purple, the Khoisan, the ones in yellow, the Niger Congo people, or some people call them Negroids, some people call them Bantoids, and then the Nilo-Saharan. There's a fourth group, but that group is missing. They're only missing because they're almost extinct today. Those are the pygmies. Now, the ones in yellow.
The pygmies were from South Africa, right? Is that right?
They're in Central Africa, where Congo
in Central
is today.
Africa, okay.
Central Africa, yeah, but they've almost gone extinct now because of colonization, modernizing, industrial, and all that stuff. They live in the forest regions, in the thick forest regions. Now, the West Africans, the original Niger Congo people, lived in the forest region of West Africa. But just like the Nilo-Saharans of East Africa spawned a younger breed who became the Chadic people, the Niger Congo people spawned the people from the yellow part to the rest of Africa, Central and South, the Bantu people. So the Bantus and the Niger Congo people, they are related. Now, the Khoisan people in South Africa, these are those, I'm sure they used to call them Bushmen before. Those people that talk with clicks, like, when
like the Twa people,
Yeah. Now, those Khoisan people, they are the oldest humans on the planet. No one is older than them. The second oldest humans on the planet are the pygmies, the ones that have almost gone extinct now. The third oldest people on the planet are West Africans. Me, you, and all our brothers in America, Caribbean, Brazil. They are the second oldest people on the planet, followed by the Nilo-Saharans. Now, the Nilo-Sahara, actually, I think the Nilo-Saharans are the fourth, because the Nilo-Saharans spawned from the original Ethiopian group, even though that group today has been so mixed by Afro-Asiatic groups, European groups, Mongoloid groups from India. They're so mixed up now that the Ethiopian you have today is not the original Ethiopian phenotype. But the original Ethiopian phenotype was the first of all the modern humans to make it out of Africa and colonize the entire planet. This piece of information is very important to understand, especially for black people or anyone studying Africa, because it's important to understand that there's different types of Africans. And if you understand this, you will understand why slavery was happening in Africa. It wasn't our ancestors kidnapping and selling each other. No, it was some people in Africa, the Afro-Asiatics, who are not Aboriginal. They are indigenous today, yes, because they've been on that part of Africa for about 7,000 years now. When Islam came in from the north, they took to Islam and started slave raiding everyone, kidnapping, slave raiding, raping, pillaging the rest of us. The Europeans only came in 700 years after the Arabs started it and just made things worse. But it wasn't the Europeans that started it even. But the Europeans just made things worse and just followed the same model that the Arabs were using. But yeah, those Arabs, they're. But then these so-called Afro-Asiatics, and this is why when I also see people shouting, "Oh, one Africa, Pan-Africanism, one Africa," I think to myself, can't you guys see Pan-Africanism hasn't worked for 60 years? Can't you just ask why? You know, we've been doing Pan-Africanism for 60 years with North Africans who not only not consider themselves Africans because they consider themselves Arabs, but they are phenotypically classified as Caucasoid. So, I mean, so it's almost as if the enemy was at the table, but we don't know. You know, that's why it was so easy for them to slave raid and enslave us. Because they see, these people, they don't have unbroken history like us. They've always known their history. They know they're different. They know they're outside. I mean, when you look at the history of Egypt, it's important to note that
No, let's get the right word. Kemet, bro.
Kemet. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously because
Blackland.
a lot of people still don't. Yeah, they're not.
Yeah.
But when you look at the history of Kemet, it's important to note that Kemet fought barely up to 5 wars into Africa. Most of their wars were outside Africa. Babylonians, Assyrians, Persians, Egyptians, Alexander.
And Nubia's not even spoken about. Nubia's never spoken about.
See, the only times the Egyptians had qualms with... and it's also important to look at the way Africans made war even. Compared to the way Caucasoids and Mongoloids made war. It's very different. The Africoids, it's like when you look at the Zulus before Chaka. Warfare for the Zulus was, okay, you line up your men on this side of the hill. We line up our men on this side of the hill.
We taught the Romans to fight.
Well, and then we just hurl insults at each other. At the end of the day, the more insulted group loses and everybody goes home. And concessions are made. It wasn't about killing. These people had a sense of preservation. That's why war wasn't about killing for them. Chaka, the only reason Chaka went violent was because I think Chaka could see what the influence of the Arabs was doing. He could see that these Arabs were their warfare was different. He was trying to galvanize the South African groups. Like, look, warfare is not a joke thing. But propaganda tries to make him out like he's a savage. But come on, as if what the other people that came were doing wasn't savage. And like I said, it's important to note the kind of wars that were fought in Africa and compared to the wars that were fought outside Africa. Like I said, the people of Kemet hardly made wars into Africa. The few times they made war was against Kush. And when you look at those wars, okay, like when Kush invaded Egypt, it was to restore what they thought was corrupted Egyptian culture. Because the Egyptians had been invaded by foreigners.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Then when they made the war, it wasn't genocide. They didn't go there killing like left, right, center. As soon as they cleared out the foreigners, they literally packed up and left. Put the Egyptians back in power. It wasn't even about colonizing. The only people, apart from the Kushites, the Egyptians fought in African soil was the Libyans, who were the first Asiatic people and with European mixing, with European admixture from across the Mediterranean, that lived in today's Libya, Algeria, that region. The Egyptians tolerated them for a long time until they started eyeing the Egyptian riches and decided to invade. In fact, they ruled Egypt for about 100 years. Until the Egyptians kicked them out. But still, didn't genocide them. Just let them be after kicking them out. But then when you look at history of, wars, especially outside Africa, they're all from Genghis. Nobody else was more genocidal than Genghis Khan. Muhammad and his generals, those guys were genocidal. The Alexander the Great. Those guys, they after wiping out all your soldiers, they took all your women and just inseminated all of them. Come on, that's genocide. Genocide is not just killing all the men. Changing the entire group, the entire DNA with your penis. That's genocide. We didn't have this kind of warfare in Africa until the Arabs came. And then the Fulani, who are trying to doing dancing monkey for the Arabs. Look, we're so Mohammedan. Oh, we're hardcore. We'll kill everybody for you guys. They are the most genocidal group in Africa today. They are the problem in Africa. They are the enemies within. They are one of the biggest problems in Africa today. When you look at all the wars going on in Africa today, especially across the Sahel region, from Somalia, Kenya, this is, it sounds ridiculous.
Look in your private chat, bro.
From Somalia,
bro. Look in your private chat.
Okay. Let me hide this share.
Yeah. I've already took. Yeah, you're sharing screen up. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. When you look at all the wars going on, across that Sahel region, which spans from West Africa to East Africa. From Somalia, Kenya, Sudan, Central African Republic, Chad, Niger, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Mali, all of them, they've got Fulanis are involved. But it's I don't. Sometimes I think about them and I think, I mean, is this just the case that they are lost? They're so wrapped up in that trying to be Arab that they don't even realize Arabs don't consider them.
Look in your private chat.
Yeah. I know. I've seen. They don't realize that Arabs don't even consider them on the same level. Which, like we've been talking about earlier today, afflicts those of us in the Western Hemisphere who are trying to pander to our Western European admixture. So, yeah.
I don't know. I just find, I mean, look, man, you dropped some knowledge there, bro. You know what I mean? I definitely have to bring you back because there's so much to talk about in terms of, black history, black culture, our history, because there's a lot of brothers that don't know. They might feel that they know. I mean, I'm sure there's brothers out there that watch Sarnetta and, watch Brother Jabari, you have Brother Garfield out there, and these brothers are very knowledgeable. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not knowledgeable like them brothers. I mean, I do watch Sarnetta and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I like to chime in, but I just feel, looking at it from the traveling community, I mean, me being a YouTuber myself and visiting beautiful countries like the Dominican Republic, having a Dominican lady and seeing both sides of the coin, because you've seen that I've attacked, but I went at this Chibo idiot and this Arks Nathaniel guy, and I think this Arts Nathaniel guy, I just think that he needs to look at first of all, Arts Nathaniel, he does dick watch too much. This guy is like, I don't know, maybe he does it for living. I don't know. I just feel that he dick watches way too much. But I feel that what he's misunderstanding is that these black brothers that are traveling, they're just going over to that. They're just taking a flight to a country with melanated people, because the women are just much more calmer. The black women over there are much more calmer. It's not like they're traveling to an island that, the women look totally, completely different. No, because if you look at the majority of Dominican women anyway, you can get them in America. I look at them as light-skinned black women. That's how I see them.
Yeah, exactly. And if Africa was more stable, a lot of brothers would travel back to Africa.
We travel, yeah, of course. I
that's
agree.
not saying it's for...
But we even have that argument. You have a lot of race baiters.
Yeah.
Why don't you go back to Africa? Why don't you go back to Africa? I'm like, but this is a black country. Like,
yeah, exactly.
It's a black country.
I want to go to Dominican Republic. Not, not because of, some tourism adventure thing. No. But, when I say Dominican Republic, I don't even just mean, I want to go to that island. The two places. But if for anything, the history. To me, Haiti was the first independent black nation.
Yes.
And why I like to explore the two places is to understand why one fully identifies with their African roots unashamedly, while the other struggles with it.
Haiti very much does. Haiti very much does identify with their African. I had to, like I said, shout out to my lady. I know she's watching. And I said she's proud to be black. She's more than proud to be black.
Yeah.
I had to explain also to her voodoo, because she thought, voodoo's evil. I said, no, voodoo's an old African ancient tradition.
Yeah.
No, and when I broke down, because love, when you go into a church and you see Jesus hang, think about it, yeah? When you're in church, here's the body of Christ, here's the blood of Christ. When I broke that down to her, it's like human sacrifice. She was like, I understand. It's me. Yeah, think about that logically. Think about that. Receive the body of Christ or eat the whatever they say and drink the blood of Christ. Yeah. Voodoo, they sacrifice the chicken. Yeah, but go on.
I'll tell you something just to add to what you said about you know how people think voodoo is evil and somehow Christianity is, or even Islam is sanitized. You know, well, but let me even just focus on Christianity because that's what
Christianity. Yeah.
I remember when my mom passed and I had to write because my mom's from the Igbo tribe in Nigeria.
Okay, right.
So I had to write I had to write like a pamphlet, but in
you have
Igbo.
To talk up a little bit, bro.
Okay.
Just come close, yes, sir.
Okay, I had to write like a pamphlet, but in Igbo for the church service.
Right.
And I remember when I was writing, you know all the scriptures from the Bible and all the, at the 11th hour or all that Bible stuff, and then the Holy Spirit, but translating it in my language, it sounded occultic, bruv. Talking about dead bodies, spirits, anointed, and I'm thinking, jeez, man, this sounds occultic. In English, you can take it, face value, word for word English.
Yeah.
But in my language, it sounded so occultic. Like, man.
Oh, shit.
So yeah, a lot of people think, somehow Jesus is something different from human sacrifice. But come on, even the Bible tells you, he sacrificed himself. But somehow, it's just that whole propaganda of, painting everything African as just, just bad, wrong, evil. So suddenly voodoo now. And the history of voodoo, or so-called, the voodoo or juju or whatever, has been, the propaganda has been too much. From child sacrifice, I don't know if you guys studied in history about a woman called Mary Slessor, that she came to Nigeria to stop the killing of twins.
Okay.
And a lot of Nigerians actually buy that story. Like some white woman came to Nigeria. While she was there, she saw that, Nigerians had some voodoo fetish thing about twins and it was a bad omen. So as soon as you had twins, you killed them. And then she fought and somehow got, the southern Nigerians to stop killing twins, which is absolute cuckoo. Hey, see, there's a part of...
Just like Black Panther where they had, the great white hope helping them.
Well, yeah, and then they were supposed to be violent as well. Can you imagine? But then check this out. Check this out for a culture that kills twins. Now, if anyone knew anything about genetics, you quickly realize that if you keep killing all your twins and it became a tradition, meaning that you've now killed twins for generations and generations and generations, yeah. Very soon you kill off that gene for twins. You will still probably have twins, but they will become very few, far and rare between. Nature has a way of adjusting to just survive, just to keep life abundant. So if twins led to 2 lives being snuffed out, nature will adjust itself.
Yo, blessings, sis. Yo, Soul Kayla, blessings, sis, blessings.
But then it just so happens that the twin capital of the world, that the part of the world where that gives rise to the highest rate of birth of twins is in southwestern Nigeria. Can you imagine? That's why, it's important for us to, study this stuff just so that, because when you get caught up in whitewashed history, you almost don't know yourself. You end up actually thinking you're bad. You end up, instead of being the victim, you blame yourself. And that's what happens. I mean, come on. I mean, we're even talking about people with white blood in them. How about coons?
But you know, okay, so there's this thing. I mean, okay, so basically, people are gonna watch this and they're gonna think, you know, look, all I've done is attack Dominican people, and I've said, look, this is not just a Dominican thing. This is, you know, I hear even African American brothers talk about, I'm a foundational Black American. And I'm like,
that's why I
okay.
mentioned coons. There's some black people that think they're white.
I'm like, what's that? I'm like,
so this is not an attack on Dominicans.
Listen, I had.
There's black people that think they're white, like literally.
I had a brother tell me that he's some Cherokee, something or another, Muskogee Indian. I don't know, some Muskogee Indian. I'm like, okay. I'm like, oh, there's some that believe that they was there, and that the white man lied to them, that they didn't, their ancestors didn't come over as slaves. They were there. What do you say to that?
Yeah, the Nijis. I think they call them Nijis.
What do you say to that?
I mean, see. Earlier in this program, I mentioned that part of why.
Hold on, before you go, brother.
Yeah.
Before you go, sorry, manners. People, please, if you've just stepped into the room, please just smash the like button. That's all I ask. Just smash the like button. Please smash the like button. Thank you. We're going to get onto that. Brother, I don't care. It's nothing to do with me. And I've got no say on that whatsoever. Those who want to take care of that, take care of that. I've said my piece on that, and that's that. Yes, blessings, brother. That's right. Too right. Before you go, Starman, Johnson says, brother, we are foundational Black American. We were here on the Americas. Okay.
I mean, that's the thing, you know, when you start talking about history, people are always going to throw questions. Foundational Black Americans. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't some black people in the Americas, but from what I can see, it's not like they were all over the place. No, they were in small parts of the place. And most of these black people were from the Chadic stock. Now, most of the people that eventually got taken into slavery are from the Bantu and Negro stock. That's the West African and Central African stock. Initially, a lot of Chadic stock, a lot of Chadic people got taken into slavery, but initially to the Arabia, into Saudi Arabia and all the Arab Empire regions. But eventually, even they converted to Islam. That's why immediately after Ghana collapsed, the next empire that rose in the place of Ghana was Muslim, Mali, the Mali Empire. And the Muslims had this edict of brotherhood where Muslims didn't enslave Muslims. So eventually the Muslims stopped enslaving the Chadic peoples. Eventually, some of the Negroes realized what was going on, tried to convert to Islam, but the Muslims refused to accept their Islam because the Muslims realized that if we let everybody convert to Islam, there'll be nobody else to enslave and there'll be nobody to charge jizya tax. So they won't let the Negroes. So most of the people that got taken into slavery into the Americas were Negroes. Now, I don't know if some of those original Chadic stock from what was probably the Mali Empire and then followed by the what was probably originally from the Ghana Empire, which is not where the Ghana of today is. No, it's more where Mali is today. So those they made it to America. The Mali Empire made it to America. Now I don't know if their descendants survived. But from what the history books say, there wasn't a lot of them that, made it there. Yes, they did. I've seen some bits where it seemed like they actually did live with and to some degree even interbreed with the Mongoloid, with the Native Americans. Let me not get too deep in classification.
Oh no!
But yeah.
Oh no!
What's that?
Bro, you've just gone and done it now. You've just gone and done it. You just gone- All I'm gonna say is Moors, 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 Moors.
You see, Africans or black people, especially Negroes, we need
Those
to
Moors were
realize
American Indian
we need to
called
realize
indigo.
the Moors took us into slavery, and I mean, most of there's no Bantu Moors. There's no most of the Moors are Chadic people. There's hardly, and if you find Niger Congo DNA in any Moorish line, it was probably from those they enslaved. Remember, these people were mass raping the people they were enslaving. So sometimes another thing that confuses us is, when we do all these DNA tests and then we see Fulani in there and we think, oh, well, I'm Fulani, especially those of us in America. No, that just means the Fulani were raping you someone from your mom's down the line's lineage. That's what it means. No disrespect. No, absolutely. But that's just what it means. Because there's actually historical evidence that a lot of the Fulanis that were accidentally taken into slavery, when they were discovered that they were actually Fulanis, they were released. Fulanis are just Moors. Fulanis were the slaves under the Moorish Empire. One of the groups of slaves. When the Moorish Empire declined, the Fulanis kind of broke free, started doing their own thing. But they were still loyal to that region, to the Moroccans. If you think of yourself as an African and you think that you're all one, which includes the North Africans and by extension the Moors, I'm sorry, but in a way, you're confusing the problem. But if you think of yourself as an African, either in diaspora or in Africa, but you realize that you're actually today limited to those of sub-Saharan African stock, excluding those in North Africa and by extension the Moors. This is a big part of realizing the full picture. A lot of Africans seem to just want to associate themselves to Moors because the Moors civilized Europe. Yeah, we civilized Europe. No. Look, you don't have to prove anything to the Europeans. You don't have to. See, and this is because a lot of us don't even know our history. I keep saying this. Some people take offense to it. See, if you knew any history, you realize that before any European, before any white-skinned human who only first appeared on the planet 15,000 years ago, black-skinned people had been on the planet for 205 years longer than them. We were everywhere and we were civilized. We had a system of government more civilized than anything in existence today. This is why I have no respect for capitalism. I've had arguments about some people claim, capitalism has increased the world's living standards. When I have this argument with white people, I tell them, yes, for you white people, but not for me, the African. You guys have pushed my living standards back.
Let's answer some of these questions. Because there's people that have got...
Basically, what I'm saying is we Africans, we had a republican system. No kings. Try and think about this. A society with no kings, but there was still order. No army, no police, no prison. Nah, you have to be civilized to have that kind of society. You not just civilized, but civilized to the height to have this kind of society. So, trying to attach yourself some people think conquering means that you're some sort of civilization. No, conquering is barbaric. Conquering is savagery. If you think that by conquering, which means you look at yourselves, you got guns, the other people don't have guns, you think to yourself, they ain't got guns. Yeah, we can go in and steal their shit and conquer them.
Bro, we need to answer some of these questions, bro. Sorry, I have to cut your wisdom. We have to answer some of these questions because there are people with questions. What about Mansa Musa? Is this before or after the Muslim history? Sorry if I talked about this earlier.
He was after the Muslim history.
Right.
Yeah, he was still after he was one of the kings of Mali. But
Right.
the Ghana Empire existed before the Muslims came
Remember,
in.
please keep. You have to keep it short, brother, because there's
Yeah,
a lot of
yeah,
people with
yeah.
questions, right? Okay.
The Ghana Empire existed before the Muslims came in.
Mm-hmm.
It existed just as the Muslims arrived. I think they saw what was going on in the north. They set up the
Yeah.
Ghana Empire to deal with the Muslims. They even had Muslim quarters in the Ghana Empire. They refused to take on Islam. But eventually, the Muslims just overwhelmed them and destroyed the place. And then a new empire rose out of that, which was now Islamic, which was the Mali Empire, which eventually became Songhai. Yeah. So, yeah. Mansa Musa was a Muslim from the Ghana Empire.
Right.
Yeah.
And Bello Jean said the same people that accuse you of being obsessed with Dominicans are the same ones that consider Beyonce a black woman. Average Dominicana is dark than Beyonce and Steph Curry. Obviously, there's people saying change the subject, but they didn't. Obviously, you didn't see the thumbnail of what it's about. Brother, watch Hidden Colors 3 through 5. Rolis says, I choose not to debate on but speculate opinion. Fair enough. John Sigurd said, we fought over here in the Americas. Harriet Tubman, Nat Turner, etc. Corder Douglas says, research. And John Singleton says, we don't care for Moors. We are foundational black Americans. We still fighting in America, and Africa is given the land and power to China. Argue that.
We are foundational. We're still fighting in America, and Africa is giving the land and power to China. I mean, there's no real short answer to that. I mean, I don't know how much time you got left, but
we got short time, but we definitely can bring you back because and John Singleton, it'd be good to, you know what I mean, because definitely I'm going to bring Starman back, so it'd be good to actually have you on a panel because at the end of the day, the points that you're making listen, is valid. The points that you're making is valid. You do have a voice, John Singleton, listen to what I'm saying to you. Listen, this is my panel. Yes, it is. There's no disrespect whatsoever. Starman obviously has done his research. Now, obviously, I can see you're a man that has done your research too. So what I'm saying to you is that I welcome you at any time to, in the future to come and join the panel and put your argument across. He doesn't agree with you. It's two brothers that have two different views, and that's what makes a good debate. I would never say that you haven't got a point. I mean, me and this brother, that's on the panel, we've gone at it. We've gone at it till 4 a.m. arguing over shit. Everything that he says, I don't agree with him. Everything I say, I don't agree with him. But obviously this is about, as it is on the thumbnail. And yeah, he's just given a little insight and a little history into why we are like this today, why we behave like this, why we have such a problem in the black community. It's nothing to do with, this is not Arab shaming, this is not Christianity shaming, and nor this is Dominican bashing, or no, not at all. This is just a person that has studied. He has his points of views just like you and just like everybody else that's tuning in right now. They might not necessarily agree with what this brother is saying, but it's good to also listen to, because we're always also going to pick up on points and different points that we can maybe take away. We might not take everything away, what
Jay,
he's saying, but we can take away a little bit,
Jay, can I just, you said something that just joggled my mind a bit. You said Arab shaming or Christian shaming. Yeah, can I just put it out there? There's a question I've been going around for the past almost 3 years now, asking every black person I come across, every single one, American, black American, Caribbean, African, wherever. And personally, I think this is probably the most important question we should be asking ourselves personally and each other in the 21st century. And that question is, as a black person, which is more important to you? Being a Christian or a Muslim, either of the two, whichever one you are, or being an African?
Let me pull it in a better way. The Honorable Messiah Marcus Garvey said, black first. Before anything, black first. Before any religion, before any ideology, black first. Because the other races do it.
You see, what's happening to us today is that, well, like I said, I've asked about maybe 250 people this question, maybe about 200 Christians and about 50 Muslims. And 95% of the Christians, anytime I ask them this question, some of them think about it, some of them answer instantly, some of them try and dance around it. But 95% of them say being a Christian is more important to them than being an African. 100% of the Muslims say being a Muslim is more important to them than being an African. And suddenly, when you correlate these answers, you begin to realize the problem of black people today. We're too busy being other things other than African. You know, a lot of them don't realize that this is a question about identity. They don't realize that Islam is a fundamental identity. African, before the corruption by Europeans and Arabs, it used to be an identity. Whether you were Bantu, you had a Bantu way. I mean, we had a script, Nsibidi script. You know, the Nilotes, they had their script, they had their ways. But our identities have been eroded today. Today, what a lot of us don't realize is that and the irony is that Christianity and Islam are foreign ideologies. You know, they're not even fundamental. They're not African. So today, these foreign ideologies are destroying our African culture. Islam enters your society. Next thing you start forgetting, you don't want to do anything to your culture. Now becomes like your girl thought voodoo was. You know, that's what Christianity does too. Christianity enters your village. All the ancient even carvings. I remember when Christianity came to my part of Nigeria, after a resurgence about 20 years ago, a resurgence of this radical Christianity. They started destroying even ancient carvings. People were like, what the fuck are these people on? Like, you're destroying our culture. You're calling it evil, voodoo.
They've done it everywhere. Because they've done it. They've done it everywhere. Yeah, they've done it everywhere. You know, they've done it everywhere.
See, so the problem is the miseducation of the black man. I keep saying we're the most miseducated group. Well, we all know that we're the most miseducated group on the planet. Yeah. And a big part of this miseducation is also what we read in these books that come with these religions, the Quran or the Bible. And, you know, these are books that were written long ago that try to answer so many questions. And then these books as well have somehow blocked our minds to other books, to other fields of knowledge. A lot of us pay no attention to science or even history itself. All we always refer to is history. So a lot of us, when we try and find our origins, we start going into the Bible, start tracing the sons of Noah, Ham, Shem, Japheth, you know. And even when you do real scientific analysis on that, you realize there's roadblocks everywhere. That doesn't really hold water. You know? So, you know, and that's because we're all trying to tie our origin to this book, not realizing that we're trying to tie our origins to this book, we're debasing what it is to be African, because we're actually older than the book. You know? We're older than the book. Now, about what the guy...
Yo, now the Muslim brothers are you're gonna get a fatwa in your head. Be careful. Be very careful. You're gonna get a fatwa fire in your head. Yeah. You're going to end up like Salman Rushdie. Trust me.
I mean, you know,
But
I'm not.
look.
This is not just against Muslims.
No,
This
they
is,
know. They know.
yeah,
They know. You know, I'm
you
just
know.
running joke. I mean, look, you've given, a good, as I said, some food for thought, you know. Yeah, man, peace, Abdul, man. No harm done, bro. No harm done. You know what I mean? You've given, some food for thought for people to maybe go home, research themselves. There's a lot of people that might not agree, with what you're saying. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of people that ain't gonna. There's a lot of people that are gonna take away from this. You know, I mean, like I said, people, this wasn't in no part a history lesson or anything. It's just that we needed to go back a little bit to come forward, and I know that little bit probably dragged on a bit too much. Do you know what I mean? It just needed to go back a little bit. I'm just trying to get to the point of where we are today. And, I know we kind of drifted away. And I know a lot of you came in probably drifted away from our black men really obsessed with Latina women. Just that we did need to go back a little bit. But Abdul's got one minute. Abdul's got a question. Hold on. Abdul's got a question. Yeah, go on, Abdul. Yeah, forward, brother. What's your question, Abdul?
While he's writing that, I mean, talking about our black men obsessed with Latina women, I don't even think there's much to be said on that. That's why we ended up talking about those black.
No, there's a lot to be said. There's a lot to be said. I think because you're not part of, and there's no disrespect to you. I mean, like I said, manners and respect. I'm glad that you came on to give, a little brief history lesson. But there is a lot to be said about, I suppose. Okay, hold on, Abdul. We're gonna answer that question because we have to. What it is, Star, is that because this is a travel channel. Even though I appreciate that you went, you know what I mean, because there is some food for thought. There is a lot of travelers on here that travel to Colombia and travel to Dominican Republic. Yeah. And I just wanted to kill the misconception that we are obsessed, excuse me, we are obsessed with women that look like that. Yeah. When in reality, when you look at the brothers over there, they're with a woman that looks like that, or they're with a woman that looks like that, or they're with a woman that looks like that, or a woman that looks like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So it was to attack that more, even though I know you went into history and I appreciate that you went into the history because, yes, Backpack Val, bless up, bro. I wanted to attack that. You as an African, going to Nigeria, growing up in Nigeria, could you talk about the values of African women?
I was waiting for you to finish. Those, okay, yeah, they say, we go to Latino women because...
Hold on, bro. Sorry, I've got to cut you again. Sorry, Abdul, I didn't mean to skip past your question. I'm sorry. I want to have a child with a Dominican woman. Yeah, of course, that's possible, Abdul. That's possible, of course, yeah. I know I've got many of my friends have had children with Dominican women. Yeah. Dominican women are not racist. They're not. Nah, this is not. Yeah. If you want to, go ahead. Yeah. As long as it's the right woman. Yeah. You can have a woman. You can have a child with any woman as long as it's the right woman. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
Oh, sorry. Right, John. Sorry, Star. Just hold your train of thought for a minute, please. John Singleton, what it is, John Singleton, is that, okay, the thumbnail said, are black men really obsessed with Latina women or just obsessed with the ancient tradition of, what the Latinos have to carry on with? I understand that we went down that path. We just needed to go back in order to come forward. I don't want to go back again because there's a lot of brothers that have come into the room and they just want these questions answered. So maybe in another separate dialogue, my brother, we can get into that. I can definitely invite you onto the panel, and it'd be good to have a second opinion on this. And, you know, you can go back and forth because it is healthy dialogue, my brother. Yes, Backpack Val Wagwan, bless up. Travel shortcuts, sorry, I just put. It must be said that most black men prefer Latin women than white women. The thing is with travel shortcuts is that this whole Latin woman thing, when you go to places like the Dominican Republic, I just see black women. You know, you have brothers like Nathaniel talk about, oh, these brothers are, I see the majority of brothers.
Latina is not a race. It's not even a race.
It's not a race.
You know, it's just call it lingua family or something. You know, family language family. So it's not even an ethnic group. You know. So I mean, these women, yeah, they're probably the closest thing to the American continent and that whole region, who still holds close. I mean, if you go to Nigeria, go to any rural part of Nigeria or Africa even, you meet black women that will treat you the same way. So it's not like, and I'm not saying, oh, this quote so-called Latino women, and they are not even some sort of unique ethnic, like separate ethnic group, you know. And I'm not taking anything from them, but this, and in fact, go to places like, I think there's some parts of Asia where you go and the women will treat you like you're a king.
Oh yeah. A lot of people, a lot of brothers go to Thailand and them places there in China. Yeah, and they said the women are very obedient. The women are more obedient than bloody Dominican women.
You know,
you know what I mean? I've heard, yeah. I'm just trying. I think the whole misnomer is. My thing is that, like I said, there's this big thing that we travel, and I think that is, you know, you have a lot of race baiting guys that say, you know, we're traveling for that. Now, I'm pretty sure there's a load of brothers that will travel for that, and there's nothing wrong with that. Is their taste at the end of the day, right? But when they're referring to the Dominican Republic, I'm just seeing brothers with women that look like that, women that look like that, and women that look like that, and women that look like that. That's what I'm seeing. You know? Okay, you might have the odd bleached out there. You might have the odd bleached out there. You might have the odd bleached out there. Which
is the problem we've been talking about. Which is the problem we've been talking about. That some of these Latina people, they, in trying to pander for what they think is where the grass is greener, they convolute the problem more. I mean, and it's not only Latina people that do it. Africans do it as well, bleaching themselves.
Oh yeah, of course, Jamaicans bleach themselves. Yeah, badly. Yeah,
and and this is why we went into history, just because this is all about loss of identity.
Yeah.
Little
Kim made a quote. She said they asked her, why are you doing that? And she said that when she was growing up, a lot of the men were paying attention to the Latina women and she felt odds out. So she designed her whole look around a Latina woman. But my thing is that little Kim designed her look around that.
Yeah,
that's what she designed her look for. Let's keep it real. She didn't design her look around her.
Yeah,
definitely not. Or her. She designed her look around that.
Yeah,
and she totally messed up herself. Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, little Kim was beautiful, man. She was beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Stunning.
I mean, it's a big problem. Like, but then, I mean, the problem is not just with us. It's just that in a way, our problem is bigger than everyone
Vibes
else's.
Cartel, yeah.
What's that?
No, Vibes Cartel. Do you have a shortcut says you forgot Vibes Cartel? That's
Oh,
true. Yeah, there you go with the cake soap and stuff like that.
you know.
But
I mean, yeah. Well, I was just gonna say what Vibes Cartel said. Sorry, what the other guy said. I mean, like I said, the problem is not just an African thing. You get other people from other races want to be trying
of
to be
course,
black as well. Like time. But why I said ours was a bigger problem is because now white people when they go tan, it's not. They don't do any real. Yeah, I mean, as long as they do it safely, they don't do any real permanent damage to themselves. But black people, when you start rubbing those chemicals on your face, you're doing real damage to your face. Because
let's
you're rubbing
keep.
in this.
Sorry,
But
go on, go on.
yeah, because
Yeah, it's like John Sinderton said. A lot of Dominicans are miseducated to believe they are not black African. That's very true, John Singleton. I couldn't agree with you more. I couldn't agree with you more. I think it is definitely an education. Like I said, my missus, she's not ignorant, right? Hold on. She's not ignorant at all, right? She's not ignorant. She's proud of her blackness, but she's told me I can't remember that. Who's that guy that killed off all the Haitians people? Help me. Trujillo? I can't put Trujillo. Someone help me, people. Who's that president of Dominican Republic that killed off all them Haitians? What's his name? Trujillo? And she said, in school, that guy was worshipped. He was worshipped.
Yeah.
He's a god.
Yeah.
But this guy was a genocidal maniac.
Yeah, you see,
I had to explain to her. Yeah, I had to explain to her. She's like, oh, but the Haitians. I goes, no. I said, you guys wouldn't let go of the white man. The Haitians came in to run the white boy out to help. He ran the white boy out. And the Haitian said, look, if you keep on inviting this barbaric man back in, we're going to force you to speak French. This is what happened. I had to tell her the truth. The Haitians came in to help, but they've been told different. They've been told different. They've been told the history that, like we said, worship and idolize the white man.
Yeah, yeah.
You see all their statues around. No, they killed off the indigenous people. The Haitian black people didn't kill off the indigenous people. No, Christopher Columbus did. These guys that you put up a statue, they killed off the indigenous people. They raped your great-great-great-grandmother or whoever.
Yeah, yeah.
They done the pillaging. There's name a Taino Indian. You can't find them. You can't find them. They wiped them out.
Yeah.
They wiped them out. But the Haitians are being ridiculed for it, being demonized for that. When they're the ones that came in and helped. Now these guys like Trujillo, I can't pronounce the guy's name. Trujillo, whatever his name is.
Trujillo.
I can't. Here it is. I can't even pronounce that. Thank you, Raphael. Yeah, he's been. She told me that in school. What they talk him up? Yeah, he was great. He saved Dominican Republic. Saved them from what? From being free?
You see, when I was in school, I read about a certain guy called Usman Danfodio. As the guy that came and liberated northern Nigeria, and that he was supposed to be a hero.
Yeah.
But now that I've gone into the history, I realized Usman Danfodio was just a jihadist. As in, well, not just even a jihadist. He was a land grabber.
Brother, let's talk about when you're in school in England and they're teaching you about Captain Cook. They even had a song, Captain Cook the sailor sailed out one summer's day. I sold to you my I even know the song. They taught you to sing. The guy was a slave trader.
When I was in school, I thought William Wilberforce stopped slavery. It's only when I grew up I realized people had been fighting for more than 100 years to end the shit. You know, but no one was paying any attention.
No.
You know.
No.
Did you see that video of that Nigerian guy when they were doing some anniversary with the Queen and everybody at St. Paul's Cathedral about the William Wilberforce's anniversary of abolishing slavery? This guy walked in and the Queen
She definitely
was there
way
live.
better looking before, of course.
The Queen was there live. The Queen was there live, and this guy walked in and said, "Look, why are you celebrating? You're disrespecting my ancestors, because you should be celebrating my ancestors that fought to end slavery. Why are you celebrating this guy? Is it because he's a white guy? You know, they were only celebrating William Wilberforce as the guy that ended slavery. You see, and that's what a lot of us grew up believing. Like, you know, like, oh, just one day some white guy just decided to stand up and, oh, let's stop slavery.
Great white savior.
And yeah. It's a typical, exactly, great white, another
savior.
Great white savior.
Let me just read this comment. Watch Official says, would a light-skinned African-American female who speaks Spanish be just as more attractive than a Latina? Or does the female have a Caribbean indigenous bloodline to be considered attractive? Okay, watch Official. Watch this. 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 This is what some of our brothers travel for. And you know what? That's cool. Every person to their self. If that's what they want, go for it. But the reality is, my friend, the reality is you're more likely to bump into a sister that looks like that, a sister that looks like that, a sister that looks like that, a lighter skinned sister. Or let's just take Nicki Minaj when she's bleached now. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, bro? Like, at the end of the day, the whole misconception that every brother, the narrative is put out that he's traveling for that. And that's not necessarily true. I've spoken to many African American brothers, and they say straight up, look, I don't like some of these Latinas on the white side of things. They're not looking for that. They're looking for the curly hair black woman. They're looking for that black woman. Okay, maybe of a lighter skin. Okay, some looking for a darker skin. Like I said, black is not defined by the shade of your skin. You look on the continent of Africa, we come in all types of shades. This is why Starman, I don't know if you saw it, Starman had to take it back a little bit. Look, here's a picture of my lady. I'm not even showing her face. My lady, you can see the complexion of her skin, right? She's a red bone, but look at her hair. Look at her hair, people.
You know, another thing that feeds into that misconception is because that whole appellation of Latina was created, and the people that have been used to front it are actually white Spanish type people. So a lot of people, when they think Latina, they think people of some sort of Spanish heritage.
Okay, that's a very good question. I'm going to get back to you.
The vast majority of those classified Latina are not, you know, they don't look of, you know, pure Spanish, like, you know, straight hair and all that. Nah. So, yeah.
Hold on. Let me just get to these. For Haitians, save Dominicana. LOL, indoctrination is a madness. Cord Douglas say they purposely kept the Dominicans and other African history away from them and told that Spain is their homeland, not Africa. Exactly. Brainwash them as the Haitians are so proud to be African. Yeah, very true.
Yeah, and that's why Dominican Republic has been largely left alone by the new.
Hold on. I think I'm not quite too sure who that is. Well, I'm not. I don't want to call him. Yeah, we've obviously got a race. Okay. Dominicans still say they are only mixed with indigenous Indians and Spanish, and forgetting that Haiti is right next to them. Exactly. Exactly. This I don't know who this guy is, but I'm just watching his. I don't want to call him out, but I'm watching his movement. Called the Haitians pretend to be Dominican all day. I'm just watching this guy. Haitians still practice slavery today. Look up the. Well, I can't trust what the UN says. They are told they are ugly, and Dominicans are pretty. That's why. True.
Yeah,
Jamal
that's a
Edmonds
good
says
point.
Paul Mooney, rest in peace, said that he was at a party years ago talking with Rev Al Sharpton. He said that he thought Rev Al was losing his mind because he kept calling little kid, but little the Asian lady. For real. I personally prefer the Latin Morena complexion. Okay. As opposed to the Shakira White type. No, maybe yeah, she's nice. Whoops, this thing goes. Yeah, a lot of them want to be Afro Latinas. How comes
And
how hold on. I've got to read these comments out, bro. Sorry. How comes they don't travel to Jamaica? I've been to Jamaica more times than I had hot food. I've not been to Haiti. I will be traveling to Haiti, definitely. I'm going to Haiti with my missus, actually. So that answers your question. I'm just trying to really look up this guy. I'm just keep an eye on this DOSD guy. I don't want to put a label on him, but I'm just watching what he says. When she finally walked over, he was like, "Damn, it's little Kim." Exactly. Look up genetic studies. Dominicans' DNA are majority European. Right, please okay. Right,
Well, even
so
the dark
no,
skin.
no. I've got this. Because one thing we're not gonna do is, a lot of people like to troll and bash.
Mm.
So, my friend, DOSD, don't block him, please. People, don't block him. Don't do anything. You're Dominican, I'm presuming. Right. So, look up the genetic studies. Okay, DOSD. I do not need to look up studies to know when I go to your country, the majority of women, let me rephrase that. 95% of the women look like this beautiful sister here, that beautiful sister there, and this beautiful sister here. I don't need no genetic DNA to tell me that the majority of European, because if that was the case, all your women, the majority be looking like this woman here. That's not the case. And not only that, you have a lot of Dominican brothers looking like that, and like Shaggy, which is a Jamaican, or like this brother here that was on CSI. That's what the average, if not the majority, of the Dominican brothers look like. They have that complexion, right? They do not look like him or him. I don't need no DNA to tell me that. So that's that really. Go ahead, Starman.
Well, and that they are black as well. You said even the black ones.
Hold on. I got him. I'm getting got him. Phenotype with Jeanette, my friend. I've been to your country more than I had hot dens. I'm not confusing no phenotype with genotype. And if we're going to talk about genetics, and this is where you've just fucked up. Obviously, Dominicans have got white genes in them, along with Taino or indigenous people to the land? Yes. That's plain to see. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let's deal with one thing at a time. Let's deal with one thing at a time because you're typing. Let's deal with one thing at a time. I can drop the link and you can come in. Would you like to come in and voice your opinion? No, I don't need to Google Dominican DNA. I don't need to because you talk about genotype. So that means so it goes to show that the black gene is more aggressive. Look at the people. The black gene is more aggressive. Dominican people do not look like that. They do not look like Enrique. They don't look like him. They don't look like that. And they don't look like that. That's facts. They don't look like him and they don't look like him. A lot of the Dominican brothers look like him that wants to be white. I'm not confusing anything. If you're going to go into the genotype, I will kill you with that. Because his genetics, that's black aggressive. That ain't European aggressive. What's the difference between Shaggy and this brother here? Because there's a lot of Dominican brothers that look like Shaggy, and Shaggy's from my country of Jamaica. There's a lot of brothers that look like this guy here from CSI. I don't know if this brother's mixed or whatever. My American family could help me out with that one. They're not looking like him. No. What's good here? So hold on a minute. Okay. So Dominicans have skin. Oh my God. So okay then. So let me just, maybe he's come late to the show. Okay. So let's have a conversation, my brother. So DSOD, you know this woman, don't you? Who's that woman? Is she not Dominican? Didn't she win Miss World? Oh, she has a big nose and full of lips. Yeah, I know he's confused, John Singleton. I know. I'm just the type of brother that I would like to have. No, because he's not being rude. He's not being disrespectful. So I have to let him rock out. I mean, if he came on some racist shit, then yeah, I understand. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm not, going at him or disrespecting him like that, because he's not being rude. You know what I mean? I'm just showing him to use his eyes. Another thing, my brother, let me ask this brother. Amera La Negra is not, okay. DSOD, if I drop the link, would you like to come on and voice your opinion? Yes or no? Just this is to DOSD. Would you like to come on and voice your opinion? Because your opinion is valid. We can have an intellectual conversation without, because this is a conversation at the end of the day. You have a right to your opinion. Just click yes or no. If yes, I'll drop the link and you can come in. If no, please just put no, please. This is the question to you. Okay, so I can't. Okay, all right. So that shows me then I cannot have an intellectual conversation. So just answer the question. Would you like to come on the panel? It's a yes or no. I'm having an intellectual conversation with you because at the end of the day, I haven't blocked you. I've just said you're entitled to your opinion. I'm just showing you proof. So I'm saying, instead of us typing, would you like to come on and voice your opinion? It's just a simple yes or no. That's it. That's all I'm asking. It's your choice. If you don't want to come and just say no, it's simple. If you do want to come and say yes, and I'll drop the link. I'll take that. I take that as a no. 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 He obviously doesn't want to come on because he anyway. Starman.
Yeah.
You haven't been to the Dominican Republic. I've been to the Dominican Republic, right?
Yeah.
And I can tell I'm not diminished anything you're saying. I've just given you evidence. I just ask, I'm going to ask you one more time. Would you like to come onto the panel and have your say? That's it. Would you like to come onto the panel to have your say? That's a simple yes or no. Your opinion is valid. We don't do trolling over here. We do conversations. Would you like to come onto the panel to have I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you like to come onto the panel? Yes or no? Why is that so hard for you to answer? Oh Lord. Oh Lord. You see, this is what I'm saying. You see, you try and invite someone to have a conversation, and I can't. Sammy Sosa, when he's an ethnic Haitian, right? Okay, I know where you're going with this. Okay, bye bye. What a dick. You know, as soon as he said, you know what, Starman, right?
Yeah.
My missus, she's Dominican. She's Dominican to the bone,
Yeah.
right? And actually, I'm gonna. No, I'm not. I can't drop the link for her because I know. I would love to drop the link for my missus right now because we had a conversation, and we got a lot of. She's saying, "Oh, people saying that Sammy Sosa's not Dominican." She goes, "That's stupid." She goes, "That's dumb." She laughs at that. You know, Star. She's got an auntie, right?
Yeah.
Her auntie's complexion is, like the them Kenyans that they're so black that they're turning blue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Her auntie's dark, so dark. If you flang her out the aeroplane, she'll make midnight fall. She's dark, blick, so black she turning blue. Real talk, right?
Yeah.
She got aunties your complexion, my complexion. That's why I had to get him the hell out of it. Sincere, big yourself up, bro. Bless up, man. Yeah, I had to get him the hell out of it because I know where he's going with this. To say that Sammy Sosa is not Dominican, that's just yo. But look, man, I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know where to go. I don't even know where to. After that guy, I don't even know where to go with this now. But you were saying, Starman. Sorry, I don't even know where to go with this right now. I just blocked him because he's just talking rubbish, talking a whole load of crap. But
Okay.
this is part of the brainwashing. He's a prime example of what it is. He's the prime example because when you go to Dominican Republic, there's nothing but melanated people. Nothing but melanated people. Cordell's gone there. He's been there. There's nothing
Well.
but melanated people. Actually,
Well.
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna drop the link. That's what I'm gonna do. But continue your wisdom, bro.
Well, while all that was going on, I even thought to myself, let me even try look up, just. Well, I'm reading something here saying, due to the influence of European colonization and due to the influence of European
Yeah, please speak
colonization
up. Yeah, yeah.
and the propagation of Africans or darker people, that's the propagation, the propaganda that Africans or darker people are inferior. Being of African ancestry is often not desired or acknowledged in the
There you go.
Dominican Republic.
There you go.
Approximately 90% of Dominicans have some degree of African and European admixture.
Yeah. But you
However,
talk about geneticism. The most aggressive gene is black.
yeah, yeah,
So when you talk about, oh, you're talking about phenotype, I said, you just fucked yourself.
yeah.
He just played himself. He should have just stuck to phenotype. People have dropped the link, so yeah, yeah. Those who want to come in and chime in, please do. I mean, I've got to be off here in the next 20 minutes. So those who want to come in and chime in, feel free to come in and chime in. John Singleton, my wife is in the Dominican as well, so it'd be nice if you want to come and chime in, bro. It'd be nice for you to come and chime in and, say, Travel, I know you're there. Cordo, I don't know if you want to sincere, the link's there, so I don't know if you want to, I'll drop the link again, for you, man, them. That's the link, just click and come in. That's the link there. So brothers, if you want to come in and chime in, just click the StreamYard and, you may
I
enter
mean,
the building.
I was just reading some comments about the color of the skin of Latino. Even in Africa, there's girls so light you think they were
There
mixed
you go.
race.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying.
Amongst my people, the Igbo people, we have all shades. I'm kind of in the middle even. But then my last girlfriend, she was so light. People used to say
Oh,
she
that
was bright.
Beyonce.
Yeah,
That's
they
not,
used to say
Jesus Christ.
they used to say she was
Yeah,
bright.
she
You
was.
know,
Yeah, bro,
so
I put the link. It's under Big Jay's Escape to the Dominican Republic, John Singleton. It's right there. If you look above you, it's there. Just click the link. Let me. Sorry to cut your wisdom. I
yeah,
posted it again, brother. Just click that link. Oh, okay. There's someone in the room. Okay, Travel's just coming.
Yeah, what's good,
Yes,
Big J and
yes.
the brother in the
Blessings,
panel, man?
blessings,
You good? Can you hear
blessings,
me clear?
blessings.
Yeah.
We can hear you clear, brother.
Nice, nice, man. Thank you, brother, there on the panel as well for dropping the history lesson. A lot of people have grown up with misleading information. They don't ever want to teach the real history. The ones
yeah,
there.
yeah,
But just
yeah.
quickly, I
Bless up,
wanted
bro.
to respect, bro. Before I just wanted to quickly just give my 2 cents. I'm sure people will be jumping in and giving their 2 cents. Me personally, my experiences is when I meant by obviously Latin women, it's not, for me, it's not really a color, but it's more of a culture, it's a behavior thing, it's more characteristics. So when I say black men are after Latin women, we're not necessarily after the white Shakira, but we're after the Latin quality. Same with a Jamaican woman, same with an African woman, I mean, what's his name? Eddie Murphy on his stand-up comedy Raw. He perfectly said that. He said, "Oh, I want to go back to Africa and get a nice African woman there because it's been associated with good qualities. Looking after the man, cooking, cleaning, similar to Latin culture and Jamaican culture, etc. Like that, the Caribbean culture, basically." But my thing is, in the Dominican Republic, these guys will not admit that they have black in them for the most part. I was talking to a light-skinned guy, a Dominican with nappy hair. The guy basically looked like Shaggy. And the guy was telling me, "Oh, you're from England?" I said, "Yeah." "Oh, you don't obviously." He said, "Oh, you don't look English." I said, "Yeah, you don't look like your white president too." And then everyone started laughing because they don't understand that there's colonization, there's people who went there with the Windrush era, that went there for opportunities, migrated there. There's a history behind it. Same with the Dominican Republic. There was slavery there with the Spanish. They got a bunch of slaves. They mixed with the slaves, and there you go. There's the broke. Obviously, they mix with the Indians, but they also mix with the blacks. And like you say, Big J, a lot of them have strong black melanin futures that you can't escape, where the dominant is more dominant. You know, it's hard to erase the blackness. I think there was a famous news. I think there was a famous news incident or whatever in Australia where there was a black guy, and he had a baby with a white woman, but the baby looked just completely black. Didn't even look
Travel
like it was mixed
shortcut.
race
Sorry
and
to
stuff.
cut your wisdom,
You
bro.
know,
Please hold on to that thought, please. Manners and respect. John Singleton,
respect.
you have. Oh, okay, he's in now. Okay. So it was just something wrong with his. Right, continue, Travel. Sorry, John Singleton. Just that it said that you couldn't come in because of your mic, but you sorted it out. Continue. Could people please mute their end so Travel can rock out, please? Manners, people.
So this is what I'm saying. When I first went to the DR and I ventured off there, I was like, raw. Because for me, they just look black. I wouldn't even say they look mixed race or Brazilian. For me, for the most part, the
Yeah, they look
majority of
black.
the Dominicans look
Yeah,
black.
black.
You know, a lot of them live blacker than blue. Some of them, you know,
Yeah.
especially going places like Santo Domingo, or was it Boca Chica, bro? That's basically Haiti there. Not necessarily because it's Haiti, but they're all black there. You know, the only place that I saw that could maybe say, okay, there's a bit of whiteness there, and if I had to say whiteness, would just be pretty much mixed race. Is Santiago. That's it. Everywhere else around the island, they're completely black. We're not talking about the just the color. We're talking about the facial features. We're talking about the nappy hair, like with the curly hair, everything. It's all black there, bro.
Yeah. And what makes me laugh as well is that you see a lot of them as well. They got surgery, and when you look at the surgery, lip fillers and big asses. Enough said.
Yeah. Enough said there, Chi.
Enough said.
Enough said.
Bello Gino, welcome to the panel, bro. John Singleton, welcome to the panel. I know you brothers have been very vocal in the chat, so please, I mean, the floor is yours, brothers.
Okay, Bello, you can pop it. I'll go after you.
All right. Blessings, brethren, blessings.
Blessings to you, brother.
Yeah, man. The conversation we're having is a quite interesting conversation, you know. Even though this is a traveling channel, traveling community, but these are some of the issues that we sort of face with people back here, you know, in the West, you know, meaning the United States, probably, I guess, maybe the UK too.
100%.
When you'll sometimes hear like, you know, black girls. I mean, when by black girls, I don't mean like I don't mean it in any like negative way. I mean like black women. Sometimes it'll be like typically darker skinned women. Especially if you really get a pulse of, you know, the YouTube sphere, you'll understand what I'm saying, because you know these channels are built around defending the dark skinned sisters, they shitting on the dark skinned sisters. And one of the talking points they always try to throw out there is that, you know, us, you know, that travel where we're just obsessed, or we just prefer, or we worship the light skin, there's a way they say it, race,
The whiter complexion. The whiter complexion,
lighter complexions and whatnot. And for me, that shit always it's always surprising, because I look at like the average, like almost kind of like the average Dominican, and Beyonce, Steph Curry, nobody ever questions their blackness. So I'm like, I mean, I know it's deeper than just that, what I'm saying right there, as far as like just the look of it. But you look at Steph Curry, he got the nose. I mean, the nigga is black, right? They consider him black in America. You look at Beyonce, they consider her black here in America. So how come those same people, those same dark-skinned women, or should I say black women, or sometimes black men too, as we referring in this conversation regarding a specific person on YouTube who like to just push these talking points. You look at those people here in America, they'll never say, that same person will never say Beyonce is not black. But you look at this Dominican chick, you look at this, you know, Afro-Dominican, you know, Afro-Venezuelana, and you're like, oh, that's not black or whatnot. The thing is, it's just the underlying jealousy, because
Great
we're
point.
traveling and we're exploring our options.
Facts.
Very good. And just to add on what you said, sir, in Obama, they called him the first black president, forgetting that his mom was white with an Irish background. You know, first black president, but whereas in the DR, they're oblivious by all this.
And what happened too, guys, is that I think a lot of us here in the U.S. and other top countries, we're not we're so far advanced when it comes to as far as white supremacy and race consciousness that we don't even we don't understand these other people with what they're struggling with. And I see this within the past year 2 years on YouTube and social media period, like the whole ADOS FBA thingy. And you can see like, oh, it's all this friction and things of that nature, where people will say, oh, the Africans, oh, they look down on the African Americans. I mean, do they do that? I mean, I'm Haitian, you know what I'm saying? I understand, because as a Haitian person, like my parents, when I was coming up here, they always kind of refer to African Americans as them, or them over there don't do what they're doing, blah blah blah. But what you don't understand is my parents, when they come in this country, they're not really race conscious as some of the people may have already been. They don't
Yeah,
understand
that's an island thing. That's
yeah,
definitely an island thing.
yeah.
Yeah,
But the thing
definitely
is,
an
they
island
don't
thing.
understand. They don't understand the propaganda that's already been set up. You know what I'm saying? So like the same way the person here, the African American over here, he doesn't understand that person who's looking at them, that person, their mind has been corrupted. It's just the same way the African American mind sometimes have been corrupted when you look at these conversations around ADOS, FBAs, and things of that nature.
Mhm.
Manners, and respect, panel. Big J,
Yes,
appreciate you letting me
welcome,
on,
John
my brother.
Singleton, man. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate you being on the panel, my brother. I really appreciate you being on the panel. Forward,
Yes,
brother.
sir. I appreciate it. I think you have a great a great discussion. This is a great discussion, and let me give you a little background. Now, I deal in the music industry. I've been in the music industry for a long time, and let me tell you something about growing up in the United States. In the United States, everything is coordinated around being accepted, and being accepted is being white. The school you go to, the education you have, and it goes down to your color. In high school, if you was a light-skinned cheerleader, oh, you get the best of the best. You get the best football player, the best basketball player. If you look in the NBA today, the majority of your wives are light-skinned women. Why? Because majority of these brothers, or majority of these black players or black men living in America, we think, and this is what they push, that lighter is better, whiter is better, lighter is better. So the whiter you are, the lighter you are, the more accepted you are. The darker you are, the more you're not accepted. You see what I'm saying? So not just on a basis of just color, it's status. It's status. If you're too dark, you can't work in this certain area. If you're a little lighter, you'll be more accepted. A la Malcolm X. Malcolm X was accepted more because he was of lighter skin. Or Barack Obama was accepted more because he was of a lighter skin,
Bob
of a
Marley.
fair color. So we are
Bob Marley.
colonized. Yeah, we're colonized in the same way we're colonized here. So a lot of us leave this situation here because the more the darker women here, they become more agitated, they become more aggressive, they become more, you see what I'm saying? So in order to have a light-skinned woman or to have a lighter woman, you have to have what? More money, more status. You have to drive something better. So what we have to do, or what we've came up with, the more darker brothers, the more conscious brother, the more knowledgeable brothers, we tend to travel. Okay, we got to get away from this mindset. So we travel to Dominican Republic. We travel to other countries so that we can pick the best of the best. It's not that we want something lighter, because that's what's, that's the ploy to get us to accept this colonization of where we've been. And that's what it's always been about. That's why you see the bleaching on the rise, the fake boobies, the fake butts. You see what I'm saying? Everything is to get closer to being accepted. Being accepted is being lighter. So a lot of these women that join the rap community, the acting community, being actresses and actors, just look at their before and after pictures. Of course they become lighter because this is what's going to get you accepted. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to hog the floor, but you know, that's just my little
I was going to
piece.
ask you a question. No, I was going to ask you a question just because you touched on something. So,
Yeah.
you know, I'm 43,
Mm-hmm.
and I've always been into red bone women. 3 of my baby mothers are red bone. I've always gone after red bone. Now, have I had sex with dark skinned women? Of course. I find dark skinned women very attractive, very sexy. But I've always gone for red bone women. My wife in Dominican Republic, she is a red bone. So what do you say to that? For someone that's always gone after red bone women, that 3 of my baby mothers are red bone. I've got dark skinned children with these red bone women.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the same boat, but my boat is a little different. The reason why I say it's a little different is because when you are a darker skinned brother, if you are a darker brother, and I've seen you, so you know you're about my shade, my color.
Oh yeah.
So opposites attract. Light-skinned girls, more than likely, a lot of light-skinned girls are attracted to dark-skinned guys because it offsets them. Dark-skinned women are attracted to light-skinned men. That's that's just here in America. I don't know about other places, but here in America, dark women like lighter skinned guys. It offsets their darkness. Matter of fact, it becomes so bad now, dark women want white guys. You see a lot of white guys with dark women. You don't see white guys with light-skinned women. A lot of light-skinned women. You'll see them with dark women. You see what I'm saying? You'll see a lot
I'm glad that you said that, because I've just responded to this guy here. He said I'm exhibiting self-hate, and he said, why don't I? The brother obviously didn't listen. So let me repeat myself again.
Yeah.
Into red bone, not you, brother on the panel, the brother that's is writing. So the brother that was just talking, he said that usually the point is that dark skinned brothers are into red bone women, and red bone women are into dark skinned men. Now, my lady, she only likes dark skinned men. She don't like men her complexion at all. She's told me, you know what, I don't even like my complexion. I wish I was darker. Now, Jesse to Benny, I said that I've dated dark-skinned women and I've had sex with dark-skinned women, and I find dark-skinned women very beautiful. However, I am a red bone man. Black is not the shade of your color, my brother. Black people come in many different shades. But yeah, forward, bro.
True.
No, quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say
quick.
something,
Same
bro.
thing. What you're saying, good points, brothers. Yeah. All right, just quickly, yeah. I was saying same thing as well with white women, brother. I don't know how it is in the UK. I don't know how it is in the US, but in the UK, a bunch of white women are craving after black men. Craving, brother. So much that a lot of them are trying to get the tan, they're trying to get the fake butts, they're trying to get the lip fillers. I don't know if it's the keeping up with the Kardashian the groove or whatnot, but they're on it, brother. You know, that's what it is. Like you said, opposites attract.
That's exactly what it is. So you got to understand that America controls the visuals. So if America is showing you the Kim Kardashians, who is her husband? She has a Kanye West. They have babies. So when you see these little cute little brown skinned sugary babies, what you think these white women want? They want the same thing. These women are in the limelight 24/7. Instagram, media, you know, their babies are in the limelight. Exactly. That's what they want. They don't want the little white baby. They want the little cute little baby that Kim has, that what's her sister? Her sister has. You know, all of these women that have babies with rappers and entertainers.
Everyone, yeah.
Yes, it's a phenomenon. And see, the thing about it now, that's why they're up in the ante in the destruction of young black men inside of America, because it's becoming to the point now, the rapper is the target. Every other week, every other month, you're going to hear about another rapper getting killed, another rapper getting slaughtered, because these very individuals, these very people, you know, they never expected that their daughters would have posters of black rappers, of black dark-skinned men with braids and dreadlocks and on their walls. You see what I'm saying? So now, what you have now, you're changing the perception of what beauty is. See, beauty used to be those guys that you was posting up there, the Spanish looking guy with the straight hair. That's not beauty no more. Matter of fact, you'll see white guys trying to get dreads. You see Justin Bieber in the video with his hair braided. You know, they're trying to become more, become more urban. You know what I'm saying? More urban. And that's what the women want. That's what these white women want. So I can believe that women are going crazy for you in London and different parts of the world, because that's the trajectory that they're putting out there, from Hollywood to rapping to music, because we control it. When we say it's hot, it's hot. They're gonna get it. When we say it's hot,
bro, you even got a Prince there, bro.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, you even got Prince Harry, mate. We got a British prince marrying a black woman as well. There you go.
Yes,
Meghan.
Yes. It's all over. You can't.
That guy went against his whole family, bro. Went against his whole family just for that woman.
Yeah, but you gotta understand,
a target on his back.
It's the sign of the times. This is sign of the times, meaning that something in the atmosphere and something in the environment is switching, and it's controlling the atmosphere to the point where this stuff is not happening by happen chance or just by mistake. No, it's design. It's by design. It's by design. So, you know, that's the thing with America. But the only thing about it is, it's like, you know, as an American brother, and I'm talking to my African brother, like, hey, we need to come together. If we see brothers over there, like if we see that Chinese man over there in Africa digging for diamonds, he's shipping home this and doing this. Hey, this is my, I think this is my birthright too. So I feel like I should be able to get with my African brothers and be like, hey, can I get citizenship? Can I come over? You know, can I plant my flag from whence my birthright or my bloodline comes from? Can I find that out? But we have a lot of problems because they pin us against each other. Yeah, because we have we have, and I don't mean to get off subject, but I'm just saying.
Talk, man.
It's still about identity. It's about identifying with the colonizer. Our women over here want to identify with being white. They wear weave. They wear, they get the fake butts, the hips, the lips. They want to get lighter. They bleach their skin. They do everything to look whiter. Blonde hair, the colorful hair. They don't want to wear their natural hair. They don't want the afro. They don't want the natural braids. You'll find more white women starting to get into that. A lot of Kardashians. You'll see them with braided hair. You'll see them on, you know what I'm saying? So it's the identity thing. So we can't identify with our own women. So we got to go somewhere to identify with other women who has the aesthetics of being black, but might not have the, the cultural properties, the conversation, the language, so we got to be able to, we have to go and plant our flag elsewhere, because over here come on, man, Kamala Harris, who's in office. You got a woman that says she's Jamaican, that says she's black, but she's married to a white boy.
Yeah.
She's married to a white guy. You know what I'm saying? So it's the aesthetics and all of that plays against us. So we're the number one target. So we got to be loved somewhere. So but going to Dominican Republic, because I have a wife in Dominican Republic. And in Dominican Republic, 95, I can say the majority, I haven't seen too many white-looking Dominicans. I've seen Dominicans. I have seen Dominicans look light-skinned, super light. I haven't seen any albino, Dominicans, but I've seen they've all had black texture. But it's because of their miseducation of who they are. They want to, I'm Taino. I'm this, I'm Nate. It's
you hardly hear any of them even saying Taino. They would just claim the Spanish roots.
Yeah, they want to be Spanish. But as soon as they go to Spain, they are reminded that you are not Spanish. You are a Negro. As soon as they touch down in Spain.
Yeah. That's it. They get reminded fast.
Yes. I saw it when I was in Barcelona, mate. They're at the bottom of the shoe over there.
Facts. My brethren lives in Barcelona, travel shortcuts. He lives in Barcelona. He sells property over there. We grew up together, right? Yes. And he lives in Barcelona selling properties and stuff. And I used to pop over and see him now and again. And you would see Dominicans over there. And they were bottom of the barrel. I even saw a documentary the other day. I haven't seen the documentary the other day where Puerto Ricans treat the Dominicans like shit. Like they don't want them over there.
Probably because they don't, because they remind them of their African roots.
Yeah.
A lot of them have abuelas in their bloodline that are African.
Oh yeah, that are black. Yeah.
And they don't say anything about them. I know because I have a son by a Mexican. He has a Mexican mother, and their mother has a aunt who's like black, and she's Muslim, and she's Muslim.
No, bro, you're wrong there, bro. Just to add a funny point, you're wrong there, bro. They
Wrong
will not
about
claim
what?
the blackness. They will not claim the blackness until they're allowed to. Only when it's the N word. As soon as they say the N word, then they say, "Oh no, but I have black in me." That's when they'll claim the blackness. When they say that, when they use the nigger term, bro.
Oh, well, it's just, a lot of times, even with the princess, I don't even call her princess, but the one who married the what his name, Harry. Yeah, like she got her wake up call because all her life you got.
Oh, she did get her wake. She got a big wake up call.
Yeah, when she had the baby. See, when you have the baby, you cross the line. See, when most women, I know a lot of women here that are white and I know some brothers that are black have babies by white women or Mexican women. When you breed and crossbreed with another race, you will see whether or not they are truly for your relationship or against your relationship, because it's going to come out. The family is going to be against it. 9 times out of 10, they're going to be against it, because what you're doing is you're cutting short their bloodline. So grandpa, great grandpa is shot off. The daughter, if she has a baby by a black guy, is dominant and recessive genes. The dominant gene takes over the recessive genes. So you can no longer become or have a part of that. The recessive, the dominant gene takes over. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. They say in the next 30 years that the population, whites, will be they are the minority, but they will be the minority by birth rate, because they're not. So we produce. I see Dominicans in the house, girls start having babies at 16, 17. By the time they 20, 24, 25, they have 2-3 kids. So they having babies. It's just the fact that they coming up with all of these different ideologies about the earth is overpopulated. Yeah, it's overpopulated with black people, melanin people. And it's not enough white people.
It's funny how you say that, brother. It's funny how you say that, because what do we have now? Coronavirus. And what they're pushing? Vaccines. And we know it.
You're breaking up, bro. You're breaking up.
No, what I meant was, my guy's talking about we in the next 30 years we're going to be the most dominant ethnicity, right? Or whatever. Bro, what are they pushing now? Coronavirus. And what they're giving as a solution? The vaccines, bro. Vaccine. There you go, bro. Control the population.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm just speaking from a term of just reality, in terms of like in the next 30 years by the mating rituals, the process, the aesthetics. Is if you look at TV in America, on TV you will not see dark-skinned men on TV. You will see a bunch of light-skinned men. You'll see a bunch of, I don't know if anybody in the chat know nothing against gay people, but you'll see a lot of gay people on TV that represents men in terms of us. So that I mean, the aesthetics as far as like, what they're trying to accomplish is evident. It's evident what they're trying to accomplish. Can I
come in briefly? First of all, I just want to show some pictures, and then
let me share your.
And then I'll address what some things the last speaker spoke about. But yeah, it's pictures first. Share screen. Okay. Oops. Share.
You just clicked it off, bro.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Cool.
Window. Yep, this. Share.
Okay, 1 minute. Let me just do that again. Right.
Hey, Jay, you checked out the chat there.
Jay, is my screen showing?
Yes,
now?
your screen showing.
Right, now this is an Igbo girl from southern Nigeria, dressed in traditional attire. Look how light skinned she is. This is another Igbo girl. Now, this one ain't even got any makeup apart from maybe some lip gloss. Because I know this one. Look how... And you can tell it's not just bleaching because look at her... Yeah, all over. Look at her hands. It's like a consistent color. That's another Igbo girl from southern Nigeria. This is another Igbo girl from southern Nigeria. Another Igbo girl from southern Nigeria. Look at their skin. I mean, there's dark ones. I'm not saying they're all light, but, I'm just trying to say that there's a whole spectrum.
Hold on, stop. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Dump. Mr. Dump, your boyfriend. Don't know who, but thanks for the super chat. Don't know who that is. What? Thanks for the super chat, bro. Yeah, go on. Sorry, Star.
Another Igbo girl in traditional attire. Another Igbo girl. And this one ain't got no makeup. Look how light skinned she is. Look at her neck. Another Igbo girl in traditional attire. Another Igbo girl. South African girl. South African girl. South African girl. I mean, look at that. South African woman.
Bloody goddess.
And I try to find the ones who, I could say, yeah, even if there's makeup, I mean, not too much, just slight lip gloss. Look at that. South African woman. Another South African woman. Another South African woman. Look. Yeah, there's... Oh, where's the other ones? Sorry.
No, take your time, bro. We're building.
Okay. Yeah, look at... Now, okay. Cameroon. Now, this one, she's from Cameroon. Look at that. Look at that. Look how light skinned she is.
She got a yellow scarf on her head, yeah?
No, she's the one with the ball.
No, bro. No, bro. We're seeing a woman with a red scarf on her head, unfortunately. So.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's not moved on from there, bro. So I thought as much.
Yellow
Right.
Yeah.
I think I had that in under file, so I think I have to switch file.
Give me 1 second, Big J. Let me pray real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, bro.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, just what the brother's showing with the pictures, man. It's just beauties and
Travel. You're gonna. Sorry, Travel, to cut you. Sorry, bro. I'm gonna let you rock out. You said something about the chat. What? There's some idiot in the chat, or?
No, just the guy that gave the cash up. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I did see him. Yeah. Blessings for the cash app, bro.
Yeah, just like what your brother's saying, showing the pictures, man, with the complexion of that. It's just beauties in the eye of the beholder. Do you know what I mean? It's just preferences, really. And Africa is very diverse. Same with the Caribbean and stuff. It's not just blackness. Everyone just thinks it's just everyone.
This is what I'm saying. It's just dark skin. Exactly, brother. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Well, you want to share your screen again, Star? Or?
Yeah, well, just
do your thing.
So yeah, that's a Cameroonian woman. Look how light skinned she is. Look.
Bro, hold on. I'm not sharing your 1 minute. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, go on, rock out. Yeah, we can.
And she's wearing a Cameroonian football jersey. So you know she's a Cameroonian woman, for real. Look how light skinned she is, all over the body. Okay.
You got to zoom. Yeah, you zoomed out, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, go on. Do your thing. Yeah, do your thing.
This is another Cameroonian woman in traditional attire. Look at her skin. I mean, I'm sure some of them are even lighter than some of them over there in Dominican Republic. I mean,
100%, loads,
100%,
brother. When I went to Africa, bro, I tell you now, they had more light skinned girls they did in the DR, brother, and that's real talk.
There you go.
Yeah, because
which part of Africa did you go to, bro? Please share that with us.
Because my dad's part, my dad's side is Angola. And Angola is the Portuguese that want to colonize.
Bare light skinned women there.
There you go. So they went there and they breeded with the black women. That's as they do. And a lot of the Portuguese women went there and they had the little, a black play toy. And then they have ton of mixed race people there, ton of light skinned people there, more than the DR. I'll tell you that right now. And lighter.
So, okay. Now, that's a Cameroonian woman. Look at her skin. No makeup. Apart from the eyeliner. No lip oil or maybe some lip gloss. Look at that. Another Cameroonian woman. I think this one is Miss Cameroon or something. Another Cameroonian woman. Absolutely no makeup. But you can tell she's got very light skin still. I mean... I was trying to find ones without makeup, but you can still tell they've got bright skin. Okay, and then this is the beginning. Yeah, so, but yeah, basically, I just wanted to show that across, and I picked different countries as well, just to show that across Africa, light skin is everywhere. It's not, Africans are not all dark skin or one homogeneous race, and then one of the speakers earlier, one of the brothers earlier, was saying something about the declining of the white group, and how we still seem to be our birth rates or we black people's birth rate still seems to be high. Yeah, we all know about the agenda, but I'll say this, and I've been saying this for a while now. I think amongst us Africans, there's a misconception that the white people are dying out, and we Africans or black people just inherit the earth. No. It's the other way around. The black people are going extinct. And even if it looks like the white people are dying out, let's stop for a minute and think about it. Do you really think that they will let themselves die out?
Hell no.
Exactly. They're not dying out. They're just going through a pension time bomb. That's it. They know that. They know they can get on top of that with time. Mm-hmm. But we are being deceived by rising birth rate or high birth rate into thinking that our future is secure. No, our future is not secure. At some point earlier in this program, I mentioned that black people were on all 5 continents. This is why I say we're going extinct today, because if you study the history and realize how we're wiped off the first 2 continents 10,000 years ago, then wiped off Asia, how the origin of white people, and then wiped off the origin of white people in Europe, which was black people that took on genes that eventually, took root because it was successful for that environment. And then these white people subsequently wiped out the black people in Asia, all the Indus Valley civilizations. So, and this event happened 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. So you can see that for over 10,000 years, from 10,000 years ago, black people were on all 5 continents of the globe. But over 10,000 years ago, we started declining. And this decline was not just that we were dying out, but we were being pushed because some other people were coming in to take that living space. So today, we've not only been pushed into one continent, we've been pushed into half of that continent because North Africa is not African.
Mr. Dump, your boy from 305 says, you're wrong. White people are dying out.
I just explained why. What, you really think they're good? I mean, these guys have access to all this gene technology, all that stuff. Who knows that they might even have cloned someone today. And you think with everything they've got, they'll just sit back. They even told us that they are dying out. Their birth rates are declining. They are the ones telling us. And you think that knowing all this, they'll just sit back and die out? No, come on. So why did they fight to conquer the planet? And while conquering the planet, displacing everyone else? No. Like I said, the real danger is that we, the black people, have declined from colonizing 5 continents once, 10,000 years ago, to 2 continents, 4,000 years ago. And then today, we're not even colonizing our own indigenous continent, Africa. Nah, we're struggling to hold on to half of it. And then if he thinks I know a lot of black people think, our future is secure because of birth rate and that. No, look at our situation today. We're struggling, like I said, we're clinging onto half a continent. But when you really look at our future, our destiny is not in our hands. Why do I say this? We don't control any means of production. We don't produce our own weapons. We don't produce our own medicines. We don't produce our own cars. We don't produce anything. We're totally at the mercy of our colonizers. And like someone alluded earlier today to vaccines, okay, we don't even produce our own medicines and vaccines.
And yet we want to take the foreign vaccine and inject it in our people.
And I'll tell people this. If you want to commit a genocide, there are so many different things you could do. You could use war. You could so many things. But even nothing is as efficient as a genocidal vaccine campaign. Because even in war, people will run away. You chase them. And no matter how far, some people dig holes miles deep and live there, ride out the war. And plus the collateral damage alone. But I'll tell you something about vaccines. If you want to kill a whole lot of people, just tell them, sell them a vaccine. Just tell them, look, this vaccine will save your life. Give them some bullshit hoo-ha, and they won't run away from you like in war. They will actually line up for you to kill them.
The brother in the chat said numbers are not the issue, it's power.
And this is what I'm saying. We have no power. We have no means of production. Not for weapons, not for vaccines, not for food, nothing. We have no power. So exactly, numbers are not... Yes, Africa is the youngest continent, with over 900 million young people under 40.
Hold on, we got a super chat for you. Thank you again for the super chat, brother. He said, this guy talking, did you take the vaccine, yes or no?
No, I didn't. Why would I? When I just explained...
Can I just add something quick? A lot of people forget history with America as well when they went there and found the Indians there. They didn't just go there and get rid of the natives
exactly.
out there. No, they're trading with them, and they gave them blankets to keep them warm at night. But what they didn't know was that the blankets had polio in them. Do you know what I mean?
And,
that's what
no, smallpox. They had smallpox in them, polio, yeah. and it was done deliberately.
And then you conquer. Yeah,
it was done deliberately,
and then you take over. Exactly.
You know. So look,
thank you for the super chat, bro.
If you're just looking at the numbers and thinking, oh, Africa's got 900 million young people. Not even China has that. I mean, China, their numbers are even so skewed that they've got young people, yes, but they're more males than females, and it's the females that do the reproducing. So you only need one male one male alone can inseminate several women for them to produce several offspring. So, and this is why China is rushing to colonize Africa. They not only want us to pay their pensions, basically, China wants to do to us what the Europeans did to us and what the Arabs did to us. So forget the number, Africa, the youngest continent, or 900 million under 40s. If you're not using your numbers well, numbers mean nothing. 10,000 organized people can defeat 100,000 or even 1 million disorganized people anytime, any day. Just look at that story of the 300.
Shansu out of war.
Okay, he says that he got Mr. Dump, your boyfriend. He says that he say that you're a liar. He believes that he's got the vaccine.
I'm sure somehow he knows me better than me.
Give respect, man.
This guy said another super chat, man.
I'm back on the panel, my brother.
Yeah. This guy said the super chat's like, man, he said, this guy talking, did your kids... No, he hasn't got no kids.
You see?
He's got no kids. He's got no kids. He's got no kids, bro.
And someone just mentioned the Tuskegee experiment. It's not them.
Yeah, sincere. Big up sincere, man. Blessings, bro. I see you.
So it's not today that we know that we've been used as lab rats. I mean, we all saw the South African secret agent who came out and said how they will go into a village and just tell everyone, hey, free tetanus vaccine. and or free polio, and everyone will gather by, not knowing they were actually injecting them with HIV.
Terrible.
Why? And why were the white South Africans doing this? Because they felt threatened because of Mandela, the fight for freedom and all that, and plus they were a minority. So they were trying to wipe away the blacks.
I don't think they felt threatened, my brother.
I mean,
I think I know. I don't think I know that it is in their nature. It is in their nature to destroy, brother. It is in their nature to take away life. It is in their nature to take power. You don't ask for power, you take power. So how do you take power? You take power by death. I offer you death and you offer me love. That's the problem we have over here in America.
well,
See, you can,
yeah.
Let him rock out, Star. Let him rock out.
Sorry.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm saying that here is that's the problem with not just Africans, but African Americans, Haitians, or wherever you are. You know, it's always a divide and conquer situation. So in Africa, the biggest problem I see is too many coons in power, too many coons that run the government. So these people dictate and they sell the people out. They sell the people out and they allow the colonizer to come in and recolonize and take power.
Not just in Africa, in every Caribbean country as well.
It's the same thing we're dealing
there's
with.
no free black nations.
There's no free black nation because we're not in the taking business. Until we until we get in the taking business, and I mean take power, power is not asked.
You know
don't
why?
Ask for power. Power is not given. You think you're gonna go to the polls and vote power in? You think you're gonna march and take signs and pickets and go up the street and march for power? Power is not given by them. They didn't. There's nowhere in history you can find where people marched with picket signs and they marched and they received power. They received some type of finances through marching. You won't find it nowhere in history.
I you know what? When you said about coons, I just saw Sincere's comment. He said, "We're the only people that pray for the enemies."
Yes.
And in adopting the enemy's religion, you're a coon without even knowing it. Yes. You know, I said earlier in the program that there's a saying that if you pray for your enemy's God, if you pray to your enemy's gods, your enemy's gods will bless your enemies more. And when you look at African countries who are all praying to these gods of these countries oppressing us, these countries are getting better than ours. So much so that we're trying to run away from our countries to these countries that we're praying to their gods.
No, I think a lot of people are leaving their country because there's no fight in them. And that's what I mean by when I say we fight here, we die. You see us die more so often than anything. But what I see what I see on the continent, I see a lot of Africans who are more well off, who are well educated. They leave, they go to London, they come to the United States, they come and play football and basketball here, and they never return. I mean, they return, they send money home, but they're you know, it's like I want to live my best life. They don't go back to
invest and
they never go back to advance
or uplift the people, nothing like that.
Yes. Marcus Garvey started out in where? In Jamaica. Then he started out in Jamaica and the people didn't want to listen, so he had to come where? He had to come to the Americas, right?
America. Yep, that's correct.
Because his hometown, his place where he was born and bred, they denied him and rejected him, but they embraced those foreigners that came there. So we're the same way. We reject our own, but we embrace foreigners that come here. We embrace the Chinese man. We embrace the British. We embrace the European that come to Africa and they get these little kids and they walk around the beach and strut around the beach like it's open season. It's all good.
We're in a slow motion war, and many of us don't realize it. That's the thing.
No, it's not slow. It's not slow at all. It's speeding up.
Why I said slow motion war? It's still a war nonetheless.
Yes.
But why I said slow motion is because there's no pitched armies slaughtering each other. It's an obscure war, but it's a war nonetheless.
But what they're using the coons. They're using the coons in government and those who are in official positions to get rid of each other.
And if you notice, if you look at African countries, about 70% of them, their presidents are older than those countries. And you begin to realize that these presidents grew up under colonialism, under a white education system that taught them how to be good colonial employees and stuff. And they're still running those countries like they were and they're still colonial enclaves. And these leaders we have in Africa, they all fell into a trap where, the colonialists had them looting the country so that they could give the colonialists access to loot the country, either by threat or coercion. Yeah? And the colonialists said to them, look, don't worry, all your looted funds, you can store it in my country. But as soon as every African leader fell for that, they stupidly didn't realize they were falling for the ultimate trap ever. Because
I think you letting them off the hook. You're letting them off the hook. You're making it seem as though like they fell for no. These are the people that grew up in the. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I just read this super chat? I've got to read this. Sorry, guys. Mr. Dump, your boy from 305. Thanks again for another super chat. The Chinese are going to take over Africa.
I mean, they're not the only ones trying to.
It's very possible. It's very possible.
See. Okay. I mean, talking about the Chinese, you cannot talk about Chinese trying to take over Africa without talking about the first two groups of colonizers that came and who's never left and who are still actively trying to take over the place. The first group of colonizers that came were the Arabs 1,300 years ago, and that's when Africa's problems that you see today.
But you don't have an Arab problem, brother. And I see you keep going back to that Arab, the Moors, the Muslim. You keep going back to that narrative. That's not the narrative that's being played in Africa right now. The narrative that's being played in Africa right now is the Chinese, brother. It's not the white man. It's the Chinese.
Wait.
The Chinese that's taking power. In your country.
Do you know about Boko Haram?
Did we not just seen Africans in Africans in China kicked out of their apartments right at the start of the coronavirus epidemic? Did we not see that? Did we not just see Africans? Hold up. Did we not just see Africans lift up a Chinese man and made him an honorary tribal leader in their community? Did we not just see this?
Yes. Okay, do you know about Boko Haram?
Hold on, start. Let him rock out. Because it's got to be fair play. Let the brother rock out. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is I'm not denigrating Africa because Africa is a strong country, a strong continent, leaders. But what I'm saying is the power is you have sellouts everywhere. You have sellouts here in America, just like you have sellouts in Africa. Without sellouts, without the powers that be, the colonizers having sellouts, they can't be in power. So they got to use us. So if someone came right now to you and said, hey, look, we got $10 million. All you got to do is give us this speech. First thing you're going to think about is that $10 million. You're not going to even think about what the speech is about. What is this for? And what is this? So a lot of human beings, if they don't have the capacity of love for where they come from and who they are beyond that money, because a lot of people want money. That's why Africans leave the diaspora to come here to America for money. They come in here to live and have a better life here. Money. It's money. It's money driven. So if you don't have go ahead.
No, I was going to add an example to your point. I have a real life example to your point. When I went to Africa in Angola, and then I came back, I found out that the Chinese sold Angola in Africa a contract whereby they're going to build the Africa's biggest airport there. However, on one condition, they said you don't have to pay for it, but we're going to put it down as a debt, as a loan. So you have to pay it back with interest later on. And in that contract, this is a massive airport project. Guess what? They're going to put their own workers there building it. Yeah, you're going to give 1 or 2 jobs to some Africans there, but there will be lower skill jobs. You know, the cleaner, the whole shabazz, nothing high end. And that's what it means. You're practically selling your soul to the Chinese because they're gonna get that, and they have influence because these contracts, they do lobbying behind the scenes, so they have interest. Okay, you have to let us control this, like you said. You have to let us do this. You have to pass this law and etc.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Listen, I'm not a Democrat or Republican. Donald Trump was not working with the Chinese. Now you have Biden, who is in office, which, just my opinion, I think they shamboozled the election. They shamboozled and got the election. Now Biden is working with the Chinese. His son had brokered a deal for billions with the Chinese. Just so happened that Dr. Fauci is working with these people on the vaccine. You see what I'm saying? So all of this has been a big bamboozle. All that China is working. I've been to Dominican
My
Republic.
brother, his name is Dr. Foul Shit.
Yeah,
I'm just correcting
correct. Correct. I've been to the Dominican Republic and I've seen so many Chinese different stores.
Crazy.
It's a bunch of Chinese in Dominican Republic, a bunch of Chinese in Jamaica. It's a bunch of Chinese in different, in Indonesia. They're trying to conquer all of these borders because eventually what's going to take place is that, they're going to get rid of jobs. So this IT tech thing is coming up. You got to have skills, decoding. You got to have some type of skill because they're getting rid of all the hard labor jobs. What does that mean? That means that all of the poor people, who are the poor people? Of course, the melanated people are the poor people. So we're going to get rid of all these jobs. And we get rid of all of these jobs, what are you going to do to feed your family? What are you going to do to survive?
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, is that you, brother Cook?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, blessing. So before you go, thank you, Dump Your Boy from 305 for the 20 quid super chat. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Cook. Sorry, my bad. Welcome, welcome, big bro. Welcome.
Yeah, peace. Sorry I'm late, man. I'm real late. I had a bunch of shit to do.
Nah, bro, you good. You good.
I'm listening, and my opinion I'll just come in at the Chinese part. Mm-hmm. The Chinese have basically figured it out. The Chinese, they're way over in their country. They have to get out. They're Chinese over there suffering as well. I'm not defending anything or whatever, but we can't be sitting here pointing fingers at people who look at each other and say, you know what, we're going to get our ass together. We're going to take a group of us. We're going to go over here. We're going to go to this place. We're going to go to that place. And when you see these people, yeah, you have a little disdain for them, this and that, whatever, but you got to give it up in the sense of they're working hard.
No, brother, I'm not.
They're working together.
Go ahead.
And the whole thing is we can't change any rules until we learn the game. Now I've seen every time I mentioned this before. Every time we go out to DR, we see brothers with businesses, which is great. It's amazing how we move as black men and whatever, and just have a whole business and just run it ourselves mostly and be the top dog. But too many times we'll see the outside forces get jealous, or they look at us, well, it's just that one, so knock us off some kind of way, whether they actually kill us or whatever, do this, instead of us working together like these other people do, getting together. For whatever reason, that white supremacy is a multi-billion-dollar machine that continues to work against us every minute of every day. So in one breath, it's easy to say, oh, we need to get together, we need to do this, do that, and get together and work together. It's easy to say, but it's so many obstacles and enemies against that it's hard to do. But my thing is, first and foremost, we have to get back to black families. I know the show is about are we attracted to Latina women, this and that and everything. But to sum that up, we need to remember how we rose from slavery and Jim Crow and that in the States and apartheid and everything else in Africa. We had families. We had a father. We had a mother. We were in one home. We fought together. We went to war together. You went to war for your son, your daughter, your mother, your father. Until we get back to creating black families, and love my Latinas, love all this and everything. But one thing you can say about these Dominicans, they are patriots. They choose their
Very
Dominican.
true. Very, very true.
Dominican, orange Dominican, white Dominican, red Dominican, whatever. They choose their Dominicans before they choose anybody.
100%.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we need to get back to being that way. Like I said, we need to understand that these white people practice white supremacy as a means of survival. Yeah, their numbers are dwindling. Their women are not having babies. And the only white women having babies is Mormons and fucking Hasidic Jewish women around here that are up here in New York. So they're the only white women I see having babies. The rest of these white women are like, hell no, I ain't having no kids. It fucks up my body. I need surgery to fix my body, this and that. They're not doing it. That's why their numbers are dwindling. So what we need to do is get families again. It's hard with these black chicks, and they got it. This whole system is just keeping us apart. That's the whole bottom line. Figure out how to get these families back together, because that would cure us so much. We our main thing is financial. They're killing us because we don't have a financial leverage anywhere. Whenever they kill us, they need to worry about us shutting down McDonald's. You killed one of us, okay, none of us black folks are going to McDonald's for a week anywhere in America. The fear of shutting down these white businesses, because black folks making plenty of people billionaires. Look at Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan signed one of the worst deals in sports history with Nikes. He should be making $1 billion a year. All he's getting is $100 million. Some other white motherfuckers is getting that other $900 million a year. So you got to understand that we have to have a financial leverage. We need family and finances. Once we get our families together, once we get our finances together, we won't have these problems in the streets with these motherfuckers shooting and killing us, because they know if you do that again, it's going to fuck your pockets up.
Can I come in?
Go ahead.
Okay. It's good to look for solutions, but I also think it's critical to understand the problem to its root first, the root causes of the problems. What you said is right, and in short, what you've said is that we need to organize, and we've been struggling to organize.
Salute to you, brother. Thanks for the super chat, Mr. Dumpy Boyfriend 305. I appreciate you. Blessings and manners.
And when you look at the history of black people and their diaspora, we've never really organized. So for once, we need to actually take ourselves seriously, because we've been talking about organizing for generations.
We've actually organized. It's just governments saw it and nipped it in the bud.
Yeah. Okay, I agree to that.
That's the whole problem.
I agree.
That's why I said racism is a multi-billion-dollar, ongoing, 24/7 operation with an eye on us, because they know.
Yeah. But like I said, to deal with this, we really need to understand the problem. I mean, the other brother, I can't remember his name, he said the Arabs weren't our problem, but the Chinese were our problem. And to be honest, if we just stick to that, we'll miss the full picture. Yes, the Chinese are part of the problem. Yes.
No, the Chinese are the problem.
What, the only problem?
No. I'm not saying that they're the only problem. I'm saying that this is what I'm saying, brother. If you have a foreign object or a foreign situation that comes to your shoreline or comes to your home and starts creating a situation, what do you do with that foreign object or that foreign situation? Let me tell you what America do with it. America would either get rid of it altogether, Get rid of it. I mean, destroy it. Get
Yeah.
rid of it altogether. Because what the situation is causing is they're coming into your homeland. They're having docks. They have ports, seaports where they can pull up ships. They're shipping
Yes.
things home with ships and docks.
Okay.
Hold up.
Okay.
Give me a second. They're pulling up with ships. So that means they have a military presence. They have a military presence.
I understand all this.
And if we don't have a military, that's the problem we have in America. We don't have a military presence. So in order to organize, what are you organizing for?
We as in black
we don't have a military presence.
Wait.
Right.
Okay.
Because we don't have a military presence, we can't protect nothing.
Well, we don't
Okay,
don't
bro,
have a
bro.
military
So,
presence
bro.
anywhere in the
bro.
world.
Yeah.
Bro, you interjected me saying the Chinese are the problem. Before,
they are the
before
problem.
you interjected, I said the Chinese were one of the problems.
No, they are the main problem right now.
But I don't understand how they're the problem.
You don't understand how they're the problem? You don't see what's going on over there in Africa? You don't see the transition that's happening in Africa quietly because they're starting to control the media over there also.
Wait. The Chinese are not the only problem. The Chinese are not the only problem.
Okay,
like I said,
explain. You said Arab, but I don't know how the Arab problem. Ain't no Arab
Main
over there.
problem. The main problem
over there got no dots.
The main problem is the United States. But go ahead.
The United States not even the problem.
Let me break it down. Let me break it down because I think it's critical to understand our layers of enemies. Now, like I said, our problem started 1,300 years ago.
We're not talking about 1,300 years ago. That's the problem.
Hold on. That's when the problem started.
That's the problem.
Wait. When the Arabs invaded North Africa,
why are we talking about Arabs? Wait. Why are we talking about Arabs? The Arabs are not gaining power in Africa right now. The Arabs don't have docks.
Let me speak.
The Arabs don't have ports. They not making Arabs chiefs of villages.
Let me speak. They came into North Africa, conquered the place. Now, I'm sure you've heard of the group Boko Haram.
Mm-hmm.
My brother that says, oh, okay, you've heard Boko Haram.
Yeah, I've heard of Boko Haram.
You've also heard of the group ISIS.
Okay.
Do
and
you
what kind of
know
power
that...
do they wield in Africa?
Oh,
okay. They're just like, listen, they're just like Crips and Bloods over here in America.
The only reason they rose up is
like
because
Crips and
they
Bloods
killed
here in
Gaddafi.
America. Yeah, they can go around
Gaddafi
and they
kept
can,
all that shit under control.
They can go around. They can go around and act bad. They can act bad. They can shoot up hoods and communities. But when the real war gets ready to kick off, where are they?
Brothers, I've got to moderate this. I've got to moderate this fairly. I have to let Starman go, and then you guys can take. I just got to moderate this fairly. Right, go ahead, bro.
Okay, Jay, is my screen shared? Please. I'm trying to share the screen.
Yeah. I'll do it now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, if you look at this map, is it up yet?
Yeah, it's up.
Okay.
It's up.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you look at this map, the red part shows you Muslim.
Hold on, because on my computer screen, it's not.
I see a map of Africa.
Oh, excuse me, it's there. Okay, brothers, my bad. Go. Yeah.
On this map, you can see it's clearly divided into two huge chunks, the green part and the red part. The red part shows the part of Africa that is Islam. The green part shows the part of Africa that is Christian. Now, like I said, these Muslims, and we all know Muslims love to conquer. Since they came into North Africa, they've never stopped conquering. They're still taking over lands today. In fact, this border, the religious border of Africa that shows you Christian Africa versus Northern Africa, the border shifts south. The red part increases by 3 miles every year. I asked you earlier if you'd heard about Boko Haram. Boko Haram, as we speak, is snatching whole local government areas, villages in Nigeria as we speak, and genociding people. Genocide the villagers, take over the village, change the name. I asked you if you heard about ISIS. Well, they were defeated in Iraq, a problem linked to America, defeated in Syria, and suddenly they realized, there's somewhere we can actually conquer easily. the new frontier for ISIS is now West Africa. In fact, in Africa, they go under two names. Africa in I think it's ISDG. I can't remember what the DG stands for. And there's another splinter group, ISWAP. ISIS in the West Africa province, just like they had ISIS in the Levant. Now, let me show you another map.
Are you saying Christianity is good and Islam is bad?
I'm not, no. I'm saying two of them are foreign. Two of them are the part of our problems. Wait.
That's all it is. He's looking for a fatwa in his head.
Wait.
Christianity is the worst thing that ever happened to black people. But
I'm saying two of them. No, two of them are as bad as each other.
Let him rock out.
Okay, now, if you look at this map,
you have to make it bigger than that, bro. It's very small. Yeah.
If you look at this map, these countries highlighted in dark colors are the parts of Africa where the war, the Islamic Jihad is very active. Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, Congo, and Mozambique. Mozambique. We all saw this a few weeks ago. Wait.
I mean, I know y'all been on here for 3.5 hours. What are we getting to?
A few weeks ago, we all saw how terrorists attacked the northern province of Mozambique, driving people away because they just discovered oil. Now, all I'm saying to you, if you remember the first map I showed, you can clearly see this is all along the frontier where Christianity meets Islam. I mean, the irony is that Africans are killing each other over other people's religions. Now, I'll show one last map.
Now we're somewhere.
I'll show one last map. Now, this one. This map was released by ISIS when they first took over Iraq. This is their plans for the world. They plan to reconquer their old caliphate. Remember, they conquered parts of India, even into western regions of China. And they plan, and all this includes Nigeria today, Ghana, all Liberia, Sierra Leone, all of them. These are the people ISIS is planning to conquer. And today they're in front of West Africa, conquering.
So
you cannot tell the people at the frontier of this war today that ISIS is not a problem.
I can see
because ISIS has also infiltrated the Nigerian government. Just go listen to some Nigerian news and you know what's happening.
I hear you, bro, but on the grand scheme of things,
I'm getting to somewhere here. Now, what I'm saying is today we're facing a three-pronged attack. The first prong is from the Arabs from the north. The second prong is from the second invaders, the Europeans. They never left because neocolonialism is still going on. And you have to ask the question, why does the US have more bases in Africa than any other continent?
That's what I was saying at first. People think it's the Chinese. Do you realize anywhere on this planet we go, we whooping you right now, tomorrow, any port in Africa. If Chinese want to go anywhere, by tomorrow, it don't matter if you're Chinese, you're Russian, you're Middle Eastern.
But see, in fact, the US has more bases.
Kill themselves.
The US has more bases and carries out more operations as we speak on the African continent than all the other continents put together.
Period.
I'm not making this up.
The
biggest drone base. The biggest. Okay.
Oh, Star, you're being. I mean, I understand you're trying to rock out, but remember, you got to let the other brothers interject in what you're saying as well. Because obviously, you know.
I said okay. I gave him chill.
Yeah.
I mean,
go ahead, brothers.
It's amazing how the focus could be ISIS, the Arabs, and Muslims in a country where you see Chinese every day. I see some type of broadcast coming from the diaspora about the Chinese mistreating some Nigerians.
Star, you have to let him rock out. Star, you have to. He let you talk.
No, but you know what? He interjected. But he's about.
Okay. You have to let him talk. You have to let.
No, he didn't let me finish what I was saying.
I know. Finish. Let him talk.
No, it's not a problem, brother. It's not a problem. But I can see why Africa is having the problem that they have, because you got to identify who your enemies are. If you can't identify who your enemies are, then where's the fight? Now
That's
you
what
got
I was
me all
trying to say.
As a brother in the diaspora over here in America, we identify who our enemies are. You know the problems we have? We have problems with brothers who come over here who think they too smart for their own good. They get with the white folks, and guess what they do? They become compromised. They become so smart and so compromised that they become a vessel used against us. So not only are we fighting against the colonizers, we're fighting against the Africans. We're fighting against in our hood who are siding with the colonizers. So if you can't identify who your enemy is and who it is that means you no good, in terms of, like, we understand and know that on the streets that, hey man, if this guy is, we got gangs out here. We know these gangs that they're fighting for turf and drugs and all of these other things. We understand that. That's the nature of knowing your environment and where you living at. So if I come to Africa, I know it's certain, it's ISIS, it's other religious sects and other tribal wars and tribal beefs that's going on. No different than Dominican Republic. You go to Dominican Republic.
You just said something that makes me understand that you don't understand the problem in Africa. You said tribal beef and tribal wars.
I understand why Africa is in the situation it is in, because brothers like you who will transfix your mind on other things rather than transfixing your mind on what's the problem. What is the problem?
Okay.
You telling me
the
that
problem in Africa is the United States. The United States, we basically let and control what Africa is doing. That's why Obama was in office. Get our relationship with Africa back, so we can go over in the Congo and Cameroon and all these places and get all that those intricate metals and stuff to get what we get and make what we make. America don't give a fuck about we're doing long as when we can get over there.
Who runs America, brother, right now? Who's running America? Who's running America? The government. Who's running America? China is running America. Do your homework. China is running America.
China is not running America,
brother. Do your homework. Biden's son is being funded by China.
But it ain't.
Biden's son is being funded by China. He's using his son. He's using.
Okay. Can I finish my breakdown of Africa's problems, at least for those who want to hear? Okay, like I said earlier, before you interjected and started talking about China, before even letting me finish, which I would have actually appreciated, because maybe you wouldn't have jumped in and started talking about China and everything else you said. Anyway, let me just carry on. Like I said, we're under a three-pronged attack. The first prong of the attack is from the Arabs or the Muslims from North Africa. The second prong of the attack.
This is a Muslim thing.
The second prong of the attack. I'm sorry, but the Christians in Africa,
right?
the Christians in Africa are not killing anyone, and it just so happens.
Right.
Wait, hold on. Listen, I'm not Christian. By the way, and it just so happens that most of sub-Saharan Africa, are Christians. I just showed you a map showing that. I didn't make that map up. Anyway, let me finish. Now, the first pronged attack is from the north. The second pronged attack is from the west. And when I mean west, I don't even mean from the west coast of Africa, but that's where it's coming from. From the Western civilization, the Europeans,
United States,
France, England, United States.
Europe, right, I get that.
They colonized us. They never left. If they left, neocolonialism wouldn't be talked about today. They're still the ones majorly exploiting the place. Now, the third prong of the attack is coming from China. China has looked around.
Sorry, Stam, I've got to read out this super chat. Sorry, I'm not cutting your wisdom. Thank you, Myth Twist, for the £5 super chat. I really appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. Go ahead, bro.
Right. China has looked around, seeing what the Arabs are doing, seeing what the West is doing, thought to themselves, well...
You do, I'm going to say this, you do realize that the West attack is a Christian attack.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I know. I'm only saying the Christian part of Africa just to label the space. Like I said, I'm not a Christian.
But you said the
I've been knocking Christian all show.
You said the Christians were anybody. I just want you to know the Christians are. You said the Christians were not killing anybody. I guess you meant African Christians. I don't know.
Yeah, the African Christians are not
people on this planet in anybody.
I said the Christians in Africa are not killing anyone. That's what I said. The Christians in Africa are not killing anyone. They're not grabbing anyone's land.
But the African Christians are compromising the people. They're compromising the people by allowing the colonizer to come in and deploy what they do. Do you understand that?
That's part of the attack from the West. Yes,
to fight. Right. It's going to take people to fight back.
But do you at least now recognize that China is not the only problem? Like you made out.
No. I said for the continent of Africa, China is your problem. China is your problem right now. You can't be looking at ISIS and say, well, ISIS is finna take over Africa. What? Boko Haram's finna take over Africa. What?
Maybe
Arabs finna take over Africa. What? They don't have the military.
Do you know the history of?
They don't have the military prowess to take over Africa. China does. China is in the back pocket of the United States, brother.
United States ain't gonna.
Do you know the history of the war in Sudan? Do you know the history of the war in Sudan?
What does that have to do with right now? What does that have to do with China in your backyard right now?
When did you listen to the show from the beginning?
Yes, I heard it from the beginning. I was kind of confused because I'm like, why is he talking about Christianity and Boko Haram and?
Did you hear when I said Africans have no means of production? We don't produce our own weapons. We don't produce our own drugs, whatever. So, if regardless of what you think of Boko Haram and ISIS, they're a ragtag bunch, but they have all the guns supplied by their Arab friends and Americans or whatever, because the Americans have their agenda. But then these sub-Saharan so-called Christians, they can't even make guns. They don't have guns. The Nigerian government. Wait. Hold on. The Nigerian government is currently being run by a Fulani Muslim, who is actually trying to turn the entire country Muslim as we speak. If you want, I'll show you videos of parts of Nigeria where Boko Haram has taken over and forcefully, they actually, Boko Haram videoed this, they're actually forcefully converting people to Islam. And when you look at this video, thousands of people surrounded with militants on rooftops carrying AK-47s and some dead people lying there. And you could clearly see.
I have heard that soliloquy since I was a little kid. Be scared of the boogeyman. The boogeyman is the Muslim. The black man is the boogeyman.
Are you Muslim? Are you Muslim?
Hold up.
Africans, he said he's Muslim. He said he's Muslim.
Right, I have no problem. Right. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with your issues with Muslims, because some of what you're saying is correct. Arabs did enslave us. Arabs did control slaves. I understand that. I understand.
But now you embrace his
content.
religion. Now you embrace his religion.
But this is no.
He enslaved your forefathers. Now you embrace his religion.
You have to
what you're saying is that
you
China
have to
has
understand that his.
You're saying China has a military presence and ports is because, and that's the reason why they're able to come into Africa and do what they do.
They do what they want to do. They don't. Hold up.
The reason for that is because they have a military presence in China. I mean, in Africa.
No. What I'm saying is, in first and foremost, in order to establish some type of control, we have to establish a military presence. In order to establish a military presence, we have to have a dock, a port, to where we can get our military and we can get our things in and out without impede. So that way, no one can impede on us.
That's what China is doing. You're saying that's what China
exactly.
has?
That's what they're doing. But I'm just saying, like, Africans are sitting around like, it's a big embargo. They sending rocks with big rocks. They shipping back to China in big ports and ships. And they sitting around, what's going on? What you mean what's going on? You know what's going on. You know what these people are up to no good. They over there digging. They're over there running people from the Chinese.
How are they supposed
are the
to
Chinese
stop?
the only people in Africa digging?
What you mean?
Are they the only people in Africa digging?
Absolutely
what you mean?
not.
They're illegal mining. They're illegally
Are
mining.
they the only people
they're
in
not the
Africa
only
illegally
ones.
No,
mining?
no, no. The Bears are doing it as well. The Jews are doing it as well. The
Exactly. I
Bears.
mean, what's
But
he
listen,
on?
this is not about the Jews are doing it and so on. So the Jews or whoever can do it, but we know who has the military powers, the prowess to
Everybody
stop
else.
or control
Well,
anything
so
that's going
No,
on.
okay,
it's not-
you keep
it's not
shouting
just
about
China.
China. You keep
It's not
shouting about
just
China.
China.
Oh, they got military port, this, that. How about the US has more military bases in Africa than all the world put together? How
But
about
listen,
that?
US,
is
but
one
US is of no consequence when China is. Listen, they owe China.
No.
US owes China.
We-
US is
we're not
in
even-
debt from China.
Only thing we worried
US
about
is
is China
controlling.
not.
The US is under debt. They're under control by China right now through Biden and Kamala Harris. They're under control. They had problems with Trump. They had problems with
Okay.
that administration. That administration gave them fits. Now you have an administration that's willing to work with them. How? How are they working with them? Why does Joe Biden's son have
over
a
strong arm us and tell us what to do? Hell no.
it's strategic, brother. It's strategic. Everything is strategic. Listen, it is of no surprise that the Chinese, the Asians over here got a bill passed in less than 2 months. We've been over here how long? Why did they get a bill passed?
Because they have a
How did they get a bill passed? Because they have a prowess. They have someone in China that's going to back them. They have someone that's going to back them. Listen, Joe
Back them
Biden, you're
how?
going to pass that bill. You're going to pass that bill for my Asian folks because that is the means of getting. Did you just see an Asian man just shot a 6-year-old boy? And the white judge gave him a $10,000 bond and let him out. Did you see that?
And what do we do?
Can I say
Why?
something real quick?
And
guys, can I say something real quick? I haven't talked in a while, but
Go ahead.
and I promise I'm not going to be long. I'm just
No, bro, I think you deserve to be long because no, rock out. You be patient, bro. Rock out. You be more than patient.
I don't have a lot to say in regards to that because I see where the conversation is kind of leaning. I feel like there's a lot of things that you guys are now getting into that requires so much more nuance. And I feel like that's part of the problem in these spaces when we're having these conversations. Some people are a little bit lacking in nuance to sort of understand, to contextualize the things that they're saying. Now we're saying stuff about the Asians this, the Asians that, and it'll be like, well, look, they give the Asians a bill. They could have just easily give us reparation. When we all know this political system, the structure of this political system here in America is set up in a specific way. And I just don't like going about, just this hyperbolic statement without any context, understanding the fine tuning of this political system. It's very complicated for the specific reason why we're having this conversation.
this system was built on Black Americans' backs, and it's continually going to be that way. We're always going to be treated that way differently until we get our own. That's why I say it's to keep it simple. After years of thought and after years of what in the hell could Black people do when everything is bearing down on us, all these people in power are doing everything they can to keep us apart and keep us in shambles. What are they targeting? They're targeting families. They're targeting our finances. So we need to, as individuals, because you can't go out and influence people you don't know. That just don't work with us. We need to raise children. We need to quit.
How you gonna raise children when they killing them, brother? How you gonna raise families when they are imposing their will on your family?
Bro, that's a.
I'm asking you a question.
No, that's a statement that's just. You can't have
that's a reality statement.
You can't
that's
have
a reality
statement.
Listen, in
everybody's dying. Everybody's dying.
And then what that mean? Everybody like who? No, all I see is Black people dying.
That's
unjustifiably dying. Everybody ain't dying. What are you talking about?
But you just said, how can we raise a family if they killing us? That don't make sense.
I'm asking you a question. No, you saying we need to raise our families. How you gonna raise a family if every time your kid go outside, he's getting shot?
That's not. You can't say stuff.
What you mean I can't say stuff? What are you talking about?
So have you been shot?
What are you talking about?
Have your child? You got kids?
Have I been shot? What kind of minimalized thinking is that? What you mean? Every day you see the remnants every day of what society has.
Bro. You just said, how can I raise a child if he's going to get shot?
Again, like I was saying, hyperbolic statement.
What you said. Listen to what you said.
That's a reality statement. That's not a hyperbolic statement. That's a reality statement. An Asian man got upset with a little black kid and decided to shoot him. That's what happened.
Therefore, like all the black people are getting shot by Asian men all throughout the 50 states, right?
Every Asian is going to shoot a black person.
All throughout the 50 states. Listen, brother, my job is not here to protect or advocate for Asians. I'm not an Asian. Listen, I'm not an Asian man. I'm a black man.
Just because you're not,
so
your job is
I'm
not
not here. My job is not to advocate, or my job is not to talk about. Oh well, you know, it's
you're not here to paint a whole.
Bro, do not deconstruct the facts, though, please. Yeah, I know your job is not to defend them.
Disconstruct what? What are you talking about?
You have to say stuff factually. You have to be intelligent.
I'm telling you factual. What are you talking about? What I'm saying is a fairy tale?
Bro, we're not disagreeing with you. Listen, hold on a second. We're not disagreeing with you that black people are dying. We're not disagreeing with that. But when you make that hyperbolic statement that, an Asian kill a little black boy, so that means all the little black boys are getting killed by Asians. Come on, man.
You got
No.
Sorry, can I just say something, brothers? Sorry, can I just say, let me just break people's wisdom. I just need to apply to the chat now. Someone's saying you see how the conversation's gone. So let me just address the listeners and the people that are in the comment section. People, none of the brothers on the panel okay? Where men at the end
got cut off. Where men, none of the brothers are what?
None of the brothers are disrespecting each other on the panel. These are men. No. They're passionate about what they're saying. So as men, we do raise our voice to have our voice heard. Okay, correct, so I just want to just address the chat and the listeners. This ain't a panel where people are going to come in and start insulting each other. No, this is grown men talk. Anyway, continue, brothers.
Correct. What we're trying to say is you have to be clear about it. Nobody is defending that Asian man from shooting that black child. That was absolutely ridiculous. But you can't say that is the representative of everybody. When I say we need to have families, you need to, you know what I'm saying? I have my brother, he's dad, husband, has a kid, you know, his kids at home, my cousin, husband. That's what we need as people to think about. Through all my years of living and watching and growing, I'm from Montgomery, Alabama. I have parents and grandparents who, when they were back then, the thing that kept them strong and the thing that allowed them to rise and have a foundation today is the fact that they had family. They had husbands, wives, brothers, a bunch of brothers and sisters, and everybody was a family. And once we got away from that is when we saw a lot of our problems happen. When women got independent and doing all this, how come all these other women, I know doctors, lawyers that are white women, Asian women in IT for 10, 15 years. All these women were able to go to school, have a degree, get a master's, get PhDs, become lawyers, become...
Brother, can I cut you off for 1 second? I just want to interject because you're taking it somewhere else. No. And you misdirecting what I'm saying. What I'm not saying is not addressed toward like, okay, the Asians are doing. No. What I'm telling you is that laws are implemented to protect the people, correct? Correct.
The
Are we
laws are
correct?
implemented.
Laws.
The laws come about.
LAWS.
No, I'm gonna tell you, laws come about because there's power. If you have power
Listen,
and
brother.
you have financial
Whoa. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go with the laws.
Listen,
Let him
brother.
go with the laws.
This is what I'm trying to teach you something.
laws,
Laws are implemented to protect the people.
are
Correct?
people.
Correct. So if laws are implemented to protect the people, when you have a situation like this shooting we talking about, right? Like this shooting we talking about of this
We
kid.
got some feedback. We got some. Sorry, let me just introduce Myth Twist to the panel. Welcome.
Okay.
Yo, I'm just listening for the moment. I'm gonna let.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Could you brothers just mute your end while brothers rock out, please? Because we do get feedback. Blessings.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying in terms of the laws are implemented to protect the people. So what I'm saying is we've been here how many years? 450, almost 500. We've been here all of these years, and all of these murders, from all of these different murders, all of these different things that have been happening to black people in the diaspora, black people in America. And at this point in time, you have a new president in a Biden and a Kamala Harris, and I'm trying to connect the dots with China to give you the understanding that, okay, all of this is by way of power and control and giving power and taking power. So we're going to give the power to Asians. We're going to give them a bill that protects them from any kind of
No, they
hate.
did not get a bill. They did not get a bill.
They got a
See, you
bill.
got, you got to be factual.
You do not
You
understand.
got to be
Let me say
factual.
this real
You
quick.
can't
Let me
just
say this
speak
real
on
quick.
emotion.
He
You can't
does
speak
not
on
understand
emotion,
what
bro.
he's
You got to
That's
speak
not
correctly.
emotions, brother. You got to
Yeah,
look it
that
up.
was an executive order. You do not understand what you're talking about. You do not understand what you're talking about.
What is an executive order,
When you
brother?
made that statement,
What is an
especially-
executive
I let you
order,
go
brother?
on and on. Let me say this real quick, please, bro.
What is an executive order? Just answer that question for me.
Listen. I'm a shot. I'm gonna let you go. Look, when you said something very what you call it, conspiratorial about Biden's son this, Biden.
Exactly.
That's not conspiratorial, brother. That's facts. That's facts. That's facts. That's public record. That's public record.
Power.
That's public record that he has been in cahoots. He's been brokering with the Chinese for years.
Hold on, he's the Big Bang. He's the Big Bang. Please tell us. Please tell us who won the 2020 election. I see where you at. Please tell me. Answer this answer for me. Answer that question for me.
Who is this talking?
Who won the 2020 election?
What is this? What is this? Jeopardy?
Biden.
What is this? Jeopardy?
You're very conspiratorial.
What is this?
You're
What
very
is this? Testing my intellectual properties? What is this?
You're very conspiratorial.
Listen, man, do your homework.
But bro, you tying up. It sounds like you want what's that where they get all them conspiracies that Democrats are eating babies and shit. Where they
conspiracy. Brother, you taking a twist on a whole nother. You taking a twist on a whole nother conversation.
Over stuff. You can't gloss over stuff. You can't say stuff like laws were passed to do this. You have to break down. Listen, laws get passed because people with financial influence people, and it's a chain process. It's just not somebody that turns up. It's a process. It's a financial process.
Listen, brother, they turned up in the streets and got laws passed.
Who?
What, the Asians?
They turned up. No. I'm talking about black folks in the streets, turned up in the streets and got things taken care of, got things passed. In terms of all of this police work they talking about.
What are you talking about? When and what?
I'm trying to get to a point.
Let's let him get to his point.
Stuff. You got to be specific. When and what? You said black people got in the street.
No. I'm saying we have gotten more done getting out in the streets and flooding the streets and doing what we have been doing as far as fighting this government and fighting this white supremacist government and trying to get our justice due in terms of changing the laws on the books, in terms of these police killing us, in terms of these officers, these race soldiers killing us out here. Now,
This man has no idea what he's talking about.
Still killing us.
I don't have no idea what I'm talking about.
Dying, and we got the police brutality.
The day they announced, oh boy, guilty, they killed black people. Cops killed somebody the same day they announced George Floyd killer guilty, and they killed some black dude.
They've been killing every day. What are you talking about?
Just said we marching in the streets and getting.
What are you talking about? I think, what, brother? I think your mentality or your understanding of what I'm talking about is shallow. You don't understand nothing I'm talking about. So I'm going over your head.
You just said marching in the streets.
I said that. Yeah, exactly. I said that going out into the streets, getting things done. That gets more done than trying to appease a government that ain't trying to appease you.
Bro, yo, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? That's to my brother, the guy that I was debating about China. If China is our main problem.
Guy. This the Muslim Arab guy, ISIS guy. This the Muslim Arab ISIS guy talking.
I'm not saying.
I'm not saying. Okay, go ahead. The Muslim Arab guy.
My question to you is
that guy.
As a black man, which is more important to you, being a Muslim or being an African?
Being a Muslim or being an African? Well, what kind of? Listen to me. Let me explain this to you.
It's a simple question. Which is more important to you?
What's important is my survival and my family's survival. That's what's important. Now, I don't give a damn what color you are when it comes to my survival and my.
Sorry, someone needs to pause their end because there's a lot of feedback coming. Could you guys pause your end so the brother can rock out? Thank you. Go ahead, brother.
So it's not about, I have an allegiance. I have a belief. Islam is a way of life. That's my belief. Me being an African or me being black, that's my bloodline. I can't run away from that. God, the creator, made me who I am. So I can't run away from who I am. I can't exchange one for the other. Your belief is your manuscript, is your map, your road map to give you directions on to where you're going. Your color is to signify and let others know on your journey who you are. You understand that? Okay.
But
you're not talking to an idiot.
No, wait, hold on.
Nah, you talking to me like I'm some type of intellectual dummy or something. I don't know. Go ahead.
Wait. So basically, I mean, you didn't answer my question because the question.
I answered it. You want me to answer the way you want me to answer?
You just danced around it. You picked. No, you said none is. You said
I can't dance around it.
You didn't dance. You danced around it.
How did I dance around it?
It was a simple question. Which is more important to you, being a Muslim or being a Christian? You were telling me about bloodline.
I can't change either. I can't change who I was born. And if I was born, then I came. Hold up. If I was born,
part 3 to this.
If I was born, well, that's why a lot of y'all throw it off today, because you don't know where you come from. And because you don't know where you come from, you can't identify with the creator to get the proper transmission of where you're going, where you're headed.
So, what is Islam African?
There we go.
Is Islam African?
Bro, this is
Islam African? No. Is Islam African? Is it an African tradition?
We're not talking about Islam. We're talking about the emancipation and freedom and just will of the black man.
But Islam contributed to the emasculation of black man. Islam played a massive part in the emasculation, as in the subjugation of black people.
All religions have, exactly.
And and let me just be blunt. Anybody should go read the history themselves. Islam was worse. Islam started since 1300 years ago. The Europeans only came in 400 years ago.
I can't help it because you still butthurt about the Arabs, brother. I can't help that.
Look. You just hear Arabs, but whenever you don't hear me say you don't seem to notice when I say Europeans or Chinese. But every time I say Arabs, you start throwing ape shit.
I don't care. Listen, I care not about an Arab. I care not about an Arab. Now, if an
But
Arab,
do they care about you?
I'm actually gonna have
Do
my say
they
on
care
Africa.
about you?
Let me have my say on Africa because I haven't spoken. So let me have my say on
Go
Africa
ahead,
and
brother.
the state of black people. So if you guys could just mute your end because we're getting feedback. My thing is this: there was a guy called Muammar Gaddafi, as you all know.
Yes.
Muammar Gaddafi was a Muslim.
Preach.
This is just my opinion. I have my own mind. He was bringing Africa together for one currency, right? Which was called the gold dinar. Also,
Correct.
what they don't tell you is that Libya had a water well underneath that could have distributed to the parts of Africa that wasn't getting fresh water. He made also a few statements at the UN saying that anybody that's African is welcome into my country. He also apologized for the slavery part of what the Arabs took part in.
That man protected.
Fast forward. Fast forward.
Continent from ISIS and from Boko Haram.
Fast forward.
Fools popped up.
Right. Fast forward. My ex-wife used to work in Libya. She worked there for 5 years. Right? 5 to 4 years she worked there for. I knew nothing about Libya until she told me. Facts. Hospital treatment, health benefits, free. Education, free. Petrol for your car, free. If you got married, the government will give you a free house or subsidize 50%. Any car that you wanted, the government would subsidize it. Now, she said, Muammar Gaddafi was a bit of a character. However, his people loved him. His people loved him. Now, I'm just stating facts here. America has no gold reserve. None. Hence, you had to go and steal, what's his name? Saddam Hussein's gold, which they made a movie about that, right? And then went after Muammar Gaddafi's, not only did they go after the gold, they had to take him down because if that went ahead overnight, the US dollar and the British pound would have been dead overnight. So I say this to say this. Black people, Arabs,
Big J.
Don't
leave out the fact that Obama helped. Don't leave that out.
Of course he helped that bullshit. Of course. He was a puppet. He was always a puppet. My thing is this, and this has always been my problem with my people. We never help ourselves. Somehow, if we're not selling ourselves short or selling one another out, we're fucking each other over, which is pretty much the same thing. We have no unity and we place no value on ourselves. Now let me land because I haven't spoken. Now, in terms of religion, Christianity, Islam, whatever, whatever religion, Buddhism, whatever. My thing is this. All them religions came onto the continent of Africa. It is not ours. It doesn't belong to us. We did adapt certain religions and certain cultures. Yes, we did. Does it pose a problem, or has it posed a problem in Africa? I can't say yes and I can't say no. What I would say is this. If we had our own deity, if we had our own gods, if we had gods that looked like us, that we pray to, and most of all, if we put value on ourselves, any black person that's killed in the United States of America, any black person that's killed in the UK, Africa can then lock up and say, okay, whoa, you're treating our people like that? Well, here what? The price of coltan have just raised up.
Imagine if Malcolm had lived. The power.
And that's all I say on that. We need to put value on ourselves.
Big
Can
J.
I say something? Can I say something about? And this is talking about solutions now. Now, like I said.
Oh my goodness! Not this brother again.
Okay, no, let it rock out. Let Salman Rushdie rock out, man. Go on, bro. Go on, bro.
I mean, regardless of what my Muslim brother says,
the
reality is, the Muslims in the Sahel are on a massive land grab of the Christians' land. Talking about solutions, we need to organize ourselves. And that organization is beginning to happen. And what's happening now, if you look at what's happening in Africa, a lot of those African countries are beginning to break up. They are beginning to break up back to their old borders before the Europeans came. And that's the only solution, because the Europeans knew clearly what they were doing. Like in a country like Nigeria, they scooped up...
Bro, I'm going to have to cut you short soon, so please make it short and sweet.
Yeah,
because there's another brother on the panel. It's only because there's another brother on the panel. He's got to have his saying. That's why. He's just come on the panel, right? So please.
They scooped like 51 ethnic groups together, formed Nigeria, knowing fully well that they'll never get anywhere because they'll be too busy squabbling over the politics. And, today, like I said, African countries are beginning to break up. And someone mentioned repatriation earlier. I mean, that's a whole different topic. And I'll say this. There's a reason why reparations hasn't happened. And it's only when Africa truly becomes independent, then you begin to see it happening. And that's also the power of, while we're waiting for Africa to become independent, that's why they're trying to change the history to some people thinking they're Aboriginal Americans and all that. There's a reason behind all this stuff. And like I said, there's some African countries emerging, and they will be the truly first independent black nations, like Ambazonia in Cameroon, Biafra and Oduduwa in Nigeria, Western Togoland. These are all West African countries trying to break away from the old colonialist countries.
It's going to take time. You can't get over. I always say for every day of slavery, you need a day of freedom.
Yeah.
It's just going to take time. It's just going to get better and better.
Guys, I have to bring in Myth Twist because he's been waiting patiently.
Go ahead.
So welcome to the panel, brother.
Yo. I was just gonna say salute to Big J for having this conversation and stuff, because it's good to have. I mean, I've heard a lot of these conversations lately, so I'm glad you guys were kind of moving to solutions, because otherwise these conversations tend to be circular and it's just like people, and it's just like whatever. But I'm kind of curious. There's something that you guys have been discussing. It's something that every time I've had these conversations, it seems to lead back to, which is black people coming to the conclusion of black families or unity or something like this. Now, me personally, I'm very realistic in my way of thinking. I'm very pragmatic. And in the way I look at things, I don't realistically see these things being achieved. Now, the reason why I'm going to ask you guys, like, what exactly is the ways this happens, is because most of the time we talk about what the solution is, but there's no root to it. And the thing is that it's like, for example, you can say we need black families. Cool. That's great. But pragmatically, how does that happen? Right? Like, you've obviously got to make it where, even if you as an individual, you say, I'm going to do it, well, you can't dictate to the next man what he wants to do, especially going off of the topic of this live stream as well, to do with like the Latinas and that kind of stuff. Let's say, like when Big J was showing the images earlier of different types of women, let's say that guys looking at that, lighter skinned or that mixed or whiter looking woman, and he's thinking, I want that, right? Now, I mean, is that going against the agenda of what you guys are saying about the black families or not?
I stated that there are 16 shades of black women. on there. Black is not only just a skin color. Black is a state of mind, and black is how everybody else views you. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of Dominicans when they in the Dominican Republic, oh, they got Blanco on their birth certificate. But when they get their ass out in the real world, they just a coat. But my point is, there is no easy solution. There are only solutions. Yeah, when I say you need to get a black wife, there is no easy solution. But the results of that far outweigh anything that you can imagine, because you don't know who you'll produce out of your family. You could produce the next Malcolm X. You could produce the next Gaddafi. You could produce the next whomever. But having that foundation gives you a better chance to create a future.
Here's my question.
Go right, but
here's my question to you on that though. So I get what you're saying, but why does it, like, I'm not saying you're saying it has to be, but does it have to be your child who's these next things? Could it not be you who's these next things? Because my thing is that you can't know what the next people are going to do. And if we're going to just be quite frankly honest, most of the people who are younger, and I know because I'm one of them, ain't on your agenda. They're not. So like, if you're bearing your hopes on children to do the things you're thinking of, they're not.
Hold on, let the brother rock out. Hold on, guys. You have to let the brothers let him rock out.
I was done with my point.
The only time I interject is to clarify. I don't want to get too far off. You have more influence raising someone than you do out of your home. But go ahead.
But wait, so you're saying you have more influence raising someone than what, over yourself?
You have more. If there's only so much you can do on your own.
Yeah, but like a child. Okay, you're talking about having children as if the children are gonna fulfill the legacy. And what I'm trying to say is that I don't know how old you are, but I'm
he's giving up, young brother. He's giving up. He has no fight in him. He gonna get a fight to his son. He want to teach his son to be a fighter rather than he be a fighter. He's giving up on fighting. He's not going to be a fighter. He talks. He don't talk the fight talk. He's not talking the fight talk. He's talking about teaching his son to fight, because eventually that's what's going to happen. His son going to have to fight that fight. He's not going to fight that fight.
Those who talk the talk but don't know what they're talking about. Just talk, and think they're fighting.
But a young man was just asking you a question. He's very intelligent. You just answered it for him. You say you was gonna teach your son. You didn't say anything about fighting no fight.
You're interjecting with emotional nonsense. You're speaking out of turn.
That's not emotional. That's real. That's real talk. What are you talking about,
bro? You don't know what you're talking about. You're speaking on emotion. You're coming in trying to be funny.
No, that's your assumption. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being real. You talking about teaching your son to fight.
Wait, guys, hold on. Guys, hold up.
I mean, we're having a conversation and you interject with nonsense. It'll help if you just be quiet and not come in emotional and come in with nonsense trying to be funny.
Now, what the last... Wait, hold up.
He gave up on the fight. Bro, I don't have kids. When I'm speaking on general, and I'm speaking in an analysis of the situation, you're speaking on something, talking about something you have no knowledge of. You don't know me. You don't know what a fight is. You're not fighting. So
I don't have to know you, and you don't know anything about what I'm doing over here.
Right, but you
don't know exactly who you're talking to.
What I'm doing.
Bro.
You're gonna tell this guy who you don't know something about me that you don't know.
No, so I'm going off of the answer you gave him, brother. You just told the man that you're gonna teach your son, you're gonna teach your children to fight. You're gonna teach your children.
And what's wrong with that?
And what I didn't say anything was wrong with it. All I said was that you and he was asking you, well, what's wrong with you? Taking up the mantle. What about you advancing the situation? What about you getting into the thick of things? You didn't say that. You deferred, brother. You deferred to teach your children.
It's sitting in the street and trying to protest something and getting nothing done.
No, I didn't say protest. I'm not talking about protesting.
Fight. You don't know what a fight is. You think
I'm not talking about protesting. And you don't know what I know. So don't say I don't know what a fight is. You don't know my story.
You don't know what.
Okay. You guys talking about fighting. You guys talking about fighting. Are you ready to kill somebody? As in,
no.
Could you actually kill somebody?
We're not talking about a physical fight.
So
over the phone.
what kind of fight are you talking about?
We're talking about the fight. We're talking about a fight.
Talking about creating something for ourselves.
Okay.
Hold on, let me interject.
In that fight to create something for yourself.
And I was going to say, in that fight, we have to spill blood.
Well, in that fight to create something for yourselves, are you ready to spill blood?
Thank you, Big J.
Are you ready to spill blood?
Thank you, Big J.
I'm ready to do
brother, you have no idea who you talking to. So be careful.
Okay. If you're ready to spill blood, yeah.
Anyway,
go buy yourself the best automatic rifle possible. Yeah.
Listen, brother. This conversation is not just on these airwaves like that. We're not talking about that. We're talking from a solution base. When you go to talking directly, when you go to giving details, because you got to understand and know that these conversations are being listened to, not just by, you know what I'm saying?
No, what we're saying is this. What we are saying is this. We know at the end of the day, listen, when the white man conquered, he used nothing but violence, rape, and pillage. That's why he controls the planet. And I've always said to black people, for us to even remotely take control back, as what Khalid Muhammad says, are we prepared to spill blood? Because that's what it's going. That's the only language the white man understands.
Okay, Jay. Wait.
Sorry. If you think that will get us what we need, you're sadly mistaken.
Okay, well, you going to sit down?
Hold on, guys.
That's the whole point I was making. Do you think that when they shut down this oil thing over here via the IT and the cyber, the cyber attack, do you think that a bunch of people could have walked in and physically shut something like that down without the white government blowing their asses to smithereens?
Brother Cook.
Bloodshed against a giant, you're going to wins.
Brother Cook.
If Korea could have did that, they would have blew us up years ago.
Cook, I say this, and this is exactly what I said when I done my speech. I said, we black people, you need to unite, not just in Africa, not just in the. We need to unite. We've got nowhere to call home. We don't even speak our own fucking language. We don't even speak our own language, Cook. You speak English. I speak English. Hold on.
That's the whole point of said. We need to unite. You need to have families.
But hold on, Cook. Hold on. Let me learn. I don't speak an African language. You don't. We speak our colonizers' language, and as present, and I'm a victim of it. This is not a jab at you, and this is just
No.
I'm learning to speak another colonizer's language, which is Spanish.
Correct.
Right.
Preach.
Right? I don't know our African language. My point is this, Cook.
Technically, they're all our languages, but go ahead.
I hear what you're saying, but listen. My point is this, right? In order black people to unite, first and foremost, we must unite. Second of all, we have to, without a shadow of a doubt, give ourselves that respect. We don't respect ourselves. Someone said this to me a long time. How can you expect the white man to respect us when we don't even respect ourselves? We don't put value on ourselves. Look at that brother. Is it Big Baller Brand? Everybody laughed at him. Oh, why is your trainers $400, $300? Why you saying? But hold a minute, we'll happily go and buy a pair of Versace trainers for $400, £400, without blinking our eyelids. But we want to laugh at this black brother that's putting value on our own. We don't value ourselves. We don't. And this is the problem. We need to link up.
You said we need to link up, we need to unite, and you stopped right there. how?
And we need to put value. We need to put value on ourselves, Cook. We don't put value on ourselves, brother.
Like we need to unite. Where do we start?
Sorry, Cook, can't hear you, bro.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
We need to unite.
Yes, we do.
Where do we start?
First we have
Hold
to
on.
organize.
Oh, go on.
Yeah. First we have to organize. We have to find out who's gonna
We need to get on code. Who's
gonna fight?
And I say this.
Who's gonna fight and who's gonna sit back and take notes?
Sarnetta said something interesting. Hold on. Let me answer your question, Cook. You said, how do we start? Sarnetta said something interesting, and I realized, with this panel tonight, I saw a problem. Sarnetta said something. He says, when he does the panels, you got the Hebrew Israelites, you got the Nation of Islam, you got the Muslim Brothers, you got the Nation of Gods and Earths, you got the born again Christians, and they're all fighting amongst themselves. They're all fighting amongst them. You know what? When you look at white people, they have 101 religions, Scientology, hugging the tree. They've got, oh my God, they got different sects. But one thing they're on code. When it's time to be on code, woo, they're on code. The Chinese as well.
You know why these people are on code? You know why these people are on code? Because they have fucking family home structures. That's why. It starts in the home.
Because they have sense of self. They know self.
What does that mean?
You don't know yourself.
What does that mean?
You don't know yourself.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? That means they have a structure. That means they have some type of bond. That's what that means. You're talking about family. What kind of family?
A bond.
What kind of family you talking about? A family that gives it up for the LGBTQ? I don't know.
Why are you trying to create static?
I'm not trying to create static.
Yes,
I'm trying to give you the extreme measure so you can say, well, okay, no. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about us being on code in terms of
the reason why these people are on code the way they are because they have family structures. Am I wrong?
No.
Am I wrong?
Hold on. I think I understand what Cook's. No, I think he's just using another word for what he's saying is that they need that family. He's not necessarily saying mom, dad, and child. Right. He's saying as a family unit. As a unit. Yeah, I hear you. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
As a people, we're divided. We're taken from our land and everything. China
very divided.
Their own thing. So if a Chinese man from the south part of China catch up with a Chinese woman from the north part and they go overseas, they're gonna link up. They're gonna be together. They're gonna go there and do that.
Well, hold on. I'd say that's not entirely accurate considering the fact that Asian women are dating out more than anyone else.
We're not talking about dating out. I'm talking about.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there's not that race loyalty that you're describing. There isn't. Like in the way you're putting it forth, then it's not like that. I get what you're saying, but you got to bear in mind that a lot of these
you're talking about sex.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about marriages and families, just like you are. That they're getting married outside of the race at a higher rate than anybody else. That's not just having sex. So what I'm saying is
that rate is not over 1%.
No, that's
that rate is
true.
not. That rate is not. That rate is not over. Google the percent of Asian women dating outside of their race.
The point I'm making is that it's not
everybody's dating outside of their race, but you have people who are going to.
But what I'm not trying to say your point's wrong. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's not like as clear cut as you say, because I'm saying that because a lot of times people use that like as if there's this complete racial and it's only black people who fucked up or something. It's like, no, like Asian dudes are outperforming and beating white men in their own systems, and there's women still will go off with a white man. It's just like, so it's you know what I mean? Like, because oftentimes with us as guys, as black guys, we'll get criticized for certain things. Again, similar to what this topic might be around, but truth be told, it's like, it's not just, in our communities where certain things is happening. I think that every other group of people just have much better propaganda machines at making you think it's just you who's fucked up. You know, like we're not going to
That's
see
true too.
the Asian people.
The media is working against us as well.
Let him
Yeah,
speak.
but I'm not.
So,
I'm not
brothers.
saying we don't have our issues, but yeah.
So, brothers, as we said solution. Is it a point now where we have to look at ourselves and blame ourselves for the state that we're in today? Because look, when you look at the other races of people, they're winning. They're not bothered about what the white man's saying or what the white man's doing. They're putting into action where we're still talking about it and fighting amongst ourselves. We're not linked. Okay, hold on. Let me, because I haven't spoken much tonight. I let everybody rock out. I'm going to give you a simple situation. Could someone mute their end, please? Because I'm getting feedback, please. I'm going to give you a simple story. I would say, and Sincere, you're in the chat, so I know you know what I'm talking about. A couple of months ago, I was in a WhatsApp group, and you know, brothers were talking about land. We should, get the land, get land, and okay, let's start a consortium group. We're all gonna put $2,000 together at the end of the year and go on cop some land, and we're gonna keep on doing it. In my head, I said, okay, I know where this is going. Within 4 months, brothers started leaving the group. This is a true story. My wife came to me months ago. She said to me, look, I know there's a development going on in Barbaro, right? Big development. The land was cheap, right? Because she does this. This is what she does. I said, okay. I was sitting there and I was like, should I tell my black brothers? And I'm partly to blame for this. Should I tell my black brothers about this land or should I keep stum? I ain't going to tell them because I know what's going to happen. I caught my land. Caught my first bit of land. Just talked to one of my friends from Florida, Miami. And I slipped up talking to him. So he goes, oh, I want parts of it. He sent me the money. He brought a piece of land. I reached out to another brother. He brought a piece of land. Another brother that brought a piece of land reached out to me. He told me about another brother. I said, okay, well, it's up to him. This brother that I know very well rang me. He was busy fucking around in Sosua. It's all right, cool. Do your thing, bro. But, yo, the land's going quick. He eventually called me when he finished, and it would have only took him 2 hours. Phone call, maybe one by tops. He missed out. He's kicking himself. When I told him the price, he's kicking himself. My point is this. Sometimes we are our own worst enemies. We can't even fucking immobilize on a fucking small scale. Do you know how hard it is to get black brothers to just create a fucking consortium? And I don't even care if this is shit's monetized no more, because I'm really passionate about this. You know how hard it is to bring, that's how the white man wins. He creates a consortium, he puts his resources together and wins. Do you know how hard it is to get black brothers to do that?
Yeah. Didn't I say that 30 minutes ago?
It's hard work. Just something simple. It's hard work. Half the time you've got to chase brothers. You've got to chase them down. Something that will benefit us, And the we go to Dominican Republic all the time. We spend thousands of dollars over there. And I always say, brothers, why don't we own something? I know brothers that be God. What we should own something. We should come together. We can't even do that.
Bro, can you imagine?
TaylorMade said something to me. I done a sit down with him, a raw talk. TaylorMade's trying to get some land and put this land together so only blacks can come and move there and make it their utopia. It was gonna happen in Cook. What's that place up the flipping hell, man, behind the jumbo? What's that place called again? Torre Alta.
I was just about to say that.
Torre Alta. Yeah, it just came to me. Torre Alta was meant. I ain't gonna say who lives up there, but you know who lives up there. I can't really mention, but you know who lives up there. So that was meant to be the little black utopia. But yet again, black people dragging their feet. Nothing. The Europeans are buying more land there and building houses than what we are.
Bro, can you imagine if old boy at Atlanta Lights, TaylorMade,
there you go,
Breon,
there you go,
and throw Greg in there to
there you go,
everybody's attention and
there
Sherman
you go.
and
there you go. We cannot immobilize. You know why? Because we have this green-eyed. He can't be above me. He can't. Like, yo, this is the problem. Listen, let me tell you something about the white boy. The white boy sees our divide. He don't need to do nothing because you know what? Because we're good at it. We're good at doing it ourselves. Yeah. And I'm just talking on a small scale. And as I said, I'm part of that fuckery. I am. Because I should have opened my mouth and told the brothers that, look, there's land here. Let's make it all black. You know why? Because of shit like this. Brothers talking a lot and not doing anything. I said, I'm not even going to waste my time. I've got 2 pieces of land now in Barbaro. My friend in Florida, my 2 friends actually from Florida, they brought land. They're my neighbors. Sometimes I feel like shit thinking, why didn't I just reach out to my brothers and just tell them? I feel guilty of that. I feel really guilty of it. Does it make me feel good? No, it doesn't. It dawns on me all the time. But we need to do better. Sometimes we are our own victims. It's got to the point now. Listen, we've got a shop in London called Pax Cosmetics, owned by 2 Asian brothers. All they sell is hair products, right? You got black people going in there spending their money. And you know who's working in the shop? Their own people watching you like security guards.
Yep. Same in DR. They don't put too many of them, any black folks behind no cash registers.
No, the Chinese don't ramp with that. They're buying. You realize they're working the shop floor and the Chinese behind the register. Mm-hmm. They ain't putting them on the till for shit. Right? We need to do better now. As a solution, we are to blame. Today, right now, we are to blame. I blame us. We don't talk to each other. We don't communicate with each other. We don't network on each other. We're too busy tearing one another down. Is there any wonder why? And I always hear this. And I've been hearing it from when I was young. You can't do business with a black person. You can't do business with a white person. And I say this. And Starman, you know this very well, right? When I was in the lights on and lights off game, I've known Starman for a long time. When I was, and I can say it because at the end of the day, I don't do that no more. When I was busy growing broccoli, right? I couldn't grow broccoli with black people. I'm just giving you facts. I couldn't. Starman, you know what happened. I ended up growing broccoli with a white woman that was quiet. And I was turning over broccoli like there was no tomorrow. This was a white person. This white person that I know turned over so much money, she put her daughter through university. Furnished her house. Put her daughter through university, paid for the whole tuition, everything. Right? I could leave that woman, that white woman, to grow. I taught her to grow. She would grow. I left her. She had a basement. She would grow. I would go pick up the proceeds and go and market it. That was it. She even brought a little house where she's from. I ain't gonna say too much. But this is the sickness of our people. There's always a problem with our people. It's never straightforward. At some point in time, we are to blame for the shit that we're in today. I've said my piece.
Good
Bro,
talk.
you ever go to like a Chinese restaurant? You go to an Indian restaurant. You go to all these other restaurants that's not black people. What make them successful? They're family restaurants. They don't have a damn payroll to be paying outsiders like that. If they have one or two outsiders, they pay them out of pocket or whatever. The rest of it goes into a big bucket, and they all live in a big house. All drive the same big nice cars outside of the neighborhood. If you ain't got your family game right, you ain't gonna be able to succeed.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So I'll tell you another story. Because I've been around. I used to live in Germany. Right? Lived in Germany for a few years. There's this big festival. One black American guy, he owns it, right? Went to the festival before I even met him. I didn't even realize he lived around the corner. It's a black American guy, he actually owns the festival, even though he lived around the corner from the time I was living in Germany. So I turned up to the festival. And you know, it was a reggae event. So all the reggae artists will come from Jamaica and perform. So as I'm looking, man, I'm at this event, I'm thinking, white people serving Jamaican food. Not only serving Jamaican food, cooking Jamaican food. Not only they're cooking Jamaican food, it's not even freaking Jamaican food. It's a mockery. I didn't see one Jamaican there. Not one. But I have to say, I saw African people there cooking traditional African food. And mama was behind that stove cooking up a storm. Right? At some point, I went back. So this is a true story. I went back. Starman, you remember the barbershop on West Green Road, Clint's place? Star. Oh, he's gone. He's probably smoked a spliff and gone. So one of my friends, he owns a barbershop.
Yeah.
Oh, Clint's place on West Green Road, the barbershop, and he's got the jerk pan at the back. Right. So I've gone to my bedroom, Clint. I'm saying, Clint, there's a big reggae festival going on. There's no Jamaican food there whatsoever. None. These white people are cooking, making a mockery of our food. At that time, I found out who the owner was. I went to go and see him, met him. He gave me, I told him, he said, yep, he gave me a pitch there. I was like, great. Clint, let's get together. Let's immobilize. You know what my bedroom turned around and said? Take a picture of the festival. Just take a picture of my food and give it to the guy. I'm like, bro, are you not hearing what I'm saying? We can turn over bare money. The fact that we're Jamaican, we're black, we're going to be there cooking the authentic thing. No, wasn't interested, didn't want. Sometimes black people are just too comfortable in their own shit. We make other people rape our food, take our culture, do what the fuck they want to it, and we say nothing about it.
I feel
we
you
don't put value on shit.
But on the flip side, he might have had some bad experiences with some Jamaicans.
Real quick, big brother. I'm finna leave up out of here. Blessings and respect, manners. Big J, appreciate you.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, we'll link up, and to the other brothers.
Definitely, bro.
Respect to you, brother. I appreciate it. The brother, right? We need to. It's just a disagreement. It's just a
blessings, bro. Blessings, bro.
Just a matter of conversation. And
blessings, bro. We want each other to succeed, man.
Yeah, and
that shit ain't personal.
No doubt, man. Y'all be blessed, bro. We'll link up again. Appreciate it.
Stay safe,
man. Manners and respect, bro.
Manners and respect to you, bro. Blessings.
Stay safe.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback real quick, man. What Big J said, man, it's quite interesting, man. I know here in America, there are a few African American neighborhoods you're going there. Well, obviously, all throughout the country, wherever you go, as far as Chinese with the nail salon, with the hair shops, and with the beauty salon. I mean, beauty product shops or whatnot, but I haven't seen it myself. I've seen a little bit of it, but I've heard brothers, that will tell you they go in the hood. You got like Chinese and Indian people cooking and selling soul food to niggas.
Facts. Yeah, whoever wants to jump on, Dougie, you can jump on, the link's there, bro.
I was going to say
Facts.
something to speak about solutions. I mean, earlier in the show, I mentioned that the black race was risking extinction because even though we seem to have the numbers now, we had no power. We had no means of production. We didn't produce our own weapons. We didn't produce our own medicines, vaccines, food, anything. Now,
you saw what happened when they thought that they had weapons of mass destruction on the continent of Africa.
Well, with Libya.
You saw what happened when Bush was in power and he tricked Colin Powell into whatever, and they went over there bombing and all that shit. That's the whole problem right there. They ain't trying to let Africa get military power. But go ahead, bro. Sorry.
Well, the solution still lies in being able to create.
Sorry, bros. I'm gonna jump off the panel because I need to call my missus, but I'll be back. So don't worry, I won't end. Just continue. You guys can continue.
Right. Yeah, I think a big part of the solution lies in getting that power, getting our own means of production, whether it's for whatever it is, weapons, medicines, vaccines, whatever. And the reason why we've never had this power was because, first things first, every African country existing today is not an African country. It's a European country. Those borders are not African. I mean, when you look at the countries in Europe, they're homogeneous nations. White English people in their country, Italian people in their own country, French people in their own country. And even when they spill over into another country, they have their own autonomous region. But in Africa, it's not like that. The colonizers just bunched all the different groups together and then picked the ones that they knew will obey them and put in charge. And that's what's happening across Africa. That's why a lot of no African country is free. No black country is free even. Now, some of these sub-Saharan African countries are beginning to fight for, some of the parts of these sub-Saharan African countries are beginning to fight for like secession, to break away, to start their own countries, because they can see what the colonizers are doing to them via their proxies. It's like Nigeria is a classic case. When the British created Nigeria, they bundled together Muslim ethnic groups and Christian ethnic groups. But then, the Christian ethnic groups in the south, the new Muslims are in the north, the Christian ethnic groups in the south, who the British gave Christianity as part of the colonization program, part of the brainwashing. But even after that, the British didn't trust the Christians with power because they still wanted free access to oil, because Britain still gets free oil from Nigeria till today. So what they did was they decided to make sure that on giving Nigeria independence, they'll leave power in the hands of the Northerners, because they trusted the Northerners more. Even the Northerners happen to be Muslims. And it just so happened that during the slave trade, the Northerners and the British were slave trading partners. The Northerners would do the slave raiding, sell to the British would sell to the Americans, then buy tobacco, sugarcane, and then go back to Britain, buy guns, sail back to Nigeria, and give to the Northerners to go do more slave raiding. That's how it worked. And a lot of my brothers in diaspora also need to do research and realize that the most populated part of the black world is southern Nigeria. Most of you came from there. So, I've seen a lot of brothers in diaspora, when they hear about Nigeria breaking up, they get upset, they get emotional. Why? Oh, the most populous black nation. It's a hellhole, it's a trap. And Britain, if southern Nigeria breaks free, this will be the beginning of true emancipation for every black person. For the first time, you have free black nations, truly free black nations. And suddenly, when another George Floyd happens in America, you have the Biafran ambassador, or the Oduduwa ambassador, or the Ambazonian ambassador, raising hell at the UN saying, why is America, acting this way, because then we'll have our own. Right now, do you know why reparations? No, the countries fighting for reparations. Okay, the blacks in America,
bro. Can I
and the
say something
Caribbean
to you?
countries.
Can I say something to you? When you said that, and that is what that's what we need to shoot for with regard to having a point of reference away from this continent, because everybody else, Italians can point back to Italy, Greeks can point back to Greece, everything like that. If we can embrace our African heritage, like you said, if have the Nigerians stomping for us on that side, and they fuck with us over here, we would, as Black Americans, we need to embrace that idea, because I get so sick of Black Americans over here categorizing all Africans or all Nigerians or all Caribbeans just because they had a bad experience with one in a taxi, or if they think all these Africans think they better than us, or these Caribbeans they don't do nothing but babysit for white people. I'm like, bro, you can't think like that. You can't lump.
I mean, to be fair though, the issue is with that, and again, when I've had these talks with people, there's an inherent issue with it, which is that a lot of African people view the people who are outside of Africa, they don't see you necessarily as being African like them. So I know
there's been a lot of brainwashing. I remember when I first met Jay. Yeah, we had this particular chat where we realized, wow. Apparently in Jamaica, they used to tell them, Africans are this way, Black Americans are this way. And when I was a kid in Nigeria, they used to tell us, no, Jamaicans, they are ruffians. Black Americans, they are lost.
They still do.
And they still do.
Right.
Yeah, I'm from the Caribbean, so it's still this. There's still the same pathology now. Like at the end of the day, there's still that same thing. Even with like the Haitians, there's the whole superstition around them, and different groups think, they you shouldn't be around them, because they do voodoo and black magic. A lot of Africans don't like them. So there's a lot of different, like we have a lot of issues and infighting, and a lot of these, even on the continent, there's a lot of things there, and a lot of these are like ancient, I don't want to say ancient, but very old issues. And from what I've heard from people from there, it's not things that's going to just be resolved like that. And I think that that is the biggest blockage before anything. We can talk about the West and all that, but I think we're thinking more about unification, those types of things, than a lot of people on the continent are. I don't think it seems to me like a lot of them are more concerned with doing what they're doing. Even African people that are here in the West, like it's more like, I come here, I do what I'm doing, and I'm getting my money to send back to my family. A lot of people view the white man and the Europeans as like, they've done good things for us. So they don't see like this issue. And the thing is that because of that, there's going to always be that blockage to any kind of anything, which is one of the reasons why I often say to people personally, and I'm trying not to be pessimistic, but to me, I don't see it as entirely pessimistic, but I just don't think it's the unification is realistic, because the truth of the matter is nobody is truly unified. White people aren't truly unified. Asians aren't truly unified. Exactly. Nobody is. The only reason they seem like they are is because we're looking at it from the outside and we're thinking, they've got countries and blah, blah, blah. But you think Japanese people like Chinese people? Japan right now is fucking hoping that India and the States are going to back them up. Taiwan is sitting there. China's thinking we're going to have that shit back. Taiwan don't want to be with them. Hong Kong don't want to be with them. That's why we had 400,000 people from Hong Kong coming here to the UK. They don't want to fucking be part of China.
I tell you this much,
and this is why Nigeria needs to
listen. I tell you this much: if they can all be fighting amongst each other, but if they see us doing anything, they will all unite and go against us.
The thing is, I've had the same belief.
Nobody's getting on our side when it comes to any of that.
Have any of you heard about the Biafran War?
The who?
The Biafran War. Have any of you heard about the Biafran War?
No, that's well before my time.
It was in 1967 to 1970.
Yeah, that's well before my time.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was
Now,
born. I was born in the 70s. Yes, I mean, it's.
well,
But elaborate, bro.
okay. Now, the Biafran War happened when a group of sub-Saharan Africans first tried to get real independence from Britain. Britain had given the Biafrans are in southeastern Nigeria. Britain had given Nigeria independence, but they quickly realized the independence was fake. There was no power behind it. It was just political freedom, no economic freedom, no military freedom, because Britain left all the power with the military in the north, and the northerners were Muslims who, remember, were working with the British to slave raid the southerners during the slave trades. The reason why many of you are black Americans today and Caribbeans today is because of the northern Nigerians. They slave raided our villages in the south and captured your forefathers. So when a lot of people outside look at Nigeria, oh, it should be one country, one biggest black nation, it's because they don't really know what's going on there. Now, the Biafrans, as far back as 1967, realized, this is a fraud. In fact, we shouldn't even be with these people, because they were already genociding the Biafrans then. So eventually, the whole thing broke out into war. Even after the Biafrans went and had some discussions with the Nigerians, and they agreed to some sort of confederation. But Britain didn't want that, because Britain wanted to use the northerners to keep on getting free oil. Free oil. Right, so after even the Biafrans managed to get the northerners to agree to a confederation, as soon as they came back to Nigeria, the British looked at the documents and thought, nah, man, you just ceded all power to them. The northerners just reneged on the agreement, declared war, and that's how the Biafran War started. Now, during this Biafran War in 1967 to 1970, the Biafrans had no weapons. Remember, Britain left most of the weapons with the northerners. They had no weapons. And these Biafrans are many of you's ancestors today in the diaspora. Right. They had no weapons. Next thing you know, because there was no internet back then, so Britain seized media space. Belittled the Biafrans. These were the people they were slave raiding back then. Belittled them, said they were just a bunch of rebels. So the whole world bought into it. And then Britain now went about supplying the Nigerian army with all manner of weapons. The Biafrans, from the stories my parents told me, the Biafrans was like 3 men to a gun. When one fell, the other one picked it up and continued shooting. And then even that gun was just barely 10 bullets. That's how we started the war. But if we fought that war with no weapons, but just heart. Eventually, we dragged this war on for 3 years. Why? Because at some stage, I mean, the Negroes are smart people. There's a reason why we were targeted for slavery. We're smart, hardworking people. At some stage, because of Britain's propaganda to the world that we're just rebels, no one will sell us weapons. We started manufacturing our own weapons. Even tanks. There was a Biafran-made tank. They took a tractor, stripped it down, converted it to a tank. They took a plane and converted it to a bomber. They made their own smart bombs. And while they were doing this, Britain kept pumping the Nigerian army with weapons, because Britain was looking at the situation. Britain was thinking, wait, hold on. We've just enslaved these people for almost 250 years. And then on top of that, we've just colonized them for 100 years. And they're not only now asking for independence, they're fighting for it. And basically, what Britain saw was the first black nation emerging out of industrialized warfare. It was a scary thought. One of the British Prime Minister at the time wrote about it. Huh?
I said that's a scary thought to these people.
It was a scary thought for them.
They
weren't gonna have it. Guess what happened? This was at the height of the Cold War. Britain, not just so as not to be complicit in genocide, went about recruiting the Arab nations, obviously to support their Muslim brothers in the north. Yeah, this is why when I talk about Muslims and that guy is jumping up and down, I'm just looking at him thinking, he doesn't really know. He's actually cheering for the people that got him to where he is today, that he's a black American. But anyway, that's besides the point. This was at the height of the Cold War. Britain went around lobbying the Arab countries to provide pilots, because the Northerners, because of their Islam, didn't want to embrace Western education, so they couldn't fly the planes that Britain was giving. Well, Britain didn't even give them planes, but they needed pilots nonetheless, because at the height of the Cold War, Britain somehow forgot about the Cold War and got Russia in to supply the northern Muslims MiG fighters. Can you see how, when it's time to gang up against the blacks, the white races put aside their differences?
As I just said, they could be fighting amongst each other, but when it's time for
we're talking Cold War. Cold War. Somehow the Cold War was put on pause, right, just to crush the Biafrans.
Right. Hold on, we got to get these and that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're fighting against.
That's because Africa. That's because if you want to rule the world, you need to have your hand in Africa. That's the reason why. It's historically always been that case. That's why Africa's always been invaded. And that's why no one wants to get out of there. That's why China wants to get their turn as well. Why? That's why they're there. China didn't think, let's go to Europe and start taking that shit over. They thought, oh, let's go.
Well, if it wasn't because Africa, they're finding big blocks of, they're finding big diamonds and gold in their backyards.
Exactly.
In Africa is overly fruitful, and it has stuff that the rest of the world doesn't have. If it wasn't for Africa, Europe would be a third world continent.
To be honest, that does annoy me thinking about it, because it's like, why were these natural resources just there in Africa this whole time and we ain't on top of shit? It pisses me off, to be quite honest with you, because
we as in Africans.
Yes, because the fact that Europeans would come over there and look at the value and say, well, we're gonna fucking run this shit. That's
a lot of it. It's to me a combination of it's more than enough, and it's like sitting there having a bunch of stuff, but you can only eat so much of it, or you can only use so much of it. You got all this bountiful land and everything, and you're like, I'm not making any money off of it, but it just
because we had an abundance. It's basically, it was abundance. That's why. Whereas in Europe they didn't, which was why they were scavenging.
Because it took white people decades and centuries to come down into Africa, dropping dead because of the strength of the weakness of their immune systems and just the overall strength of being African. It took European whites a while to be able to step foot on Africa without dropping dead. And then when they finally were able, they brought gunpowder and guns and built from that lead to where they have what they have now. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the lead. It's all about that gun. America backs everything. We don't back anything with gold. We back everything with bullets. We back everything with lead. If you don't buy oil, American $100 bills, we're going to consider you the enemy and we're going to come bombing you. Period.
Let me try and put some perspective. Now, I think it's important for black people to understand history in perspective. And when I say in perspective, I mean in a sequence according to timeline.
Can I ask you a question as someone who's fairly young? Oftentimes these conversations, that's the angle. Like, we need to know the history, but if from what I'm understanding from people much older than myself, they've been learning certain things about history. People older than them been learning certain things about history, and the needle ain't moving. Now, when I'm looking at the situation that's going on right now, I'm thinking that that's too much of what our problem is that we keep. I think as black people, even like with the new things we're seeing with the Egyptians and all that. Look, it's cool and everything, but I feel like we kind of have this like living through the past type of thing, past glory, like, and it's or past traumas even.
And me personally, being in the States, I'm tired of all these Harriet Tubman movies. I'm tired of all of this.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's just
okay. Well, when I say the history, when I say the history, I don't mean recent history. And why I say this is, in a way, because a lot of us, yes, we have studied history, and why, if you notice, I said to understand the history in sequence according to a timeline. Why I say this is because, yes, there's a lot of African history out there now. A lot of us know bits of African history, but the problem is we don't know that history according to timeline. We
Okay,
just
but
know bits of it.
even if we do know that history according to timeline, let me just ask you a very simple question: Is
Yeah.
that going to put the money in my pocket today that I need to build shit up to get things done? That's my question. It's going to be more beneficial for me to know how things are working today. I need to know what's this crypto thing going on. African history ain't going to teach me none of that. I need to know about how am I going to get into the next industrial revolution so that I can be part of the wealth transfer. That's what I need to know.
You get caught up in history, you start feeling like, oh,
because I think we're talking about agendas, about against black people. Whatever. I think if we're going to talk about that, that seems to me like part of it is like keep your eye focused on the past. Don't worry about what's coming up next.
No. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those type of black people.
Information.
I'm not one of those type of black people that gets hung up on Egypt. Oh, Egypt, first civilization.
No, we're talking about just the whole element of.
But why?
Look, man, I'm talking anything.
Why I'm talking about the history is because if you really know the history, then you understand. It's like someone said earlier that he doesn't see true unity happening where everybody would just unite, which is true. And if you know the history, then you really understand why. You understand that there's different types of Africans with different paradigms.
Okay, but I can answer that very simply. Let me give you, it's a very simple answer. Okay, it's a very simple answer. Something called human nature. That's why. Because there's something known as tribalism that so long as that exists, we're never going to have this utopian unity that people keep dreaming of. It's not happening. And the thing is, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that we're not focused on what's the next iteration of blackness. We're too focused on the old version.
Now, why I said the history is because, like I mentioned earlier, Nigeria is trying to break apart. But a lot of the people kicking against it are actually Southern Nigerians themselves, even though the Northerners are actually enacting a genocide.
Okay, so
this is because a lot of them
on now though. That's the thing. I mean, after you tell us something, we're still in the same spot. It's not a situation of, oh, we found a solution in what you told us about the past.
Okay. What I'm saying is when countries like Nigeria, Cameroon break apart, you're going to get the first truly independent black nations. And they'll be able to now speak for the diaspora for the first time in a unified, strong voice. And what I'm trying to drive at is that. Sorry?
That makes sense. Why don't you just say that?
Well, that's what I was driving at.
You drove all the way from the mountainsides. If you lead with that.
No, what I'm saying is because I also see black Americans, sad that Nigeria's about to break up. The other day I saw Search for Uhuru. He made a whole program saying why should Nigeria break up. People were there all romantic about most populous black nation and this and that. And this is because they don't know what's going on. And can you imagine if the whole southern Nigeria was unified and said, look, enough of the killings, we're breaking apart. Nigeria will break apart. But because a huge proportion of them are still saying, oh, yeah, we need the potential 200 million economic potential, labor force or human force or whatever. They don't want it to break.
That's the eye of these non-blacks and white people in power have their eye on it. See, they're so far ahead of us when it comes to this whole racism and economicism thing that they see it before we can even notice it, and they're bud before it becomes something that can't be hidden or can't. If they're trying to break up Nigeria, I never even knew that they're trying to break up Nigeria like that. Not to say that anything you aren't saying is valuable information, because you're teaching me stuff about Nigeria I didn't know. And, it's bringing my mind back to the reality that Nigeria is the most populous, probably the most populous black nation in the world.
It is.
So it has to have power. And to nip that heart in the bud is a big blow to, it should be a big blow to blacks all over the world. You know what I'm saying? The problem is the disconnect between Africa and its blacks in America and South America and Asia or wherever the case may be. So that's the whole problem. We need to, unity starts. You got to unify 2 people before you unify 4 people. And before you unify, you got to unify 4 before you unify 8, 16, 32. That's how it's going to.
And see, the reason why black Americans are getting shot every day is because, there's no country that's, at the end of the day, the Americans, you hardly hear they get shot every day. But how many times have you heard the Nigerian president speak up for you guys? How many times have you heard African presidents speak up for you guys? It's because they're all colonial puppets. Now, what the southern...
But see, and that's the disconnect, that's the separation that is going on through racism and the power they have, the media. I mean, they had us thinking over here that Gaddafi was the worst thing ever. I remember I have this Ugandan friend of mine that I used to work with, and when they killed, and she came over here.
Sorry about that, bro. Mr. Ali, Abdul Ali, thanks for the super chat, bro. Lessons.
No problem. And when she came to the States when she was like 10 from Uganda or whatever, so she'd been in the States all her life, most of her life. They killed Gaddafi. She was on the phone with one of her Ugandan friends. She called her friend. Her friend picked up the phone crying. And she was like, "What's wrong with you?" Whatever. She said, "They just killed Gaddafi." And she's thinking that's a good thing. She was like, "Hell no. Gaddafi protected us. He took care of us. He did this. He did that. He was a leader for this, basically all of that. They killed the king." You know what I'm saying? She said they killed the king. And that's the disconnect that we have through the media, through the powers that be, that keep us separated from Africa, thinking that everybody over there is, we were getting at one time about Africa, starving kids with flies on them and shit, and Sally Struthers' fat ass on TV. But can you just send $2 to take care of little umfufu? That's all we were seeing about Africa. We didn't know that it was the most beautiful motherfucking continent on the planet with the most beautiful women and the best weather, as big as and everything like that. So there's a whole disconnect.
Well, it's like I said, when I first met Jay, we had that conversation where we realized, shit, they'd been lying to Jamaicans about Africans and black Americans. They'd been lying to Africans about Jamaicans and black Americans.
Mm-hmm.
And we even had this joke. Jay, I don't know if you remember. What's the difference between a Jamaican and an African and a Nigerian? Do you remember? No. Oh, you forgot. 5,000 miles. That's the only difference.
5,000 miles for real.
Because they're the same people. Just go do the DNA check.
For real.
Now, what new countries like Biafra and Oduduwa and Amazonia are going to do is, for the first time, sub-Saharan Africans will have a real voice, not just the colonial puppet voice anymore. Because we're actually fighting for this. It's got to war. There's wars broken out now. The colonialists.
Fighting, y'all keep fighting.
And see, if we want this freedom, this is what I was going to say. Finish on when I was talking about solutions. Those of us in diaspora, especially knowing that these Biafrans, Oduduwa, and Ambazonians are our brothers, we need to support them. You don't fight war empty-handed. You need dollars. Now, I'm not asking to send me the money or whatever. They have organizations. Huh?
Right. No, I just remember, send me to never mind. Go ahead, bro.
No. But they have, we have organizations set up. No, there's a real war going on in Cameroon. Google it. Nigeria is an undeclared war. There's more people being killed in Nigeria every day than in Syria.
A Nigerian homie he mentioned that they.
It's an undeclared war. Did he tell you that every week they kidnap a whole school, 300 kids every week, and start asking for ransom? And these are being done by Muslim jihadists. You know, and it's this same Muslim jihadists that were slave raiding us in the past. That's why the fact that you're a black American or a Jamaican is because of the Muslim jihadists in the north from Nigeria. They were the greatest slave raiders in the region because southern Nigeria is the most populous part of sub-Saharan Africa. That's where you get the most black people. That's the heart of the black world. So, see, like when I was talking about our three colonizers, the Arabs, the British, the Chinese, and that guy kept hammering on Chinese, it's because he doesn't know, he can't see all these people, they all have their agendas. But if anyone is in doubt, the people with the biggest vested interest in sub-Saharan Africa never ever gaining freedom is Britain and France. Number one, like I keep talking about history, when these two people first came to our lands, they met a political system far advanced of what any of them had. Like I keep saying, when I see Africans jumping up trying to claim, oh, we were kings in Egypt, we were kings here and there. Oh man, you're disrespecting yourself. A king is a barbaric thing. It doesn't show you are civilized. A king is just the leader of a mob. When France and Britain first came to Nigeria, they saw what you call republican societies. Societies with no kings. You need to think about that. How can a society exist with no kings, but yet they had no army, they had no war, they had no police, they had no prison? It means every individual was civilized, fully civilized. And here's where our problem started. We're civilized to the point that we didn't even know what war was, really. I just talked earlier about how the Zulus first fought war before Chaka.
That's a very good point.
Hurling insults at each other.
Right.
We're so civilized. We didn't know what war was.
We didn't know exactly. And I forgot.
We were sharing people. It wasn't about hoarding.
Right. There were so many books and stuff about these guys, these Europeans coming down into Africa in certain places. They were like, these people, these Africans are so civilized. These Africans are so and clean.
Yes.
And this and that. And
yes, if you read books from the 1700s, that's where you get the truth. But the ones from the 1800s, that's where the propaganda starts. They're savages, they do human sacrifice, all that bullshit.
Even Columbus coming over to the Santo Domingo wiped out the whole population with disease and stuff. Took a whole boatload of them back to England and stuff. It's like, you're peaceful if you're not gonna fight that, or if you don't know what war is. It take you forever to find you need to kill this dude, but killing is not in your nature because that's something that these white people brought to it.
We like I said, we had been on the planet
I should say.
We had been on the planet for 205,000 years before them. We had enough time to attain the highest level of civility. And okay, basically we in sub-Saharan Africa were kind of cut off from the larger world because of the desert. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying completely isolated. We still had trade routes, but they were very narrow trade routes. But that does not say that we were not civilized. Apart from the type of society we had where, and what a Republican society simply is just a society that lives by the philosophy, you live and let me live. We're all equal. That's how they could have no kings, no army, no police. They still had ways of punishing people for crimes. They had courts. And if you have courts, that means you have laws. That means you are civilized. And hell, these West Africans are the first people on the planet to smelt iron. And guess what? They, unlike anywhere else in the world, they jumped straight from the Stone Age to the Iron Age.
Listen, to go back to when you mentioned like the slavery element, what people need to understand about that is that slavery was not the industrial thing that it was once it got over to the West. It was more indentured servitude. You worked your way out of slavery, or you were a slave for a time. When it got to the States, that's when you were born into slavery. That's when it became something that we're thinking it is. It wasn't the whipping and the slave lynching that
Sorry. Let me tell you about the history of slavery in Africa. There's this lie that slavery is as old as mankind. Man has always enslaved. Big fat lie. And let me give you the proof of that. The proof of that is still alive with us today. All you need to do is, they also claim every society has done it. All you need to do is look at the Australian Aborigines. Did they ever have slaves? When the British got there, did they say the Aborigines had slaves? No, they didn't. But guess what? These Aborigines, they were Republicans, like our forefathers. They were Republicans. No king, no army. But then, to show you the power of a Republican structure of society, which is what the Europeans destroyed, the power of a Republican society in organization, which is what we Africans have, we sub-Saharan Africans have lost and need to gain back for solution. These Aborigines working together as Republicans in a society were able to produce a food surplus on a desert continent. Think about that. Another society to give you proof that slavery never existed in all of mankind. Just look at the Khoisan of South Africa, those so-called Bushmen. I mean, see, like I keep saying, that is a lie that slavery has always existed, is as old as man. Is bullshit. Listen, slavery cannot exist in a Republican society. No. Slavery can only exist in a hierarchical society. When you have kings, and who sets up a gang around him, which becomes his army. And then all the demands, all the privileges that float up to the top of that hierarchy to the king, those demand breaking someone's back, extracting labor from somebody, taking the value, extracting value from somebody. So Africans did not start kingship because we already had something that was far more successful. Europeans or Anatolians started that whole craze for kingship. And for some reason, it spread across Europe and Asia. They went crazy for it. Because what it effectively is just one strong man rising up, just like in a group of animals, or a pack of wolves, or a group of chimpanzees. The strongest chimp becomes the leader. And then everyone follows him. And then when everyone follows him, there's no one else to beat up. He looks, sees the next camp of chimps, realizes, oh shit, they got more berries and bananas. Let's go beat them up and take it. That's just what it is. That whole kingship bullshit. That's what a hierarchical structure is about. But a Republican structure is not like that. A Republican structure is, there's no need for war. There's an abundance. Like I said, the Aborigines turned a food surplus from a desert continent. A Republican society, everyone works for an abundance and then they share this abundance. So there's no need to enslave anyone. And like I said, there was no slavery in Africa. And when you look at, a lot of people try and point at Egypt and say there was slavery there. When you look at the history of Egypt, what happened, when you look at the first kingdom and the second, slavery only started in the second kingdom. And that was because they had to start enslaving people, making wars on them. Egypt never ever launched a war to go capture slaves. Egypt never slave raided anyone. And another thing the Western Europeans tried to twist into that Africans were enslaving each other was something Republican societies have, which is where the technocrats in the society, who are the most experienced people, either in iron smelting or weaving or bead making, whatever, apprentices leave their families and go live and work for them for several years. That's what they try to script as indentured servitude. It's not. It's just an apprenticeship program. No one went and kidnapped you from anyone. Your parents knew where you were. They had access to you. You went home frequently to see your parents. It wasn't slavery.
Right. So if that's the case, then why did they give them to Europeans then? Because according to what you're saying, they weren't property, so they had no right to give them to people.
Okay, maybe you missed part of the conversation. The slavery wasn't done by our people. The slavery was done by the Muslims who were slave raiding us.
See what we learned,
and then selling to the British and
what we
French.
learned in turn into the slavery that we know today. It was more of, okay, we conquered you, you're amongst us, you're just marked as somebody who's conquered. Eventually, this is not you for life.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what we're taught. This is not you for life. It's you'll assimilate, and you assimilate. You're just gonna
Yeah.
become part of this. You know, y'all people got conquered. Y'all here now. Y'all just part of this. It wasn't no, you know. It seems like there is an evolution of it, but it didn't turn Willie Lynch and taking the strongest one and putting a tying one hands and feet and pulling them apart and scaring all the rest of the slaves and lynching and whipping and born into slavery, dying a slave until they got over to the West. And then it became industrialized slavery to pick all this cotton and all this shit and sugar cane.
Well, are you saying Africans were enslaving each other?
I'm not saying they were not enslaving each other. What I'm saying is they were selling, if they were giving people up or whatever the case, and even if they cared or not, it wasn't a case, it wasn't a situation of Africans were you weren't doing the industrialized slavery, which is you were born a slave. When you're born, your parents are a slave, you're a slave. We're going to sell you, whoop and beat and lynch and hang and all of the things.
Okay.
No, I get your point, but but what you're stating is different to what he's saying, because what you're talking about is when people have been given the impression it was indentured servitude, but what he's saying is that wasn't the case. It was an apprenticeship. Now, if that's the case, then what I'm trying to figure out is where did the giving away thing come from? The reason why the giving away thing made sense before is because if you're in some sort of servitude or you're a slave, well, then you're property. But according to what you're saying, they were civilized, and so why would people be given away then to these foreigners if they're considered civilized citizens of the nation?
And I'm saying that it wasn't the people that they were apprenticing to that was giving them away.
Okay.
Right. I was saying it just is, somewhere there's a gray area to where it started as apprenticeship, turned into indentured servitude, and then turned into realized slavery. So
No.
No, but he's saying there was no indentured servitude
I'm telling
whatsoever.
you what was happening in West Africa before the Arabs and the Europeans came. There was no in West Africa, where I come from, where you come from, where Jay come from. In West Africa, there was no slavery. In the forest region, in the forest region, the region where the so-called Niger Congo people or Negroes or Bantus, that region, there was no slavery because those people were Republican in nature.
All right, so it seems as if these people were not getting boats to become slaves. They were getting on these boats to have a better life over in the States or over.
No, you're still missing what I'm saying. Okay, now
because I'm trying to cut out. I'm cutting out the indentured servitude part.
Okay, no.
Yeah, that's
okay,
what I'm
okay,
doing.
Okay.
Right,
Okay,
I think what he's saying.
How did they get from?
Okay.
I think what he's trying to say is the Arabs are invading.
Let me tell the story. Now in West Africa,
before you tell the story, answer this for me. Answer this, and answer this directly. Where is the disconnect between indentured servitude and landing in the Dominican Republic? No, let me be indentured servitude. No. I'm sorry. Not even. Scratch that. Where is the disconnect between apprenticeship and the full-fledged slavery that we know of?
Okay, let me break it down. Okay. Now, before Arabs or Europeans, the West African sub-region, you can break it into two parts: the forest region and the Sahel region. The forest region was populated by the Negroes, the Niger Congo people. Yeah? Now, the Sahel region was populated by the Chadic people. Now, above the Sahel region, which is now North Africa proper, was populated by the Afro-Asiatic people who migrated 7,000 years ago into Africa. Now, the Arabs came, conquered the Afro-Asiatic people, imposed Islam on them, enslaved some of them, but eventually gave, since you can't enslave fellow Muslims, as soon as a lot of them converted, they let them loose. So the enslavement moved down south. Wait. The enslavement, now when they couldn't enslave the Berbers anymore,
tell me.
The enslavement moved down south into the Sahel region.
What does enslavement mean?
Now, okay. Now, before the
servitude, is it apprenticeship? What is this word enslavement?
And enslavement is a total disenfranchisement of your rights as a human being. So where you have no rights, whatever.
This was not an apprenticeship.
It's not an apprenticeship. It's not a slavery. Is not an apprenticeship.
Okay, so
indentured servitude is not an apprenticeship. Neither is it slavery.
So let's answer my question. I feel you on the history lesson, but let's get to my question because I got to get off. It's midnight here. Where is the disconnect between apprenticeship? Because you said there was no indentured servitude. There was apprenticeship. Where did it go left? Where did it go left from the apprenticeship to getting on that boat? What was the mind?
In trying to answer you, I'm effectively trying to answer the same question thrice. I'm still trying to say the same thing, but because you won't let me finish, you see, this is why I keep talking about history. But if in your eyes, I bet all the people in that region are just one people, and somehow apprenticeship became slavery. But I'm trying to tell you it's not. That's not how it happened, and this is why I keep trying to talk about the history. Okay, let me start again. First of all, let's break that. Let's break North Africa. Let's
start over.
Wait, no. Listen, because maybe I'm missing out something. Let's look at West Africa and North Africa and break it into regions and peoples. There's first of all the forest region, which is southernmost, facing the Atlantic. Then there's the Sahel region. Then there's the desert and the Mediterranean coast. So that's 4 regions. But let's look at the people there. In the forest region is the Negroes. In the Sahel region is the Chadic people. In the northern region, which is the Sahara and the Mediterranean coast, is the Afro-Asiatics, the Berbers. Now, 1,300 years ago, the Arabs came with their Islam. They conquered the Berbers, enslaved some of them, but eventually, because a lot of the Berbers converted to Islam, and by Islam you can't enslave fellow Muslims, they left the Berbers alone, and the enslaving moved down south into the Sahel region. Then they started to enslave the Chadic people. But most of the Chadic people that were being enslaved were being taken to the Arab world. That's another story. But they started enslaving the Chadic people. But the Chadic people were harder to enslave because at that time they'd started practicing hierarchical systems of society. So they were harder to break as slaves. And a lot of them also converted to Islam. So eventually the Muslims decided to look further south. Even the Chadic people joined in since they were now Muslims, and Islam decreed enslaving infidels. They started to look now into the forest to enslave the Negroes. Now, at the time they started enslaving the Negroes was where the Europeans came in. Now, before the Arabs and the Europeans, there was no slavery in that whole forest region where the Negroes were. There was no slavery, just apprenticeships. Like I said, the apprenticeship, your parents knew up. In fact, apprenticeship was just like, okay, son, what do you want to be when you grow up? Oh, Dad, I want to be a blacksmith. Right. And then they'll send you to the house of the blacksmith, the expert in the village. That's what it was.
Get back to the move.
Okay. So now, at the time when the Europeans came in, they saw what the Arabs were already doing. Now, there wasn't enough Europeans to even be kidnapping the Negroes from the forest region. There wasn't enough Europeans. What they eventually ended up doing, because at the time the Arabs had already also started slave raiding the forest region for the Negroes. And because the Negroes had a republican system of society, they didn't understand what kingship and slave. In fact, when they kidnapped Negroes from their villages, they used to think they were going to be eaten. They didn't even know what slavery was.
That was my question. So they're getting on these boats or whatever.
Wait. Let me finish. Let me put everything in perspective so that maybe I will answer all the questions. But okay, so now the Arabs weren't putting the Negroes on boats to the Sahara. No, they were marching them in camel trains. Yeah. Now, also the Arabs, they will slave raid the Negroes, but then they'll march them to the ports. Now, apart from the Arabs, the Chadic people, who are also Africans, who had converted to Islam, were also slave raided Negroes. They were the ones marching them to the ports in Ghana and ports in Benin and Biafra and selling them to the Europeans. The Negroes, remember I said, had no kings, and by default of not having kings, had no army. So they couldn't even defend themselves from the slave raids. You need to go into history and read how the slave raids happened, how the Mohammedans would surround the Negro village because they had horses and guns and just storm it and they'll do it at 3 a.m. when the Negroes were asleep and then burn the place down so that the Negroes won't spread the word. And then when the slave raid them, marched them to the coast in Ghana, that's where the Europeans came with the ships to pick them up to America to exchange for tobacco, sugarcane, cotton, which they now took back to Britain and France to exchange for more guns, which they now brought back to the Mohammedans, the Muslims, to do more slave raiding of the Negroes.
Okay.
So it wasn't just some Negro guy. Oh, I think I've got 20 apprentices. Oh man, it's the going rate of a slave these days is 20 cowries. And oh man, I'm owing my neighbor 15 cowries. Oh, I think Okechukwu will fetch me a healthy 25 cowries. Yeah, and then
brought it home with them taking them over to the boats and the tobacco. Okay, I get that.
Right.
Yeah, that's so it doesn't matter what they were thinking. They was just trading them for tobacco. They didn't give a fuck if they was taking.
But critically, it wasn't Negroes trading Negroes. It wasn't Negroes. It was Mohammedan Chadic people,
right?
Africans,
because
nonetheless.
That Negro stuff wasn't. People were different. People didn't. They categorized themselves by religion, and not necessarily by.
If you follow mitochondrial DNA, yeah, Negroes have a different mitochondrial DNA to Chadic people. Negroes are older than Chadic people.
Mm-hmm. Are they?
They're not the same people. They're not. No, Chadic people are even darker than Negroes.
Okay,
which is strange. Which is strange why they call us Negroes. But originally, if you look in the history books, they originally called the area where the Chadic people were Negroland.
Yeah.
And the place where the Negroes originally, the Negroes were, they called it Guinea.
Right.
But for some reason, Negro became a slur word because Negro means black. And I
prefer the term Negro, but that shit is offensive to these black Americans. I'm like, motherfucker, black. I would rather be called Negro.
I don't mind Negro. The word I find offensive is Niger, which is part of why I'm enthusiastic breaking away from Nigeria, because Nigeria is actually a slur term. Nigeria was coined around the time when nigger was popular.
Right. So
Nigeria simply means nigger area.
Right. And Niger is just that.
Niger, exactly. And the reason why nigger became a slur term was because most of the slaves were kidnapped from the Niger area. It was already called the River Niger before then, but that name, the Niger, even that they gave to the river, was now corrupted into a slur term, nigger.
Oh, they weren't pronouncing it properly. That's the thing.
That's actually a German. No. That's actually a German pronunciation, nigger.
Yeah.
But the Germans were some of the most racist people. I mean,
they weren't. The reason it sounds like that is because they couldn't say the word the way it's meant to be said.
Right.
But even the word Niger was originally adopted by the Romans to describe, to name that river when they explored West Africa. And they corrupted that word from the original Berber word for that river, and which was natural because the first people they met while they were marching across North Africa into the west was the Berbers. And the Berbers called the river Ngeren or something like that, or Nger, something like that. So over time they corrupted it to Nger, from Nger to Niger. But that's not to say that we, the Negroes in the forest, don't have our own names for that river.
Right.
That's why it's easier for the Muslims in the north to palette the name Nigeria. Because they know that it's a name they coined originally. Well, they can link it to their Berber Muslim brothers. But then the Europeans use it as a slur term for us. And these northerners that control Nigeria, guess what? They're not even originally indigenous to Nigeria. They like I said, they broke away from the Moorish Empire, migrated south, conquering.
Gentlemen, I got to get off this call. Listen, I told Big J, you're going to part 2 and a part 3 for this.
He might have to break it up.
I told him. I texted him. I said, bro, when he's that subject, I'm like, man, this thing is going to go into so many directions. You can probably start an entire page chat talking about that, but I know you're going to need part 2 and 3. But yo, blessings, gentlemen. Hopefully he does put up a part 2 or something, and we can, finish and have time for all this. I just hate I got on hours late because I had a bunch of stuff to do. But
yeah, no worries.
Blessings and prayers. Hopefully we get together and do this again soon.
Yeah. And it's necessary as well.
Absolutely, because you have some long ass stories, but I learned a lot. I actually learned something. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. Must be a history professor or something. But it's all good, brother. Knowledge is power, and the more you know about your past, the more you can control your future. Big J, I see you just popped back on, bro. I'm gonna get out of here. Please, read. Do a part 2 to this as well, or a continuation of some sort. And y'all have a good night.
Bless up, brother.
All right.
Peace out. Bless up.
I was gonna ask you, is there any specific books or anything to do with what you're talking about with the slavery thing? Because to be honest, that is not something I've ever heard. So I'm curious about it.
Okay. Oh man. I mean,
like you saying it's apprenticeships and stuff. Like I've never ever heard that before. Even from people that are African that I know that I've never heard them say that. So I'm just curious. Like
remember, we've been brainwashed for generations now. So, I met an African woman once that told me if Europeans didn't come to Africa and bring her forefathers' Christianity, she would be saved today. And I thought,
I've heard that. I've heard it being called civilized. Yeah, I've heard that.
So, yeah, exactly. They civilized us and stuff. So that's how much brainwashing there is. Now, I mean, I have a list of a lot of these books somewhere. I mean, I could try to dig up some, and if you want, maybe I'll email them to you. But even then, off the top of my head, there's a particular YouTube channel I could send you to watch, and you'll even get a lot of references to these books, and the guy himself breaks a lot of it down to you.
Put the link to it in the back chat because I'll definitely have a look at it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. Yeah. So, and a lot of it is in black and white, written out in the history. Who was doing the slave raiding? Who was being raided? Who was buying? It's all there. The only reason why, like you said, a lot of us don't know this is because there's also something that Europeans talk about in their books. They notice very early on that Africans don't read. And that's why they always say, if you want to hide something from a black man, just write it down.
Put it in a book. Yeah, I've heard that one. Okay, that shit's funny as fuck to me, but yeah, I've heard that. I read a lot, so it's like you ain't hiding nothing from me in a book. That's the worst place to put it, but yeah, it generally is.
But yeah, and like I said, a lot of us read a lot, but the problem is, even the Europeans, they know their history from beginning to end. But because we're not, if we don't even control writing our own history, nobody has ever put together the entirety of African history. But if you read the entirety of African history, I guarantee you, bruv, your entire worldview will change.
Guys, we have to wrap up this show in 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
I know.
I've had to actually change the title of the show.
Yes, of course, you must have had to change that right.
I mean, there was
historical view.
No, black is beautiful. That's I've had to change it. I've had to change it. Even the thumbnail, shit. You know?
You can't do this in one night. Off the back of do black men love Latin women more than
no, that went out the window. Like
long time.
That was a worse. No, that was a worst case scenario of bringing Starman into that one because as soon as you start that Baraffa thing, that's it. That's
but
it. There's
you know, as well. As soon as brothers start talking about history, questions start flying, and once questions start flying, that's it. That's it.
Once you start opening up, he's on top. The history book comes.
I tell you, man.
I just need the references. I want that YouTube channel link.
He's put it in the private chat.
Yeah, because I'm not saying about. I want
to. But then, he puts a lot of the books he references. So
yeah, that's fine.
You know, but I'll say this. You know, when a lot of these books, just know
that. I'm definitely gonna be bringing Starman back. This time I'm just going to just celebrate Black history and be done with it because I'm not bringing him to talk about no Latino women. No, forget that. No.
I mean, we stuck to it early on for an hour.
No, we didn't stick to it at all. No.
I came so late that I don't even know how it derailed. By the time I got here, there wasn't any talk about Latino women. Really, I mean, there kind of was, but it was like mostly like, like where they from and like I think something like that. So it was like by the time I got here, I was like, shit, this town was not even accurate. I didn't care that it was talking about.
That train
I've been here a long time, boy.
Yeah, I've changed. I've changed it anyway.
Jay, I think we're on track until that brother came in.
No. It's history. There was a bit, but once you started history, that was it. It was history straight.
Thank you.
That was it. And you were very long-winded in your thing. Nothing. Man couldn't get a word in edgeways. And you kept going back to your country, and you kept going back to history.
Lying. You know how much times I put behind the chat for this guy, bro? Please stay on track. Nope.
Yes.
Yeah.
Multiple times. Yeah. Okay. And then rewind and come again. Nah, boy, you starting enough people off in here, mate.
Star, man. But you know what?
It's good still educating plenty ones and sharing knowledge. What?
Exactly.
The topic matter. Shit.
Exactly. Nothing wrong with that, man. Things happen.
No, you mean knowledge have to share, don't it? Knowledge has to share, man.
Knowledge.
Learn. Everyone has learned off each other tonight still. Although me, I don't go and sit in the tall grass as you don't know lions though. You know what I mean? Keep the funny ones out of you and thing.
There's a few funny ones.
Well, I'm going to kick out a couple ones out of it, but Vincent and people like that.
So I saw someone asked me something, Starman, what? I can't see the comment. Yeah, like I said, I have it.
This was supposed to happen. Real talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a list somewhere, but I need to dig it up.
You know how long Starman?
You gotta keep that for next time, boy. 5 hours, 51 minutes, mate. 52 now.
It's nearly 6 hours, bro.
I thought you were gonna carry on for 10 hours, Starman.
Bro, no. This is rough, for real. When he starts that bathroom shit, that's it, bro. He's off.
What? I said, man.
I see this cook said to him, Oh, explain that bathroom thing. I thought, oh, here we go. That's it. That's it.
Then Coop realized, yo, hey, it's midnight over here in the US, yeah? I got to go. I said, yeah, you know, realize it's 5 over here, so.
Exactly.
After 5, and he's bolting. He must want to sleep. I was going to say, this room is full of insomniacs.
Yep.
There's insomniac people in here that sleep very little bit.
I tell you. Well, guys, I'm gonna have to close out. Any last words from all of you? I shouldn't even start with you. Go on, Star Man. Go
on. Yeah, I just want to respond to some of the comments I'm seeing. Abdulaziz.
Star Man. Keep it short and sweet, mate. Yeah, keep it short and sweet.
Abdulaziz Ali, yeah, peace, man. Peace and blessings too. And Sincere the Genius. Yeah, bless up, bro. Yeah, I just posted a link. I just posted a link with my own channel name, Neo African. So that's that history channel I was telling. I said I was gonna post to the other brother. So yeah, you can check it out.
We're definitely gonna have you back on. Fucking hell, I don't even know what else you're gonna talk about, mate. But I mean, you covered everything tonight. Jesus Christ.
No, that was just the beginning, I'm sure.
Well,
damn.
It depends on what the topic is, you know. I mean,
yeah, we'll definitely have to bring you back on for some more Black history, man. But you have to give them the baby food, bro. You have to, because sometimes, right, man went into 6 different avenues, boy.
Yeah, I tell you, boy.
I tell you, you're gonna have a fatwa in your head, bro. I'm telling you, you're gonna have a fatwa in your head. Keep going at the Muslims, bro.
Yo, John Singleton's coming back for you, man.
I'm telling you.
The music man John Singleton is coming back for you.
Hey, Muslim John.
Yeah.
I mean,
that music man there was great. Anytime you mention Muslim, yo, be careful where you tread.
I mean, the reason why, you know, we started talking about the history was because of Dominicans that, you know, say, I know a lot of Dominicans are proud of their Black, you know, ancestry, but we started talking about the history because of how, you know, the ones that are not proud of it got there. So, you know, things need to be put in perspective, you know. So
yeah.
Because
but we're gonna,
and like we even said, it wasn't about picking on them. There's Black people who think they're white, like coons.
Well, what we're gonna do a show on the alpha male, Starman. So we're definitely gonna bring you back to explain the alpha male and the beta male. So yeah, that'll be a good one.
Yeah, definitely. That's
definitely.
You know,
that'll probably be in 6 months though.
Give it up, man. Ammunition.
What?
But you know, I was conscious of time. It's just people.
You was conscious of time? That's bullshit.
What the fuck?
Fuck off. What? No, you weren't, man. Lie. You would have carried on for the next till 10 o'clock this morning if you'd allowed it.
What? I'm telling you, this guy could have easily gone for. Listen, ask him about Biafra. Ask him about Biafra again. Start all over again. Get him for the next 3 hours.
That's what I said. No, sir. I don't need to jump in today. I just come in a little bit. It was flowing nicely, so I said, you know what?
But you know what?
I good.
But on a real thing though, I think a lot of people got some history today. What they didn't know.
Plenty of things. Because even in the chat, I was still going at it in the chat still. So I was mad active tonight, man.
No, there was a few idiots that came on, but I just I gave them an opportunity to come up, but they didn't want to come up. So it's their prerogative, you know.
DSOD, DSOD. I see him a long time. I wanted to kick.
Nah.
But he said, no, hold on. All right,
let him expose himself. Yeah, he's going to expose himself, you know what I mean? Yes, Sincere, man. Blessings, bro. Good night.
Yeah, man, good vibes, yes.
There's a very good vibes, man.
Information and knowledge is good still.
Definitely bring him back. Definitely bring him back, man. Definitely. I'm off to DR on the 14th, so I got like 3 weeks and 3 days left. And that's me gone for 2 months, man.
Yeah.
And apparently it's blazing hot out there right now.
Yeah.
Yes, bless up Glenn Bull, man. You already know. All right, then, brothers. Well,
yes, King.
Yes, bro.
Always a pleasure.
Always a
pleasure.
Yeah.
Myth Twist, thank you for coming on, bro. Thanks for the super chat as well.
Yeah.
I hope you're subscribed to my channel as well, bro.
No, I've been watching you. I've been watching you for a while, for months. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
As I said, which part of London you from?
Southeast.
Okay, cool. So yeah, just if you got any, obviously you got friends, but just pass the channel on to them. If you know what I mean. It's all information. I'm gonna be out in Dominican Republic anyway in the next 3.5 weeks, so I'm gonna have plenty of footage coming out. Believe me, I'm gonna start taking up that drone, man. Called lazy last time, so yeah, I'm gonna have more chats coming. You know what I mean. Just gotta drop more gems, man. Like I said, this was unplanned, but hey, so it goes. I've had to change the title, man. I've had to change the title, but like I said, brothers, people got something out of it today. People got a history lesson today. And like Sincere said, it was meant to go that way. Sometimes things are best when they're not planned.
Well, you got the subject matter, but you just got a whole lot more to go with it. You got the perspective.
I think so. That's why I changed
it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why. But the thing is, it wasn't even about Dominicans. It was more about the whole, are we obsessed with the whole Latina culture?
Yeah, so we covered that plenty.
Yeah.
But just those places of that life come up in it. Dominican Republic.
Definitely.
Yo,
peace, roll the tape, man.
Peace
to you, Rich. Peace to you, Rich. Manners and respect, brother. I see you, man. But brothers, without further ado, I'm going to say good night.
Yeah, man. Well,
blessings. Good morning. Well, blood clot. Yeah, good morning for real.
Peace out, bro.
Fuck. That's how sleep deprived. I'm not even guys, but I got to go back and ring the wifey. That's why I had to jump off in it to ring her in it. So she's still up, so I got to go and ring her in it. If I don't ring her, one piece of customer, what? Not for ring her, man. That's why I had to jump off all the time because your internet kept on going in it, Lion.
Me, the time I was gonna jump in, I see how the thing was going, so I just jumped out, but I was still in, so that's why I was jumping in and out. So
so you were
I was gonna chirp in and say something, but the floor was like, no, chop, you just jump back out and sit. So.
All right, then, King. Bless up.
Yeah, man. Bless up. Salam alaikum more.
All right, man. Bless, man.
Yeah. All right, up.
Peace. All right. Yes, Starman, thank you once again for sharing your knowledge, sharing your wisdom. We have to do another show. Definitely, we have to talk about the alpha and beta males. Yeah. So probably, you know what? Probably we'll do this in the next 2 weeks. Have you back on the panel, man? Talk about alpha and beta males. You know what I mean? Break that down for people because some people don't know what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that'd be good to break that down and have a conversation. Actually, that'd be a good one, actually. So we can do that in 2 weeks before I leave out, preferably. Or, yeah, whatever. Do you want to plug your channel, though, bro? Like, let people know where they can holler you at and stuff.
Yeah. Well, my channel...
Talk up, bro.
Yeah, my channel is Neo-Africans.
Okay, could you write it in the chat?
Yeah, let me just let me get the link.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that quick. Yep. Well, yeah, it's
you can post the link. Have you got the link? Drop the link, Starman.
Yeah, that's
Can't you copy and paste? Oh yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do. So yeah,
it's a new channel. Yeah, you've only got about 4 videos up, right?
Yeah, just about 4 videos, but I'm gonna start putting up more stuff.
Okay.
And yeah, obviously historical stuff. So
Yeah.
but yeah, just shedding light where there's darkness. As best as I can. So yeah,
Now
that's
you
it.
put it in the private chat, bro.
Oh yeah, I put it in the I put it. Oh right,
No,
right.
you
Yeah,
didn't. You put it in the private chat, bro. Put it
I
in the chat.
I put it there as well.
I can't
I
see
put it there as
shit.
well.
Nah, bro, it's not coming up. You put it in the private chat, bro.
Can you see it now? I put it there like.
Nah, you dropped it in the private chat. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
No,
You
I'm
didn't
trying.
drop it,
Oh, check
bro.
the after roll the tapes comment. I posted 2 links, two
Nah,
YouTube
bro,
links.
nothing's coming up. Can you guys? Can
Really?
you see Starman Alpha's? Um, no, there's nothing there, bro.
Wow.
Let me. Oh, if he's not a mod, he can't post links. Oh, right, okay.
What's
1 minute. Thank you. If you're no, okay. No, someone said if you're not a mod, you can't post links. Okay, yeah, they're right. 1 minute.
Oh right, right,
Let
right,
me go into the private chat. Let me copy link.
right. I need a wrench
Yeah,
first.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me give you a range, bro. Right, that's Starman Alpha's channel. So go to his channel, subscribe. Let me see if it works. I'm not sure it works. Should work. Um, yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your channel. Yeah. So go to his channel, people. Like and subscribe. You know what I mean? And even if it's not your cup of tea, just give him thumbs up and subscribe. Subscribe don't cost you anything. Just subscribe. Yeah, link works. Okay, so it's a new channel, people. So go there and support. So Starman, thank you. We're definitely gonna have you back. Maybe in the next week or so. It could be in the next couple of days to talk about the alpha male.
Yeah. Cool.
You know
Cool.
what I mean? So I appreciate you, bro. So manners and respect and good morning to you.
Yeah. Bless up, bro.
All right,
Good
man.
morning.
Blessings.
Catch up
Bless.
later. Still.
All right.
Alright. Alright.
Right, people. Man, what a flipping people. I'm getting too old for this. I'm 43 years old. I'm not getting enough sleep. I swear down. I'm not getting enough sleep, but I love it. You know what I mean? I really love it, man. I want to thank everybody for I know the narrative today was that it took a different turn. I know some of you probably didn't want a history lesson today, and I ain't gonna apologize for it because you still got some knowledge today, but I will be probably rerunning um that show again. I probably will rerun it um probably with a different panel. Um, but yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm so tired, I'm so sleep deprived. Um, yeah, I just hope that you enjoyed the show. I really do. I really hope that you enjoyed the show. I'm sorry to those. I'm going to apologize. Sorry to those that was tuning in to get a bit of that. I will rerun the show on that topic, preferably with a different because those Starman's more, on the Black history side of things. And yeah, and I hope that a lot of you got what you needed from it. Maybe there's stuff that you didn't know and you're educated, you know what I mean, which is good. Knowledge is power. I want to thank everybody for the super chat. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that. I mean, for real, for real, for real. I appreciate that. Anybody that knows me, that money never goes into my pocket. Those who know me, when I'm in Dominican Republic, I always go and donate to orphanages. go and buy some pizzas and stuff like that for the children and stuff like that with my missus. That's what I do with the money. So your money will be going. I'll be honest, I don't post shit up like that, like to show people where the money's going. The reason being because I like to do things behind the scenes. But rest assured that money is going to your super chats do go to the orphanages, believe me. What I can do and what I probably will do in the foreseeable future, or actually right away, is probably just put them on my Instagram. So, but obviously I won't be showing under the kids' faces and stuff. But you will see me buying boxes of pizza, maybe a bottle of pop, and maybe film going to the orphanages. But I won't film inside, But and I've been doing this longer. I've been doing this shit behind the scenes for a very long time. Even in my own personal life, as I said, I passed that trait on to my daughters. I mean, every other Christmas they go out with my grandkids and go and feed the homeless. So it's something that I've been doing for a long time. So once again, thank you for your super chats. Thank you for rocking out with me. Even though the narrative of the show did change, I hope that you got something out of it. I am taking my old ass to bed now. Well, I'm not. That's a lie. I'm actually gonna go on and ring my missus. I'm actually tired, but I have to ring her back. I know she's waiting. If I don't ring her, she's gonna be pissed, as women do. So, people, thank you very much. Peace and love, manners and respect, and remember this: look after yourselves. Peace.